Welcome to the stream, Marianne. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I don't know how much longer we honestly even have on this game. I feel like we're getting really close to the end, but at the same time, we don't have even 75% of the CGs yet. Yes, thank you for the reminder, everybody. Make sure to take care of yourselves. Polish your horn. Make sure to take
Foxy Mother Lily
drinks.
Marianne said, "What does this do?"
Make sure to polish your horn, take drinks, stay hydrated, stretch, all the good things to take care of yourself. It's very important to stay clean and shiny and awesome. Brush your fur if you're fox. Make sure to self-care. It's important to self-care. Did you see it, Mother Marianne? Did you see me cleaning my shiny horn? You make sure to brush your fur, okay? Mm-hmm.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, "I took a bath."
Very good. It can be easy to forget sometimes when you just are too busy and you're feeling depressed. It can be difficult to remember to take care of yourself. Okay, let us continue. I think this is the save slot we last saved on. Yeah.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, "Yee, I saw."
Was she smiling like that while preparing to commit an act of terrorism? Misani, what happened to you? Indeed, what did happen to Misani? I grit my teeth and look around. The people who evacuated the chaos of the expo venue are still unsettled, worried that something else will happen. Let's move the turtle over a little bit so you guys can see the thingy better. I think when I reset that, I made it a little too. There we go. There we go. That works. There we go.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, "No, you more
Oh, you
important."
can still see me. I'm just peeking. See? It's okay. The park is filled with people, not just expo visitors, but also people visiting in general. Tens of thousands of people. Among them, some are injured. There are people sitting down, bleeding. It's been nearly an hour since the expo arena fell into chaos, but there's no sign of the police or ambulances. Before the solar disturbance hit, I know for a fact that I heard sirens approaching. I know I did. Where did they go? And then there are the power outages. Lights are out all over Odaiba. Tokyo's suffering from yet another massive blackout. It's fine since it's still the middle of the day, but when things get dark, crap.
なあ、なんで電話が繋がらねえんだよ。くそ、119番もダメだ。これじゃ救急車呼べねえよ。
I can hear people chatting amongst themselves. It's been like this for nearly an hour. That's right, the phones don't work. If general phone lines and internet phone lines are both overloaded, that's a pretty abnormal situation. That's why I haven't been able to get in touch with Michi or Mr. Candy. Everything about the situation is irritating. I can't do jack right now, which means all I can do is think about how bad things are. I click my tongue and crouch down on the spot. I sit down on the cold ground off to the edge of the road. Right in front of me, Akiho sits clutching her knees with a vacant expression on her face. She's totally shut down. I've been trying to talk to her, but she doesn't respond. I tried to stand her up, but she just weakly shook her head like she was saying no. I can't blame her. Misa needed something awful to her. Her dream to enter the expo and show off her club's robot was crushed in less than a week by her own beloved sister. Akiho's not the only one she trampled over. Misani stepped all over me and Mizuka-san too. I won't let her get away with this. I don't want to believe that she's capable of this. Both of these feelings swirl within me. I'm getting so worked up that I can't help but clutch myself. God damn it. I'm trembling in everything. How pathetic. The Expo Arena terrorism. When it all went down, all I could do was watch in stunned silence, paralyzed. In retrospect, it terrifies me how helpless I was in the midst of all that destruction. One wrong step and I could have died on the spot. The despair I felt in the moment lingers with me even now. The intense shockwaves hitting my body, the screams of fleeing people only further amplifying the fear. The physically revolting appearance of that six-legged giant spider wriggling after Akiho. I'm surprised I survived. And it's even more of a miracle that Akiho made it out unharmed. She recklessly tried to use Model 2 to stop Misani. If it wasn't her sister, she would have probably been killed. The former Madam President is too goddamn reckless. If Akiho had died, just imagining it makes my chest hurt more than imagining my own death. I can't even imagine my life without Akiho around. She's always been with me. I bet it's similar to the feeling of having a twin. It's not a matter of whether I like or dislike her. She's just there, a constant. Losing Akiho is the one thing I don't want to imagine. I grind my teeth. I shouldn't think about that right now. My mental state isn't doing so great. Gonna move this over just a little there. There we go.
Oh, Kaito-kun, Akio-chan.
I'm startled back to reality. Mr. Candy, there you are. I raise my head towards the voice only to find Mr. Candy stomping over to us and waving his hand. His voice and physique are large, so he stands out even amidst the sea of people.
社長
二人とも無事だったか。心配したぞ。
Just seeing a face I know puts me at ease. I can feel the string of tension within me loosen a little.
社長も無事でよかったです。
もういいんじゃん。
あとインコも。
Wait, he actually brought his bird to Tokyo?
わしはな、ちょうどタクシーでお台場に到着した時に異変が起きてな。それから君らを探しながらうろうろしとったんじゃ。光彦はおらんのか。
行方不明ですよ。連絡取れませんか。
わしも何度も電話してみたが全く通じん。
Just what I would expect from our guardian.
それよりネットは見たか。お台場が崩壊したとかなんとかっちゅうニュースで賑わってるの。まったく何をわけのわからんことを言っとるのかっちゅう気がするが。
デマでしょ。電子機器が使えなくて情報が錯綜してるんだと思います。それにしてもマスコミまでそのデマを鵜呑みにして報道しちゃってるのはどうかと思いますけど。
電子機器が使えなくてか。しかしのうカイト君、不思議とは思わんか。わしらは今普通にポケコンを使えとるんだぞ。
Mr. Candy's comment hits me like a ton of bricks. He's exactly right. Hell, I saw the news about Odaiba collapsing on my own phone droid. I can see Twippo like normal. I can post and everything. It's just the phone lines that aren't connecting. Is that because of the power
な
outages?
んで去年太陽嵐が東京を襲った時にはポケコンだって使い物にならなくなったって聞いたけど。
どうもわしは気味が悪くてな、狐につままれたような気分じゃ。それとな、さっきイルオのストリートビューイング機能でこの辺りを見てみたんだがの、どうもおかしい。
おかしいって。
まあ見てみる。
I immediately boot up IRUO on my phone droid.
うわ、なんだこれ。
Within the world of IRUO, Odaiba is a literal war zone. Roads are submerged and everything. The Expo Arena, Fujisan TV, and other buildings have been destroyed. Bridges have collapsed and wreckage is all over.
これ万博アリーナ以外は全部捏造じゃないか。
This isn't reality. The Odaiba that exists on the internet right now is nothing more than a lie.
笑えないな。
ずいぶん手が込んどるじゃろう。こんな真似をするのはどこの誰じゃろうの。
Anyone can post images to IRUO after registering. There have been fake images like this uploaded before. When that happens, other users will report it and the administrators will erase it. Is this another example of that? Maybe administration isn't functioning due to all the chaos, so the fake images have been left up or something.
イルオにアップされた崩壊画像がデマの発信元かもね。マスコミがこれを本物だと信じてヒステリックに報道しちゃってるせいで、デマがますます拡散してる気がする。
Did nobody doubt what they were seeing?
まさかこれもプロパガンダ。
The thought appears on the back of my mind. It's possible that the Tavistock Institute is manufacturing and spreading propaganda worldwide. In that case, has Project Adam already begun?
他の場所はどんな状況でした？
東京にはロボットが多いの。これまで10日ほど滞在しとってあまりそのことを意識せんかったが、今日は特に強く感じた。この街はロボットだらけじゃ。
He's right. There are a lot of robots. I thought as much when I came last year. There are life-size service robots all over. They're what caused the robot insurrection last November. Even the recently opened Aqualiner has a service robot sitting in its driver's seat. Despite the Yuri Kamome automatic traffic system being in service for over 15 years without drivers or robots, the Aqualiner went in the opposite direction. The Metro Expressway Bayside route has robots standing at the toll and guidance robots populate Odaiba. This was all done with the express purpose of promoting the expo. It said as much in the expo pamphlet. To appeal to the public that was the Robot Expo, Tokyo spent tax money to promote the spread of service robots. Actually, that reminds me, I haven't seen a single robot since everything went down 30 minutes ago. After last November, all of them should be equipped with solar disturbance countermeasures. Did they stop working because of the power outage? Or, wait, don't tell me.
またロボットたちが暴走。
いや、人を襲うようなところは見とらん。ただ台場駅が封鎖されとってな、そこで封鎖の案内をしとったのがロボットだった。立体駐車場も出入り口でロボットが封鎖しとったから誰も車を出せなくなっとったよ。レインボーブリッジの入り口も同じじゃ。危険だから通行禁止と ロボットが説明しとったの。まるでロボットたちの手でわしらはここに閉じ込められとるような気がしてな。少しゾッとしたもんじゃ。単なる考えすぎじゃろうがの。
母音だぜ母音。
Why is he laughing? This is literally no laughing matter. How long can these robots function with the power out? I'm pretty sure they need to be charged at regular intervals.
それよりあのでっかい柱は一体なんじゃ。
グランドオベリスクだそうですよ。
あれは本物なのか。
幻とか蜃気楼のようには見えないです。
あの根元まで行ってみるのも手かもしれん。近くで見てみたい。
結構距離ありそうですけどね。
Also, it sprouted out from the middle of Tokyo Bay. You would have to swim to get close.
社長、しばらくここでアキちゃんのこと見ててもらっていいですか。
おお、構わんが。カイト君はどうするんじゃ。
ちょっと周囲を見てきます。
そうか、気をつけてな。危ないことはするんじゃないぞ。
I nod, then turn to Akiho.
アキちゃん、すぐ戻るから社長とここで待っててね。
Akiho weakly raises her head. She looks up at me with begging eyes and grabs my hand.
ここにいて。
ほんとすぐ戻るから大丈夫だって。
I gently let go of her trembling hand and stand up. I leave Akiho behind and make my way to the expo arena. The scars of destruction are fresh. You can tell how much of a tragedy has befallen this place even from outside. I've been wondering for a while now what Akio said after the spider hug destroyed Model 2.
お姉ちゃんがいないの。消えちゃった。
I have no clue where Misani ran off to, but I have to look for her. I need to find her and press her for the truth. It's possible that the roof could collapse further, but I don't have the luxury of being scared. Misani might still be hiding inside. I need to go. She might be long gone by now, but this is the only place within reach that I can search. Even in the corridor, parts of the wall are broken. Chunks of rubble strewn about. The venue is completely deserted, as if the hustle and bustle from a few hours ago was just a lie. I hear something and hide behind a pillar. Someone's here. I quietly peek out.
あいつは。
Toshiyuki Sawada. He sits with his back to the wall. He's not moving. We parted ways when Misani's spider hug started its rampage. Has he been here the whole time? There are devices I've never seen scattered about at his feet. What are those things? I grit my teeth. I need to know who he really is. The section chief of Exoskeleton Company's hug testing department. Misani's superior, a man with connections to the Tavistock Institute. But earlier today he pointed his gun at Misani. Was he trying to stop her before she committed her act of terrorism? Or was it just infighting? I swallow my breath, then check to feel the hard object under my clothes. I still have the gun I took from him earlier. As I sit on the ground clutching my knees, my butt gets cold. The inside of the expo arena had AC, but due to all the body heat coming off of the guests, it wasn't that cool. I've only just realized it for the first time since coming here. Tokyo is a cold, cold place. I haven't been able to stop trembling for a while. But is it really because I'm actually cold? Or is it because of what happened? It doesn't really matter. I tried to brush off my doubt by holding onto my body. I should have brought a pocket heater or something. All our time was spent in the hotel and expo arena, so I'm not even wearing a proper jacket. My outfit's fine for Tanegashima, but it's way too light for Tokyo in February. I can tell by looking at the people around me. Unlike me, they're pretty bundled up. None of the girls have their legs exposed. The only warm thing I have on me is the little darkened pink in my hand. Misa made it for me 10 years ago. It's one of my friends. Holding it makes me feel a little at ease, but the peace of mind is temporary at best. Suddenly I remember the warmth of my sister's hand when she would hold mine. After the MF Anemone incident, when I woke up from a 3-day-long coma, Misa was there with me.
アキ、よかった。よかった。
When she realized I had woken up, tears started falling from her eyes and onto my cheeks. I can still remember how hot those tears were.
もうずっと目を覚ましてくれないかと思っていたわ。よかった。お姉ちゃん。辛かったよね。よく頑張ったわね。実はあんまりよく覚えてない。そうなのね。そうなるわよね。意識なかったんだから。でも秋のいない3日間は私にとっては寂しくて寂しくて、世界から色がなくなってしまったんじゃないかって思えたくらいだったのよ。
Mom later informed me that Misa sat by my side the entire time, holding my hand tightly and talking to me. Kai was also unconscious the whole time, which means she left him alone. I kind of felt bad about that. Granted, he wasn't all alone. His mom and dad were there with him.
秋が目を覚まさなかったなら、私は一生でもここであなたの手を握り続けていたわ。ありがとう。目覚めてくれてありがとう、秋。私はあなたのことが大好きよ。
Hearing those words from Misa made me happier than I could put into words. I can't remember a time that I was more happy to have her as my older sister.
うちもお姉ちゃんのこと大好き。
But in retrospect, I think that was the turning point. After that incident, Misa began to grow distant. While at home, she was always on edge. She had an aura that made it hard to talk to her.
秋は何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
Those were the words Misa left with me before she left the island.
秋、大きくなったわね。
Her smile was the same, or at least it should have been.
秋、
Her gentle demeanor hadn't changed at all, or at least it shouldn't have.
ロケットの打ち上げはまだ？
I thought it would be like we were never apart, that we would chat for hours and hours. I had finally caught up to Misa. I finally fulfilled my dream. I expected her to praise me for all my hard work. I'm not amazing like my sister. But as an ordinary person, I thought I could hold my head up high and proudly proclaim that I gave it my all. I thought I would be able to say at least that much. But right before my very eyes, Misa, she, too, gun build too.
わかんない。もうわかんないよ。
It was always me trying to get in touch with her. She never answered me, never replied, never came back to the island to visit. Apparently she stayed in touch with Mizuka-san. But me? She was avoiding me. I must have been nothing but a bother to her. I relied too much on her, and now she's done with me. This must all be my fault for getting too excited about our reunion. Who wants a dumb, overly excited little sister like me, right? I'm just in the way. And on top of that, I did it right before her important demonstration in front of a huge audience. It only makes sense that she would abandon me for not being able to read the room. It's natural. My vision goes blurry. I wipe away the tears welling up with my hands. I'm tired of everything. No matter how much I spin my wheels and single-mindedly charge forward, I understand now that's all for nothing. I'm done. Done with making calls that'll never be answered. Done with sending messages that'll never get replies. Done with admiring my cool and kind big sister that everyone called a prodigy. I'm done with it all. Every time. I was so nervous when I tried to call Misa. I would struggle with it for minutes, hours, before finally getting the courage to hit the button. I would call even though deep inside I was hoping she wouldn't answer. And yet when she really didn't answer, I'd feel like crying anyway. All alone, I repeated this process for 7 years after she left the island.
バカみたい。本当にバカみたいだよ。
She was just avoiding me the whole time. Misa never saw me as anything but a pain in her butt. All the tears I've been holding back threatened to come bursting out. I raise my head to try and hold them back. I look around. Mr. Candy is standing nearby, furiously operating his phone droid with his big hands. Kai, hey, where are you? No matter how much I search, I can't find him. My childhood friend, the boy that I love so much. He released his hands from mine earlier, but where did he go?
カイ、早く帰ってきて。
I wonder what Kai thinks of me. When the Robot Club was disbanded, he made that promise to me. Is it okay for me to believe him?
動くな。
Taiyo Development looks totally back. Are they at full power? The gun I point at Sawada is trembling pathetically. I'm normally completely calm and composed when I play Kill Ballad online, but this is a completely different story. I can feel the gun in my hands, its weight. It looks just like a toy, but it's quite heavy. Shit, if I give him an opening, I'm asking for it. Just thinking that is enough to make me feel anxious.
君か。
Sawada stays against the wall, making no attempt to move. Even with the gun pointed at him, he shows no intent to flee.
怪我してたんだね。
His left leg is covered in blood. The blood is soaked into his suit, darkening it.
瀬宮が派手にやらかしてくれたおかげでな。だからそんなもの構えなくていい。元から君に危害を加えるつもりもない。
I slowly lower the gun. As I go to put it back into my pocket,
安全装置をしておけ。暴発しても知らないぞ。
the safety. I look at the gun and find something that resembles a switch, but I'm unsure. I shoot Sawada a look. Okay, I just want to give a slow hand clap. Good job, game. Very good job. Thank you for making sure the teenager puts the safety on before he puts the gun away. That is very important gun safety 101. And for a fictional game to actually make sure that line's in here, good job. Good job. He gently nods, so I flip the switch to on and stuff the gun back into my
救
pocket.
急車は来ないから怪我の治療はできないよ。悪いけど。
気にしなくていい。一応応急処置は自分でした。と言っても血を止めただけだな。
Despite being injured, Sawada is oddly calm. Man, this guy has no weaknesses. That's kind of irritating, but whatever. I glance at the devices on the floor nearby. As far as I can tell, they're metal boxes. Each is about the same size as a thick dictionary. The letters NIV are written on the surfaces. There are 4 of them strewn about, 3 of which have been dismantled front with the circuit boards and cords removed.
これは
沈黙の兵器。魔法の正体というところだ。
どういう意味？
君は種子島に住んでるんだろう。そして君島レポートを集め世界中に拡散した。それならわかるはずだが。
I can't help but swallow my breath.
なんで俺が拡散したって知ってるわけ？ネット上でもまだ特定されてないはずなのに。
君についてはロボワンで初めて見た時からずっと監視をつけていた。
何のために？
被験者の追加調査といったところだ。
As usual, I can't follow what he's saying. But despite my own confusion, I can't let a certain set of words slip by unnoticed.
俺が被験者だって。あんた、俺に何を？
私は何もしていない。何も
じゃあ、
ない。電磁波照射だ。
は？
君は電磁波照射実験に巻き込まれたことがあり、そのことを言っている。
Electromagnetic irradiation experiment. Then it suddenly hits me. In my 18 years of life, there's only one event that could fit that description.
アネモネ号。
その時に使われたものと同じだ。そこに転がっている装置はな。この会場内にいくつも仕掛けられていた。おそらくここだけではない。お台場のあちこちに密かに設置されているんだ。
待った！ちょっと待った！何いきなりさらっとすごいこと暴露しちゃってるわけ？電磁波照射実験ってなんだよ？それで何が起きるんだよ？お台場にいっぱいあるって何がどうなって？
魔法だよ。君は見ていないのか？海から生えたあの巨大な塔。
グランドオベリスクのこと？
お台場にいる人間は全員あれを肉眼で視認しているが、惑わされるな。あれは限定だ。肉眼で見える AR のようなものだ。むしろそう思わなかったことが不思議だな、私は。あの規模の建物、ほんの数時間で建てたので。
It's as though he's reading my mind. He's right that I had questions about that. But I didn't dig deeper. I didn't even try
だ
to.
けどみんながみんな同じ幻覚を見てるなんてありえるわけ。
そのための装置だ。
Sawada glances over at the boxes on the floor.
電磁波を照射して集団に幻覚を見せる装置。
Something like that was written in the Kimijima reports. He said that the Tavistock Institute was doing research into the tech.
でもアネモネ号じゃ俺は幻覚なんて見てない。それどころか変な発作の後遺症ができただけだ。
10年前その装置のデータは一度失われたと聞いている。渋谷地震の時にな。
Shibuya earthquake.
故にアネモネ号の時は未完成状態で実験をしていた可能性が高い。
俺やアキちゃんは人体実験の実験台にされたってことかよ。
最初からそう言っている。
あんたが
勘違いするな。その実験を行ったのは私ではないとすでに言った。
I hold back my urge to shout out in rage.
あんた300人委員会の人間じゃないの。
私のことをどこまで知っている？
He answered my question with a question.
あんたの父親が旅ストックの特別顧問だってことぐらい。
そうか。
Sawada makes what sounds like a self-depreciating laugh before shooting a sharp look at me. Then, without answering my question,
ヒドゥンハン
his whisper sends a chill down my spine. That word again.
ド。神の見えざる手。そしてカゴメカゴメ。どちらもイルミナティに関係したキーワードだ。気づいていたか？
イルミナティ。
200年以上も前に存在していた秘密結社にして300人委員会のもとにある者たちだよ。
Seriously?
カゴメカゴメはダビデの星を暗喩すると言われている。
いや、だってカゴメカゴメって日本の童謡だよ。
200年以上も前と言ったぞ。300人委員会のイルミナティー、その設立は1700年代だ。日本は当時まだ江戸時代中期だ。見えざる支配者たちならば当時黄金鏡と言われたこの極東の地にもその触手を伸ばしていたとして何ら不思議ないだろう。
じゃあ一斉にみんなのポケコンでカゴメカゴメが鳴り出すの300人委員会の仕業ってわけ。
実験開始の合図というのが今のところの私の予想だ。
実験。
He said that word again.
私たちは今地球規模で捏造された現実を見せられている。プロパガンダと言い換えることもできる。より強力な洗脳どころか現実をもねじ曲げるレベルのものだが、今この瞬間ありとあらゆるプロパガンダがリアルタイムで起きている。そうして人々の現実はねじ曲げられる。情報操作による人為的パラダイムシフト。これまでの実験はすべて この日のためにあったと言ってもいい。これはプロジェクトアトムの前兆だ。
Project Atom.
情報を操作したからってどうなるわけ？お台場が崩壊したなんて情報は1日もすればすぐに嘘だって判明して世界中に拡散されるよ。こんなことで何十億にも虐殺できるとは思えない。
この数時間の世界規模の混乱は何が原因で引き起こされたものかわかるか？
Sawada immediately changes the subject.
太陽嵐でしょ。これまでで最大規模なんだ。15年クラッシュの時より強力だから電子機器も使えなくなって、それで混乱を。
太陽嵐など来ていない。
はあ。
What's he saying?
だって NASA がデータを公表してたよ。マスコミだってそう報道を。
NASA は設立当初から300人委員会です。マスコミについても論外だ。彼らこそ情報操作の先兵だ。
太陽嵐は来てない。
だが今や世界中は太陽嵐の到来という誤情報により狂乱状態だ。これこそがプロパガンダのもたらした捏造された現実だよ。君も今まさにそれを体験しているではないか。巨大な柱から放たれた光、虹色に輝いた空、お台場が崩壊したと騒ぎ立てているマスコミにもかかわらず、我々はこうしてここで普通に話している。ポケコンも普通に使うことができる。
捏造された現実。
お台場が崩壊したなど普通は誰も信じない。だがポケコンとイルオの普及がそのいかにも嘘くさい情報操作をあっさりと世界中に信じ込ませた。イルオは今や世界の人々にとって現実よりもリアルだからな。そこに崩壊したお台場の画像がアップロードされれば、イルオユーザーのおよそ半分が信じたとしても、それだけで10億人超だ。その数の人間が信じれば現実は揺らぐ。人が相互に持つ情報などそれだけ曖昧ということだ。捏造された情報は簡単に現実ととって変わることができる。人間の歴史を見てみるといい。歴史は常に勝者が作ってきた。それが今も変わらず行われているという、それだけのことだ。
ポケコンやイルオまで陰謀に組み込まれてるって言い出そうだけど、そんなのいくらなんでも飛躍しすぎでしょ。
If you go that far, you might as well say that every consumer product in the world is part of this master plan.
じゃあロボットブームもそういうプロパガンダなわけ？
そうだ。
I was being facetious, but Sawada quickly replies and smiles.
ガンバレルというアニメのヒットも、それに続くロボットブームも不自然だとは思わなかったか？ロボットアニメなどこれまで無数に作られてきた。それらと比べてガンバレルがあそこまで爆発的なヒットを飛ばした理由は何だ？
Is he claiming that popularity was manipulated? I mean, you could just chalk that up to good advertising, right?
ロボットブームはガンバレルよりさらに不自然さが際立っている。二足歩行ロボットは所詮日本でだけ培われてきた文化に過ぎない。世界的にはニッチな研究分野なんだ。軍事への転用を最優先にしたアメリカなどは二足歩行ではなく四足歩行や 6足歩行を選択した。ロマンだけで企業が動くことはないにもかかわらず、この数年で二足歩行ロボットを研究する企業が爆発的に増えた。裏で委員会が動いたというのが妥当だろう。莫大な金が動いた形跡もある。
300人委員会がロボットを押す理由は？
プロジェクトマルスの実現だよ。プロジェクトアトム成功後、10億まで減った人類社会を維持するための二足歩行ロボットの技術向上といったところだ。いずれにせよ、奴らの目的はただ一つ、プロジェクトアトムの完成だ。その X デーは今日から数日の間だろう。この数日で50億人が死ぬか死なないか、その命運が決まる。
The wind is more humid than usual. The sky is overcast with dark clouds. Looks like it's going to rain. Expecting that, I click my tongue. If it was going to rain, I shouldn't have come out on the boat. I usually don't go out to sea at this hour. I go fishing well before sunrise, and I'm back in the harbor before noon. That's why I'm always at home in the afternoon, or out drinking with friends. That's been the rhythm of my life ever since I became a fisherman 20 years ago. I didn't really break that rhythm to go out to sea in the afternoon for fishing. The reason I'm out here is because I get emotional when I'm home with my son. I plan to go home after fishing off the coast for 2 hours. I've been doing this about 3 times a week lately. A month ago, my son had an accident while working on a giant robot. His legs are still being treated. He's undergoing rehab at the hospital. They're still unsure if he'll ever walk normally again without crutches. I forbade him not once, but twice to work on robots. When I heard he still hadn't learned his lesson, well, I considered disowning him. There's that saying, right? 3 strikes and you're out. He was injured as a consequence of his own actions. He has no respect for his father. He went sneaking around behind my back not once, but twice. Okay, asshole. You clearly have no respect for your son, so fuck off. I trusted him and tried my best not to step on his toes after forbidding him from such things last summer. He made me look like a well, you are a fool. In the end, not only was he badly injured, he even caused trouble for others. One wrong move and he could have died. I'm his father. It makes sense I wouldn't just let him do as he pleases. Nearly unconsciously, I mutter to myself. I'm surprised by my own words. Why robots of all things? Am I lamenting my son's interests? Or am I questioning myself for hating robots so much? Maybe I'm just hard-headed. I never cared about robots to begin with, but when my son got into them and refused to listen to me, I couldn't just leave it be. The hanging fishing line hasn't moved for nearly an hour. Unlike when I usually go fishing, I haven't managed to catch anything decent. I never had much interest in angling, so you could say I'm unaccustomed to it, but I don't care about catching anything, quite frankly. Lately, my son just travels between his room and the hospital. He remains quiet during meals. He keeps his emotions below the surface. Even if I yell at him, he just sits there and quietly looks down. It's as though he's lost all passion for living, like he's just going through the paces. I never thought he would be so stubborn over giving up robots. I do my best to convince myself otherwise and dispel the thought. When I sigh, a cold droplet of water collides my cheek. It's starting to rain. Looks like a good time to head home. I pull up my fishing line and make preparations to withdraw. It's then that I happen to see something in the corner of my eye. Something's flying in the air. Is it a bird? This is this far off the coast? I raise my head, puzzled, and doubt my own eyes. The fuck? They're robots. Countless black humanoid robots blanket the sky.
なんだありゃ。
Where did they come from? There was no trace of them just moments earlier. All I can do is swallow loudly as I gaze up at the bizarre sight. The end of the world. The thought runs across my mind.
プロジェクトアトムの最終目的は太陽に干渉して人為的に太陽嵐を起こすことだ。その方法は君島レポートに詳しく書いてある。当然君なら知っているだろう。太陽嵐が運んできた太陽の大気とプラズマは超高速のジェット噴流として地球の磁気圏と衝突する。それによって生じる可能性があるのが磁気再結合現象、磁気圏サブストームと呼ばれる現象だ。その地球磁気圏サブストームを人為的に起こす。
He's right. That's what's written in the
それ
reports.
は太陽嵐の日ではない。極端な例えをするなら、地球が太陽フレアで直接炙られるようなものだと考えればいい。だが、その具体的方法については、君島レポートでは意図的に避けられていた。
君島公はその具体的方法を知らなかったんじゃないの？
いや。
Sawada sighs lightly. It's like he's tired of dealing with someone who doesn't understand. What does he expect from a rural high school student?
今から4ヶ月前、セルンからとあるものが何者かの手で盗み出された。
セル？
ヨーロッパ原子核共同研究機関、スイスとフランスの国境にある世界最先端の素粒子物理学研究施設だが、盗まれたのは極秘裏に開発されていた兵器 BHB、 ブラックホール爆弾の可能性だ。
Can we talk about the name for a second?
そのセルンって爆弾を作るような施設なの？
違う。だが設立当初からきな臭い噂はあった。300人委員会が裏で直接運営しているという情報は私の仲間がもたらしてくれたものだ。かつてはタイムマシンも作ろうとしていたらしい。
A time machine. Come on, this isn't some trashy novel.
で、その BHB だが、一度爆発すればその場にミニブラックホールが形成され、周囲のあらゆるものを塵と残さず吸い込んでしまうという。炸裂した瞬間のエネルギー量は核兵器の比ではない。人の手に負える代物ではない。神の領域に踏み込むものだよ。
それを爆発させて虐殺しようっていうの？でもそれじゃあ磁気圏サブストームは起きないよ。
そうだ。地上で爆破させるだけならせいぜい関東地方が消滅するぐらいだろう。
せいぜいってあんた。
彼らが考えていることはもっとえぐい、そして効率的だ。地上で使用するのではなく、宇宙で BHB を炸裂させようとしている。
I see. So they'll use the BHB to reproduce a solar disturbance hitting the Earth's magnetosphere.
通称発火点と呼ばれる場所だ。それは地 地球と月のちょうど中間、地球からは距離にしておよそ13万キロの位置にある。太陽嵐と地球の磁気圏がぶつかる場所だ。そこで BHB が炸裂すれば、地球磁気圏にサブストームが起きるのはほぼ間違いない。それは地球全体を襲い、君島レポートにあった通り50億人を殺すだろう。
I swallow my breath.
地球にはモノポールが降り注ぐかもしれないな。君の家の近所にある公園のように。
He even knew about that?
その無数のモノポールは当然300人委員会によって管理され、人類は21世紀に新たな産業革命を迎える。それもプロジェクトアトムのシナリオに組み込まれている。今のこの混乱はすべて BHB を宇宙へ持っていくためのいわば目くらましでしかない。
BHB を宇宙へ
Moria
っていくって。
said, afternoon.
Hello, Moria. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I have no clue how heavy that thing is, but if it can cause a ridiculous calamity that affects the entire planet, it would have to be pretty big, right? I doubt it would be something easy to carry around. And with our current level of technology, we only have one way of sending stuff into space. You gotta put it on a rocket. The puzzle pieces in my head start to fall into place, taking the shape of a black rocket.
まさか TNSC で今組み立て中のあのロケットを奪って。
察しがいいな。セノミヤに裏切られるまで私も確信が持てなかったが、今ならはっきり言える。彼らは BHB を種子島から打ち上げるつもりだ。
By the time I enter the chief's office, things are already over.
ミサキ、お前。
Site Chief of the Tanegashima Space Center, Ken Ichiro Sinomiya, sees my face and widens his eyes. 4 of my comrades have guns pushed up against him. He's standing frozen in front of his table. One top of said table is a single teacup and some snacks. I look at them and can't help but form a self-depreciating smile.
父さん、悪いけどあなたを拘束させてもらう。
Who would have thought that this would be our first exchange in so many years? I certainly didn't expect this when I left the island 7 years ago. Even if this was inevitable, as far as missions go, the assault on the Tanegashima Space Center was an easy one. It's not a military faculty, so the security in place might as well be decoration. They stood no chance against me and my Kaminagi, or the 12 armed soldiers equipped with black military hugs that came with me. We made a showy and imposing landing on the coast, and within 10 minutes of issuing our warning, everyone fled. If they resisted, we would have had to go through the trouble of going around and killing everyone. It's far more efficient for them to flee like they did. It doesn't matter that they escaped. All means of communication between the island and mainland have been severed. No ships or aircraft will be leaving. Even if they leave by private boat and seek help from the JSDF in Okinawa, they won't be able to do anything. But while we let everyone escape, my dad, the site chief, stayed
みん
behind.
なを逃がすために 所長である自分だけが残ったというところかしら。立派だけど、そういうのは犬死にというのだ。
どうしてお前が。
It seems that Dad has forgotten that there are guns being pointed at him. He tries to draw closer to me, a dumbfounded expression on his face. I click my tongue and press my handgun against his head.
動くな。動けば殺すわ。
Dad stops in his tracks.
説明してくれないか。どういうことなんだ。
知る必要はないわ。ロケット組み立ては終わっているのよね。
ああ、終わっているが。
あれを使わせてもらうわ。
Right now, launch sites around the world are prepping for rocket launches. It's a total coincidence. Due to info about the high chance of a solar disturbance hitting in 2019, rocket launches worldwide got delayed. Then, in November of last year, the disturbance arrived as expected. After that, countries all over started making launch preparations, so the timing ended up lining up. Tanegashima is no exception. The private company that requested this launch placed their order after Earth got hit. It was perfectly on target. Simply put, we got to pick whatever launch site we wanted. The BHB is now in our hands. We brought it ashore with us, and we can put the payload on board any time. To load the goods, we even brought in a man involved in rocket assembly work for NASA. He can finish the work in a little over a day. X hour for launch will likely be the day after tomorrow, at noon.
一体何が目的なんだ。
あのロケットはプロジェクトアトムの肝となる。今後発射を妨害しようとする者は容赦なく殺すわ。
ロケットをテロに使おうというのかね。我が国の宇宙開発を血で塗りたくるつもりとは。イサキ、お前はいつからそんな子になってしまったんだ。お前はこんなことをするような子じゃなかっただろう。ロボットが好きでロケットの打ち上げを見るのが好きな優しい女の子だったじゃないか。なのに父さんが誇りに思っているこの場所であの射程から打ち上げるロケットをテロに使おうというのか。
そうよ。
Noticing how weakly he's trying to argue with me, I reply with cold words. I want him to shut up. Hell, he's slumped on the ground, shoulders dropped, and yet he's still trying to lecture me.
どうしてここなんだ。分かってるのかい、ミサキ。この島はお前の故郷なんだよ。
分かっているわ。でもここを選んだのは私がたまたまあなたの娘だったから。ただそれだけよ。恨みも何もない。
It was just the easiest option, that's it. I've never been to launch sites in America or Russia. I am, however, familiar with the TNSC, so very close to home.
お前は本当にミサキなのかい。
I don't want to continue this conversation. I give my 4 comrades the signal and they proceed to restrain Dad.
父さん、悪いけどしばらく監禁させてもらうわ。安心して殺しはしない。 計画が成功したらすぐに釈放する。どうせ成功すれば50億人が死ぬ。その中に私や父さんだって含まれるかもしれないんだから。
美咲、やめろ。やめてくれ。ロケットは平和利用しなければならないものなんだ。それが JAXA の精神なんだ。子供の頃から私を見てきたお前だろ。わかるだろ。だから頼む。そんな恐ろしいことのためにロケットを使わないでくれ。美咲、聞いてくれ。頼む。
Dad continues to try to appeal to me, so I draw close to him.
騒がないで。見苦しいから。
I thrust my fist into Dad's stomach. Was he always such a small person? Has he thinned out over the last 7 years? I want to ask if he's eating properly, but that's personal business, so I decide not to. As Dad groans in pain, my comrades drag him out of the room. Left alone in the chief's office, I take a look around. On Dad's desk is a Fink toy. Several months before graduating high school, I made one for everyone in the family. I reach my fingers out toward it, but the moment I'm about to touch it, my phone droid begins to ring. I left video chat on for the mission. I open my phone droid and unmute it. There is no image, it's voice only.
こちらプリーストはポイントベータに到達。これより制圧行動に入る。
了解。
Modia
ポイ
no
ントアルファは制
said
圧完了。
best viewers on asterisk asterisk. Christie said best viewers on asterisk asterisk.
I look outside the window. Dark clouds float through the sky. They look like they could start unleashing their payload of rain at any time.
雨は嫌い。
When it rains, rockets can't be launched after all. When it would start raining near a scheduled launch day, my usually calm dad would get edgy. I didn't like it. If the launch got delayed, nobody would be able to talk to him. So, whenever a launch drew near, Aki and I would make a little Teru Teru Bozu dolls together. Let's just say that nobody on Tanigashima could compete with our Teru Teru Bozu crafting
感
skills.
傷的になってダメね。
I'm probably acting like this because even after 7 years, nothing here has
あ
changed.
さっての天気予報は
I speak out to no one in particular. There's nobody in this room but me right now, or so I thought.
あさって2月28日の屋久島・種子島地方の天気は晴れでしょう。
The same forecast as when I checked earlier. It's going to rain tomorrow, but the day after that will be sunny and clear.
降水確率は 10% です。
天気予報はもっと綺麗。
The center of my head starts throbbing in pain. I can't help but grip my forehead as I grip my teeth.
今そこに立っているの ゲジね。
In the back of my mind, I have flashbacks of that day. It was a terribly hot and humid summer night. The night sky was bright as if the sun itself was out. I was covered in sweat. Gaijini, not Irie, looked at me emotionlessly. She just quietly looked at me. Everything was decided on that day 9 years ago. It was the day that I was possessed, contaminated.
今日の時点で世界の主要なロケット発射台が1週間以内の打ち上げを計画していることを知っているか？
It's not just the TNSC.
ケープカナベラ、バイコヌール、
Oh, we got another tippy tip.
主戦。
Maybe we have 4 tippy tips. Maybe. Doopa 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 doop doop. Tip tip tips. Just the tips. Just the tips. Yep, 4 more. Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, a rocket launch station located in the outskirts of the city of Jiuquan in the Gansu province of China. It was first used as a missile launch test site. Guyana, a rocket launch station located in French Guiana, South America. Baikonur Cosmodrome, a Russian spaceport located in Uratam, Kazakhstan. It was created back in the Soviet Union days. Since the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia has paid a fee to lease it from Kazakhstan. It is the site where the world's first artificial satellite and Vostok 1, the first manned spaceflight in history, were launched. Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, an Air Force base located in Florida, used as a rocket launch site with Kennedy Space Station. While Kennedy Space Station was launching piloted space shuttles, Cape Canaveral was launching pilotless rockets.
そして日本、種なし。宇宙開発の歴史上、こんなことは初めてだ。これまで一度としてなかった。
仕組まれたものだっていうの？
いや、そうじゃない。むしろこれは全くの偶然だ。去年の太陽嵐の到来に起因するな。だがこの偶然に彼らは目をつけた。そもそもその5カ所で打ち上げられる予定のロケットには彼らの何らかの関与があると睨んでいたんだが、どれだけ調査してもその痕跡は全く出てこなかった。どのロケットもクリーンすぎた。そこから推測した。彼らは5カ所のロケットのどれか一つを打ち上げ直前に奪い利用するつもりだと。5カ所のうちどれが本命なのかずっと絞り込めずにいたんだが、今日の瀬宮の行動ではっきりした。本命は種子島だ。おそらく今 BHB はあの島にある。
A chill runs down my spine. A bomb powerful enough to wipe out the entire Kanto region is on the island. If that's true, if it explodes on the surface due to some mistake, the entire island would vanish from the face of the earth. Mom, Dad, and everyone I know is on that island. All the former members of the Robot Club are in danger. Frau, Juna, and Subaru.
ジャクサの人たち、また打ち上げができるってあんなに喜んでたのに。
おそらく今頃種子島宇宙センターは敵の支柱だろう。
警察に連絡して。いや、警察じゃダメだ。自衛隊を出してもらって。
無駄だ。遅すぎたんだ。
遅すぎたってどういう？
今世界中で情報が遮断あるいは捏造されているんだ。この状況で種子島のロケット打ち上げを止めろと政府に訴えたところで 自衛隊は動かない。在日米軍にしても同様だろう。この混乱だ。回線はつながらないだろうし、つながったとしても冗談だと受け取られる。事実、私も自衛隊の基地に直接かけてみたが、全く相手にされなかった。
They are loading a black hole bomb onto a rocket in order to launch it into space. Of course, nobody would ever take that seriously. It would be impossible to get anyone to believe something so crazy.
現政権の防衛大臣とは何度か会ったことがあるから直接電話してみたが全くつながらない。他に阻止する方法は直接乗り込むことだが、あの島はここからでは遠すぎる。羽田から
Stream
チャーター機
Elements
を飛ばすよう手配
said,
することはできるが
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
All planes are grounded. The train lines have been stopped. The highways are apparently totally gridlocked. A ship would take too much time. There's no way to travel from Tokyo to Tanegashima in a short period of time. Was this the Committee of 300's goal all along?
ミサ姉が瀬宮美咲が首謀者なの？
Sawada glances at my face. This guy hasn't attempted to smile even once.
間違いない。
The fact that he sounded a little apologetic only further irritates me.
ミサ姉についてあんたは何を知ってるんだ？なんでミサ姉がこんなことを？それにさっきのミサ姉はなんかおかしかった。あの雲みたいな大型ハグに乗ってたはずが忽然と姿を消したらしいし、あんたが撃った銃弾でもかすり傷一つ負わなかった。まるで俺が会ったミサ姉は幽霊みたいだなあ。あのミサ姉は本物だったの？
会場に現れた軌道エレベーターの幻影と同じだと私は考えている。肉眼で見ることのできる AR アノテーションのようなものといえばイメージできるか。具体的なことは君島レポートにも書いてあっただろう。 VR 技術と呼ばれるものの応用だと推測している。おそらく君たちが聞いた瀬宮の言葉もあらかじめプログラムされていたものだろう。そしてスメラギに乗り込むように見せかけた。
なんでそんな面倒な真似を？
それは私も疑問に思った部分だ。スメラギという機体は生身で装着できるものではない。
What did he say?
あれはハグを装着した人間がさらにその上から装着するという仕様になっている。神凪と呼ばれる特別なハグを身につけた者だけがスメラギを追加装着できるのだ。神凪は搭乗型ハグと分類している。全高は約5メートルになる。
5 meters. And what does he mean by pilot type? I can't even visualize what it would look like.
その神凪が乗れるようスメラギのコクピットは設計されている。
でもフィンガーなんちゃらシステムがあって指だけで操縦できるって。
操縦は FOS で行うが、あくまでスメラギはコンセプトモデルだ。神凪とワンセットで開発された。それが理由だ。汎用性は今のところない。神凪装着者でなければ認識はされず起動もできない。この会場でネットワークにつながっていたわけでもない。完全なスタンドアローンだったと認識している。
Stand alone when you do not connect your PC to an online network or other PCs. Makes it less hackable that way.
他に可能性があるとすれば、現場スタッフの中に瀬宮の仲間がいたということか。そいつがプログラムをいじって暴走するように仕向けた。いずれにせよ、瀬宮があれに乗ったと観客に見せつけたのは悪趣味なオナニーとしか思えない。まるで何も知らなかった私に対する牽制か挑発にも感じる。
And poor Akio had to suffer the most as a result.
じゃあ本物のミサネはどこに？実はとっくの昔に死んじゃってて、ずっと AR アノテーションみたいな状態で生きてきたとか、そんなことはないよね。
I consider the possibility that she only exists on the net, like Irie, and I get chills. The Misani that I always looked up to. The Misani who Akio loves. I don't want to believe that this is possible. But it's true that I haven't seen her in person in 7 years. I have no evidence that she's still alive.
少なくとも私は3日前に社で瀬宮に会った。その時の彼女は間違いなく本物だった。
なんでそんなのわかるんだよ。
ハグの新しいボディースーツを試着してもらった。それは社が用意したものだ。来た時には女性スタッフが同席して着せるのを手伝ったし、私もその後で話をした。
だったらその本物のミサネは今どこにいるんだよ。
Sawada weakly shakes his head.
可能性が高いのは種子島か。
Misani is on Tanegashima. That's way too ironic, even for me. She hasn't been home in 7 years.
ミサネがプロジェクトアトムの首謀者なの。ミサネが300人委員会や旅ストック研究所とつながってるの。
おそらく瀬宮は
コマ。
Someone to be used and discarded by others. There's no way I could believe that. Don't screw with me. I whisper to myself before taking a deep breath. I want a space candy. They always help me focus.
あんたの言ってることはただの陰謀論でしかない。妄想の一言で全部片付けられる。何の証拠もない。あんたの言ってることこそ捏造だ。俺を惑わそうとしてるんだ。洗脳とかプロパガンダとか。あんたが俺にこんな詳しく説明してるのは全部それでしょ。旅ストック研究所の指示だったりするんじゃない。君島レポートをばらまいた俺は連中にとって目の上の単行部だからさ。手だらめな話をして俺を錯乱させようとしてるんだ。そんな手には引っかからない。引っかかるもんかよ。あんた300人委員会の側の人間だ。俺の敵だ。君島光也小郡南を殺したように俺も殺すつもり。ミサネをどうしたんだ。今すぐ居場所を教えなよ。
Despite my threatening attitude, Sawada remains unfazed. That composure of his pisses me off, so I grab him by the collar.
答えろよ。
I don't care if Sawada's leg is injured. I raise him up by the neck. Sawada's face contorts slightly as if he's in pain.
確かに私の父ミゲール・サンタンブロッチオは旅ストック研究所の特別顧問だ。それだけではない。300人委員会の一人でもある。やっぱりだがそれはあくまで父の話だ。むしろ私は300人委員会に反旗を翻すものだ。デタラメをそう思われても仕方がないのかもしれん。そうだな、私の背中には父が放った仕掛けに殺されかけた時の50センチほどの傷跡があるが、見るか。やだね、そんなもの何の証拠にもならない。それなら仕方がないな。さっさと殺すといい。なんだよ、どうせできないとか思ってるの。バカにして、あんたを殺すことぐらい俺にだってできるさ。俺にだって。
Sawada has ceased all resistance. In fact, his face is already going pale. I snap to my senses and release him from my grip.
育児が知らぬ君は。くそ。
I'm pathetic, but I don't think I have it in me to kill someone.
君が私を疑いたくなるのもわかる。私は300人委員会に近すぎたゆえに彼らに嫌悪感を抱くようになった。彼らを野放しにしておくことなどできなかった。もっとも私程度の力では彼らを潰すなど夢のまたに。それでもコツコツと続けていけば、いつかは彼らを打倒することのできる大きな力へと育っていくかもしれない。こんな私に賛同し、共に戦ってくれる者もそれなりにいる。全員が300人委員会による恐るべき陰謀に気づき、それによって殺されかけ、抵抗するようになった者たちだ。君は聞いたことがあるかどうかわからないが、そのメンバーには疾風陣雷のナイトハルトやダルザスーパーハッカーなど
I don't have a clue who those people are, and I don't care.
あんたさっきミサ姉はコマだって言ったよ。じゃあ知ってるでしょ。ミサ姉をコマとして使ってるのは誰なの。プロジェクトアテムの首謀者は何者なんだ。
ここまでの話を理解したのは、それが誰なのか
もったいぶらなくていいからさ、とっとと教えてよ。一体そいつは誰なんだ。
わからないの。幸せフォー、ヒドンハンド、種子、瀬宮美咲、姉の電磁波照射実験、エグゾスケルトン社、プロパガンダ、2020年の太陽嵐到達という工場、300人委員会、旅ストック専門研究所。すべては君島レポートとつながっている。
And suddenly, just like that, Only one name surfaces in my mind. My hair stands on end.
まさか。
Sawada weakly nods his head before
プ
continuing.
ロジェクトアトムを立案し、今まさに実行している首謀者の名は君島光だ。君島光は生きている。
ごめんね。
After finally arriving upon the info, I bite my nails in front of my monitor.
何が何だかわからない。
The information is as follows. The old Mina Mitanecho local hall should be abandoned, but a company bought it in secret and pays the electric bill. It's a small company in Tokyo called Taiyo Development. Due to their paying the bill, the EM wave irradiation device on the first floor continues to function. The very same device used to make monopoles fall. Oh, and another thing. Ko Kimijima's villa. This was abandoned also, but Iritan's cold sleep device continued to function in the basement. I investigated who was paying the electric bill, and it seems a company called Commit bought the old villa. Wanting to investigate these two companies for anything in common is the nature of an at-channeler. The identification team, just me, was fully mobilized. I stayed up all night to look into things. As far as what I found, well, Taiyo Development is a construction engineering firm. Comet Company is in the restaurant consultation industry, but they're both paper companies. There are no buildings for them at their registered addresses. It was easy enough to investigate from Tanegashima using the Street View function in IRUO. While it looked like both companies had nothing in common, both being paper companies instead instantly changed things. I thought that the company director for both companies might be the same person, but that wasn't the case. But as I did further research, I found that both companies received loans from a lease company called Hoshida. A paper company wouldn't take out a loan. SMH. So get this. Hoshida's special advisor. He was a deputy director and joint investor at the time of Happiness 4U's founding, Sakae Hoshida. The TLDR? The money used to maintain Ko Kimijima's crap on the island came from his old pals through paper companies.
熱い友情来たこれ。これは薄い本のネタにできるな。で、そんなわけあるか、そんなわけあるか。大事なことなので2回言いました。きな臭いにも程があるだろう。ん？
Someone pressed the intercom button outside. Is it the glass company? Ever since they replaced all the broken glass in November, a dealer comes by once a week. It's crazy annoying. Nobody else should be dropping by. Yashio-senpai and Prez-senpai are in Tokyo doing lewd things together, and Tracksuit-sensei went with them. Karate-senpai is mentally busted and out of action, and Four Eyes can't move due to his busted leg. Then who is it? Whoever they are, they're crazy
グラン
impatient.
誰か客が来たみたいだぜ。出た方がいいって。元気に挨拶だ。
Shut up, Genki-kun, bot.
ほら、鳴ってるぜ。出るのが友達ってもんだろ。
インターホンカメラ表示して、ロゼッタタン。
表示いたしますね。
The first floor entrance. I take a look at the camera feed, but nobody is there.
誰もいなくね。ピンポンダッシュは許さない。絶対にだ。
友達なら時にはぶん殴ることだって重要だぜ。
元気くんうるさい。
It all happens instantaneously. The second I hear a gunshot outside my door, two men holding guns quickly come charging into my room. Without time to even make a sound, my arm is twisted behind me. My whole body gets pushed to the floor.
動くな。声を上げれば殺す。
I can't even raise my head. Moving my neck even slightly causes intense pain to run down my locked arm. I can't see what the men look like. It hurts too much and I'm too scared. I feel like I'm about to scream, but I grit my teeth and keep myself in check.
フラン、友達でも喧嘩するときはしていいんだぜ。
Genki-kun's carefree voice rings throughout the room.
でも喧嘩の後は後腐れなく仲直りしろよな。それでこそ本当の友達ってもん。
Someone smashes their gun stock into the monitor of my phone droid. Genki-kun goes silent on the cracked screen.
ターゲット B を確保。拘束する。プリースト3、状況は？プリースト3、プリースト4、そちらの状況を知らせ。どうした？見張りの2人が応答しない。
The two men go silent in their confusion. They still have their guns pushed against the back of my head. My teeth have started chattering due to how scared I am. I'm worried that the sound will annoy my captors, so I bite down as hard as I can.
ターゲット B を起こせ。出るぞ。
起きろ。
They pull me up by the arm. Pain runs through my joints, causing me to tear up.
プリースト3、プリースト4、応答しろ。プリースト3、どうしたんだ？
呼んでも出ないと思いますよ。
And just like that, my arm is released. I fall to my hands and knees and raise my head slightly. I look toward the entrance of my room, where the new voice came from, and standing there is, well,
下にいた2人なら一眠りしてもらいましたので。
Tenojishi.
何者？
She moves like a flash of light. Given how she usually holds herself, her current reaction speed is unbelievable. In an instant, she closes the distance between herself and the two muscle monsters with their guns raised. She slams her knee into the first man's face, riding her momentum from earlier. Unshaken by the fate of his comrade, the other man points his gun at Tenojishi, but she's already arrived at his chest. She grabs the man's gun arm and spins around to his back, kicking her heel into his Achilles tendon. As the man falls on his back, Tenojishi drops her knee into his face without a moment's hesitation. The ripped man's body quivers for a moment before going limp. The man who suffered a knee to the face groans as he tries to get up, but Tenojishi is too fast. She plants a roundhouse kick into the defenseless man's jaw. Flawless victory. And just like that, both men are sprawled across the floor, unconscious. Holy shit, that was amazing! Like, why is she so strong? She's like a manga heroine, no matter how you slice it. Thank you very much. In a matter of seconds, she put down two large armed men without getting scratched. That's some overpowered bullshit. I'm so excited that I sink to the floor.
男の人が二人がかりで女の子に暴力振るうなんて最低ですよ。
As for Tenojishi, she seems pretty upset. But as soon as she notices my gaze, she reverts to her usual sweet self.
もう大丈夫です。強いでしょ。お父さん直伝の格闘術なんですよ。さて、ここからどう反撃したものか。
I have no clue what's going on, but there is one thing I'm certain of.
あえて言おう。苗様であると。
え
I'm not exactly the Yuri type, but I would be totes down with letting Sama take me. Actually, please just take me. Oh, we
君島
got
公が生
another
きてい
tippy
るだって。
there. We got another tippy tippy tip. Paper company, a registered company that has no business activity. It is not illegal, but can be used for foul purposes like tax cutting and tax evasion, which is sadly a completely real thing. It is terrifying and just goes to show you how manipulative and just crap our society is, that they can just get away with something so blatant and nobody really punishes them. I've usually heard them called shell companies, not so much paper company, but I can see that being, a name for it too. Yeah. Yep. At times like this, the Street View mode on IRUO is handy. I mean, who upped the picture of Odaiba anyway? If the buildings were destroyed that badly, people at the venue might be dead. Plus, there's a solar disturbance, but somehow the whole thing was uploaded normally. Sakae Hoshida, who was that again? I think I heard of them. Everyone please come home safe. Where is Mitsuhiko wandering around? My senses tell me this smells very fishy. This has to be a joke. What else could it be? I force out a smile.
ありえない。だって君島公が死んだのは俺の地元でニュースにもなったし、遺体だって警察が調べた。
I mean, I didn't see it directly. I was still a kid at the time, and I just happened to be hospitalized. But when I first found the Kimijima reports, I went to the town library to look up newspapers from that time.
私もその証拠を得ているわけではない。だが、考えれば考えるほど、探れば探るほど、君島公は生きているとしか思えないんだ。
新聞に載ってたんだ。君島公の遺体が見つかったって。アネモネ号事件の2週間後ぐらいだった。アネモネ号。
Ko Kimijima died around the same time that the MF Anemone incident took place. Why didn't I realize until now that these two incidents occurred so closely together?
さっきも言ったはずだ。アネモネ号事件は電磁波照射実験だと。主導したのは君島公だ。彼はタビストック研究所が生み落とした一つの到達点だ。
な。
Is he saying Ko Kimijima is a member of the Institute?
人々を洗脳するためだけに作られた沈黙の兵器。それが君島公という男なんだ。
放送を垂れ流すのはやめろ。あの男は10年近くも前に死んでるんだって。
君は踊らされたんだ。
Sawada raises his voice for the first time.
だってそんなのさ、めちゃくちゃじゃないか。つまりさ、こういうこと。俺が苦労して集めて世界中のみんなに警告するために拡散した君島レポートは全部デタラメ。羽モネ号事件は君島コード、そのコマであるミサ姉が起こした実験。そんなの信じたら俺おかしくなっちゃうじゃないの。
They were behind that awful memory? No way.
ああ、頭がどうにかなりそうだよ。だからさ、嘘だって言ってよ。今までの話は全部あんたの妄想だって、そう言ってくれよ。
The world I believed in up until now has been turned upside down. The people I believed in up until now. If this is all true, then I didn't want to know. Ignorance is bliss. Mizuka-san was right. I opened Pandora's box myself. I'm a fool.
頼むよ、言ってくれ。嘘でもいいから妄想だって言ってよ。
残念だが全て真実だ。
Sawada has no mercy. He completely ignores my
そも
pleas.
そも君島公が生きている可能性について私に言及したのは瀬宮だった。今にして思えばそれを瀬宮が話したことで私は完全に彼女のことを信じてしまった。そうして共に協力して君島公の痕跡を追っていながら瀬宮は私に巧みに偽の情報を提供し続けたというわけだ。通りで3年近く探し続けても見つからないわけだ。私も十分滑稽だよ。君島公は実に効果的に情報を誘導した。それにまんまと乗せられてしまったのが君だ。ヤシオカイト。責めているわけではない。沈黙の兵器が相手では私でも抗えなかっただろう。君島レポートもまた世界を騙すためのプロパガンダだった。君島公が無造作にばらまいた情報は今やそれに踊らされた人々によって世界中に増殖し拡散され続けている。その過程で肥大化し尾ひれがつき、噂話は都市伝説からやがて地球規模の陰謀論にまで発展した。憶測は憶測を呼び、何が真実なのかを曖昧にして情報の海の中に覆い隠してしまう。そうして世界を騙し、人々の疑心暗鬼を徹底的に呼び覚まし、極限まで高まったある一点において炸裂させる。その象徴がグランドオベリスクであり、お台場崩壊だった。実際今日世界中で起きたとされる天災は何一つとして起きていない。太陽嵐も来ていない。起きたのはお台場で瀬宮美咲が操縦するハグが暴走したこと。お台場にいる人々が全員同じ幻覚を見ていること。イルオに崩壊したお台場の偽画像がアップされたこと。世界各地の大都市で原因不明の停電が起きていること。無数のデマがネット上に出回っていること。そしてそのデマをマスコミがさも本当のことのように繰り返し流し続けていること。一部でロボットの AI が乗っ取られ、去年のように反乱が起きているようだが、その規模は不明だ。 あとは全て情報に踊らされた人々が巻き起こした騒動。世界中がたった一人の男に踊らされているんだ。
何の目的で？
最初に言ったはずだ。この騒乱の目的はただ一つ。プロジェクトアトムの完遂だ。そのためには種子島から世界中の目をそらす必要がある。
たったそれだけのためにこんな大げさなことを。
だがその目論見はまんまと成功したと言える。世界中の軍も警察もこの騒乱を鎮めることに手一杯だ。世界を滅亡させかねないロケットが今にも発射されようとしている。在日米軍ならば沖縄から向かえば制圧は一瞬だろう。だがそれができない。今種子島のロケットの危険性について知っているのは敵以外ではおそらく私と君だけだ。そして我々に取れる手立てはない。私もこの怪我だ。
Upon hearing his words, I noticed that his face has gone even paler, and he said he performed emergency treatment on himself, but there's a pool of blood where he
あん
sits.
た本当に大丈夫なの？
少なくともしばらくはまともに動けなさそうだ。だが心配しなくていい。私がくたばるまでになんとか仲間に連絡を取ってみるつもりだ。頼りになる連中だからな。残り時間は少ないが伝えることさえできれば何とかしてくれるかもしれん。君は自分のしたことについてあまり気にするな。君島公はたまたま君を標的にしただけだ。もし君が奴の策略に引っかからなかったとしても他の誰かが新たなターゲットになり同じように君島レポートは拡散されていただろう。
でも君島公はターゲットに俺を選んだ。ミサ姉だってそれを知ってて君島公に味方した。
I chased her all this time. Misani was always my objective, but she's...
帰らなくちゃ。種子島に帰らなくちゃ。
だがその方法はどうするつもりだ？
わからないけどさ。今あのロケット発射を止められるのは俺だけなんでしょ。俺がなんとかしないと。
For some reason, a dry laugh comes out of my mouth. I don't feel like I've been betrayed. This was all on me for placing my own expectations on her. And who knows? Maybe Misani doesn't think she's betrayed us at all. The true identity of this emotion that's been smoldering at the bottom of my heart.
悔しい。そうだよ。悔しいんだ。
I worked so hard to catch up to her. I thought I was close. She felt like she was within reach. But instead, I discovered she never even thought of me as anything more than a crappy NPC before tossing me away. And that pisses me off.
だから俺が止めてやる。そうしないと気は済まない。気に食わない。気に入らない。やられたままで泣き寝入りなんてできないし。
I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated, and the only way to make good is to take this final chance and make a comeback.
君島公が敵だろうが味方だろうがどうでもいい。 ミサ姉の真意もどうでもいい。勝負を仕掛けられたんだ。こっちを騙して知らないうちに勝負に持ち込まれてたんだ。その売られた勝負、負けっぱなしじゃ終わらせられないでしょうが。これは全員以上をかけた勝負でもあるんだ。
君は。
When I glance over at Sawada, he looks genuinely
俺
surprised.
はどんな手を使ってでも島に戻る。
Sawada quietly chuckles and shrugs his
も
shoulders.
し島に戻るつもりならそれを持っていけ。
Sawada points at a knapsack with an NIV device inside.
電磁波照射装置。
それ単体では役に立たない。スロットに専用のカートリッジを刺さなければ動かないだろう。だがもし使えるようになれば大きな武器になる。相手も人間だ。電磁波をぶつければ何らかの計画を見せられる可能性がある。有効活用し。
Good use. I pick up the knapsack and sling it over my shoulder. I then remove the handgun from my pocket and put it at Sawada's feet.
返せ。俺のゲーム必要ない。
そうか。
Sawada doesn't even look at the gun.
もし種子島に無事に戻れたならコードネーム S ブラウンによろしく伝える。
S ブラウン。
要は私も知らない仲間の一人だがオンラインだけの付き合いでな。
Game
君と
on.
も面識があ
said
る。
Best viewers on asterisk asterisk.
After shooting him a response, I exit the expo arena without looking back. The sun's gone down. Even at night, the grand obelisk floats up in the darkness. The moon up high is slender. This might be the quietest night I've ever seen in Tokyo. I'm guessing it's because of the lack of cars. Until yesterday, the city was lit up to a dazzling degree, but there are almost no lights tonight, and so it's super dark. That said, it's still brighter than Tanegashima at night. On the opposite shore, the heart of Tokyo's 23 wards looks darker than usual too. I wonder when this place will recover from the blackout. God, this is so frustrating. How much of Sawada's words were true, and how much of it was pure delusion? I can't sort it out right now. Sawada and Ko Kimijima. There's no way for me to check who's right or wrong, and it's not like I can fix the blackout myself. I've been walking around Odaiba all night trying to figure out what my next move is. I eventually concluded that I would have to walk all the way to Haneda Airport. Compared to the daytime, there are much fewer people walking around. Most people have sought refuge indoors at places like Expo Arena Sky, Fujisan TV, hotels, and shopping malls. In Odaiba, there was a clear distinction between who wanted to leave and people who wanted to stay. Apparently, most of the people who decided to leave headed in the direction of Harumi to reach the city center. Not being able to use a car is a pretty big deal. The cars on the road are able to move normally, so almost all of them left Odaiba. I hardly see any left. The giant parking garages are something else, though. I guess the people who parked in there had to give up on getting their cars. The garages have electronic locks. There are service robots at the exits and entrances. Since they've gone haywire, there's no way in or out. I'm sure you could probably force your car through, but nobody's even tried. Are they just assuming it would be impossible? People are assuming that since electronic devices are unusable because of the disturbance, cars would be too. This is absurd. There are still over 100,000 people in Odaiba. Not a single one of them thought to force their car through. Is this what it means to be under the effects of propaganda? Back in the hotel lobby, Mr. Candy informs me that Akiho is resting in our
アキち
room.
ゃん、起きてる？
The door wasn't locked, so when I enter without knocking, I see Akiho on the bed clutching her
アキちゃん？
knees.
ノック。
まあまあ、こんな時だから気にしないでよ。
カイ、ごめん。
Akiho's voice sounds dry.
今は出てってほしい。
なんで？
顔ぐしゃぐしゃだから、あんまり見られたくない。
She's been like this ever since we fled the expo arena. That said, I have no intention of doing as told. I start packing up my belongings in the corner of the room.
アキちゃんの気持ちはわかるよ。ミサ姉のことが大好きだったもんね。そのミサ姉にさ、仲間と一緒に頑張って作ったロボットをぶっ壊されちゃったら、さすがにショックでかいでしょ。でも、そこで立ち止まっちゃったら、俺の知ってる無駄に前向きなアキちゃんじゃない。こういう時、いつものアキちゃんなら頑張れるのセリフの一つでも叫んでさ、一層気合を入れ。
うちは全然ちっとも前向きなんかじゃない。
Akiho raises her head as she screams at me. Her glare is piercing. I'm actually a little surprised. I've never really seen Akiho snap like this.
泣きたい時ぐらいしょっちゅうあるし、お姉ちゃんに毎日電話かけたかったけど、嫌われてるんじゃないかって思ったらかけれなかったし、お姉ちゃんに会いに行くことだっていくらでもできたのにそうしなかったし、怖かったの。怖かったんだよ。ねえカイ、うちね、お姉ちゃんに会うのがこの7年怖くて怖くて仕方なかったんだよ。お姉ちゃんが島から出ていく時に言われちゃったから、あんたは所詮平凡なやつだって言われちゃったから、うちなんかお姉ちゃんにとってみれば出来の悪い鬱陶しい妹でしかないんだってずっと怯えてた。
Akiho isn't even trying to hold back her tears anymore. How much has she cried today? Too much. Her eyes are completely red.
よかった。うち東京なんかに来なければよかった。ロボット作らなければよかった。お姉ちゃんに会わなければよかった。夢なんて持たなければよかった。
アキちゃんはもう一度ミサ姉に会ってきちんと話を聞きたいって思わないわけ？
もう会いたくない。会ったってどうせお姉ちゃんはうちのことなんて見てくれないよ。
味だよ。疲れちゃった。しばらく一人になりたい。
だったらお望み通りここで一人でメソメソしてればいい。俺はアキちゃんに付き合うつもりはないけどね。ちょっとがっかりしたよ。
カイ、そんなこと言わないでよ。
I lift up my bag after packing it with what I need.
俺は何としても島に戻る。
島に戻ってどうするつもり？
ミサ姉は今、種子島にいる可能性が高い。
そう。
もう一度ミサ姉に会うんだ。それじゃ。
カイ！
Akiho panics and fumbles off the bed, but instead of trying to help her, I immediately exit the room. Every minute, every second counts. First things first, I gotta get to the airport. I entrust Akiho to Mr. Candy, then leave the hotel and check my map. The shortest route to Haneda Airport is riding the Aqualiner. Unfortunately, it's currently out of service. By foot, I have 3 pathways available to me. First, I can cross the Rainbow Bridge. Then I can walk south along the coast from Shinagawa. Sadly, the bridge is closed. Sounds like a no-go. My next option is the shortest path, the Metro Expressway Bayshore Route Tunnel. It's usually off limits for pedestrians, but it's closed for traffic right now, so there are no cars. This might work. Third, I can hit the Tokyo Harbor Coastal Road at Harumi and exit at Heiwajima, another car route.
一番わかりやすいルートで行こ
Below the bridge, I can see the Bayshore route shrouded in darkness. It's probably dark inside of the tunnel, too. Glad I brought a flashlight with me. Akio comes chasing after me. She clings to my arm.
ねえ待ってよ。一人でどうやって島に戻るの？
う。とりあえず羽田まで行く。後のことはそれから考える。歩けば3時間ぐらいあればたどり着けるみたいだし。
でもだって飛行機飛んでないよ。
もしかしたら突然鹿児島行きの便が復活したりするかもしれない。鹿児島じゃなくてもいい。九州のどこかまで行けるならきっとなんとかなる。とにかく何としてでもミサ姉に会わなくちゃならないんだ。アキちゃんも読んだでしょ、君島レポート。あそこに書かれてたプロジェクトアーテム。ミサ姉は今まさにそれを実行しようとしてるかもしれないんだ。 TNSC のロケットを悪いことに使って50億人を殺そうとしてるんだよ。
Akiho's eyes widen as she shakes her head in denial. I grab her by the shoulders and look her straight in the eyes.
それを知ってるのは今のところ俺たちだけなんだよ。だから俺は島に行く。
カイはお姉ちゃんのこと好きなの？
Is this really the time or place for this? Why would she suddenly ask me that? Whatever. It doesn't matter.
あ、好きだったよ、以前まで。
I hold Akiho in my arms.
それは理由じゃない。世界を救うためとかそんな大それた理由でもない。もっとストイックでくだらない理由さ。俺はミサ姉との勝負にケリをつけに行くんだ。
勝負に蹴りってどういう？
勝負なんだよこれは。俺にとってはね。初戦は俺の負けだった。何とかしてやられた。ここまでコケにされたらさ、黙ってられないでしょ。
I was always the one doing the chasing. I just wanted to surpass her, and reaching the top would mean that I did. I got to where I am believing that. I've spent my entire life chasing after this distant goal.
勝ち逃げなんて許さない。50億人を殺す前にもう一度ミサ姉には勝負してもらう。そこで勝てば俺が全一だ。
カイ。
アキちゃんはどう？ミサ姉にやられっぱなしでいいの？ミサ姉を人類史上最悪の虐殺者にしちゃってもいいわけ
50億人とかそんなの重すぎるよ。
I can feel Akiho's back trembling a little.
うちらみたいなのが背負えるものじゃない。ねえカイが一人で頑張ってもどうにもならないよ。もうやめよう。安全になるまでここでじっとしてようよ。
Akiho's a goner. She probably won't recover for a while yet. I guess I'll have to leave her here. What's this sound? A sound that cuts through the silence, pokes and prods at my ears. Is that the sound of car tires? Eventually I see a light coming from deep inside the Tokyo Harbor Tunnel. It's the headlights of a car. A single car comes speeding out from the tunnel. Wait, if I can catch a ride with them, I might be able to get to Haneda. I distance myself from Akiho and look down under the bridge. Emerging from the tunnel is a crappy looking white small car. It sways around a bit as it zooms along. Eventually it comes to a stop in the middle of the road right below me. The driver's side door opens. With all the highway lights off, I can't make out the person from the top of the bridge.
羽田空港まで乗せてってくれませんか
I make the request knowing full well that they might say no.
なんだもしかして
Stream
ヤシオと
Element
背宮妹が
said, Stay moist, my friends.
The
Hydrate.
driver somehow identifies us by
い
name.
いかお前ら先生はな車で猛スピードを出すとまっすぐ走れないこれ豆知識な
That definitely doesn't qualify as a pro tip. And wait a second.
ミッチ
I doubt my eyes. The figure steps in front of the headlights and all of my doubt vanishes. The man that appears before us in all of his tracksuit glory is the very same teacher we couldn't get in touch with.
おじきを呼んでこい島に戻るぜ
Michi gives me a thumbs up, almost as if he saw through everything.
しっかり捕まってるよ
The 658cc four-cylinder engine roars. The Ariake Junction entrance to the Rainbow Bridge has the crossing gate down. Michi charges the car straight toward it.
ぶつかる緊急事態だ構えやしねえよ
He's totally ignoring traffic laws. Meech smashes into the gate without braking, and the car zips right through it. We drive down the junction to the closed-off Daiba line.
むちゃくちゃすぎるよミッチ
だからインパクトは抜群じゃない
やなんで楽しんでるんですか
And wait, isn't the Rainbow Bridge closed? Are we gonna be okay?
もっと優しく。
何言ってんだ先生はちゃんと法定速度守ってるぞ
The fact that his driving is so messed up despite doing the speed limit is actually kind of impressive. We've been jerking left and right in our seats this whole time. At last I see the Rainbow Bridge in front of us. It's not lit up. Even the aircraft warning lights are off, so it's totally shrouded in darkness.
光彦お前どこに向かっとるんだ
え羽田じゃないの
羽田なら逆方向だの
どうせ羽田に行ったって飛行機は飛んでねえだろちなみに東京には羽田と成田飛行場が2つしかないと思ってねえかそんなことはねえんだぜ俺豆な向かってんのはな調布だよ調布調布空港そこ有名東京住んでる人でもほとんど知らねえんじゃないかちょっとミッチーさ本当にその空港存在するわけするさ
Michi grips the steering wheel and grins.
ちなみにその空港に隣接してる施設なこいつが重要だ特別に教えてやるから覚えとけ JAXA 調布航空宇宙センターってんだこれも豆知識
The engine's noises grow louder. And before I can collect my thoughts, we've already zoomed through the Rainbow Bridge. The car's tires screech against the asphalt as we slip into the circular route junction. It took some time to get to Chofu. There weren't any other cars on the road, but the streetlights were all out. This meant that the roads formed something of a dark labyrinth. Unfortunately, Michi ended up going the wrong way more than once. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the Chofu interchange. Chofu Airport is more like an airfield with a single runway. While it seems several times larger than the old Tanegashima Airport, it doesn't feel that way thanks to the darkness. There are multiple small aircraft parked on the airport apron. Most of them look like Cessnas. Don't tell me we're going to head to Tanegashima in a Cessna. Akiho's a mess thanks to Michi's pro driving skills. She was already worse for wear. Now she basically looks like a zombie. I lend her a shoulder and she basically clings to my body.
こっちだ。
Michi leads the way and we find a single propeller plane parked close to the runway.
これは種子島で運行しとるのと同型機じゃの。
He's right. It can carry about 30 people. Upon closer inspection, the company name written on the frame is also the same. The ramp has already been lowered, making it possible to see the caption on standby in the cockpit. Other than that, I don't see a single passenger inside. As for cabin crew, there might not be one. Michi then waves his hand at the cockpit window.
ヤシオさん、わざわざすいません。は？いや、待て。
I run up to the plane and can't believe my eyes when I peer into the cockpit. The captain sees me and salutes. I can see the man inside clear as day thanks to the cockpit lights. There's no mistaking it.
父さん、なんでここにいるの？っていうかミッチ、どういうことさ？何がどうなってるんだよ。
Michi shrugs his shoulders, a blank expression on his face.
天のおじさんっていたろ、逆さの。
ナエさんが何なの？
東京に出発する1週間くらい前にな、急に俺とヤシオの親父さんが呼び出されたんだよ。
Naysan called Dad.
近々テロが起きる可能性があるってな。で、俺にはもしも東京で何か起きた場合、調布空港へ行けって教えてくれた。ヤシオの親父さんには東京でテロが起きたら調布空港まで飛行機で飛んでくれって頼んでた。上に話は通ってるとも言ってたな。
Wait, could Naysan possibly be the Esperon that Sawada mentioned?
じゃあ父さんは昼間に太陽嵐騒動が起きてからここまで飛んできたの？
I look up at the cockpit again. Dad seems to be hurriedly checking some meters. I'm the only one here who knows that we didn't get hit with anything. In other words, Dad came here knowing his plane might be turned into a brick mid-flight.
なんて無茶を。
細かい話は後だ。もう準備はできてる。急いで出発するぞ。
He's right. The details don't matter. Now's not the time to think about who Naysan really is, or Dad's recklessness. I have something I have to do, something I want. And that's to face Misani in a match. Mr. Candy and Michi both head toward the aircraft ramp. I'm about to follow them when I notice Akiho is frozen in place. She's holding herself, trembling.
本当に島に戻るの？うち怖いよ。
アキちゃんは会わなくても別にいいよ。でも東京に一人で残るのも寂しいでしょ。とりあえず島まで一緒に行こう。アキちゃんの両親だってきっと心配してるだろうし。
But Akiko remained still, her head held low.
かごめかごめ
Unexpectedly, I hear a singing voice coming from the darkness of the
か
runway.
ごの中の鳥は
Someone's there, shrouded in darkness. A ghost, an
い
illusion.
ついつでやる
Scared, Akiko tightly grips my hand.
夜明けの晩に
Amidst the silence, the sound of footsteps gradually grows
つ
closer.
ると亀が滑った
And at last the source of the voice reveals itself from the shadows. That appearance, that face, there's no way I would mistake it. Irie! Hello there. Irie Yukifune, born 9/27/1995, age 25, blood type AB.
ありゃ宇宙が丘公園の幽霊じゃねえか。録画しとくべきか。
あの子って ID だよね
The AI program created by Ko Kimijima, Misa-ni's friend. Judging by her expression, she seems more like Geiji-ni at the moment. I can't sense any kind of emotion from her. It's like she has no soul. She wears an empty expression on her face. It's like she's looking at someone, but unable to see
後
anyone.
ろの正面誰
She mumbles quietly. Which one is she? Is she the real Irie Yukifune? Or is she the AR program made by Ko Kimijima? I'm looking at her without using a phone droid right now, so common sense says that she's the real one. But that doesn't mean anything, especially considering what happened with Misani and the Grand Obelisk. She could just be another illusion visible to the naked eye. Plus, her timing leads me to believe that she must have been waiting for us. Irie begins to slowly raise her thin arm. She stops at about shoulder height. In her hand is a black handgun that coolly reflects the moonlight, completely unbefitting her young appearance. I'm concerned for a moment, but then remind myself that if she's just an AR program, the gun isn't real. This is just a bluff too. Some of the asphalt at our feet goes flying. That was a real bullet.
本物の銃。
In other words, the Irie in front of us is no illusion.
雪船入り
That's impossible. Irie Yukifune is hospitalized in Shibuya. There's no way she could make it to Chofu in all this chaos. Hell, the fact that she was waiting for us is even crazier. I never told her that we were coming here. I didn't even know this was an option until 2 hours ago. Nobody else here knows Irie Yukifune, and yet here she is, dramatically appearing and singing Kagome Kagome. She shouldn't have any memories from A.R. Irie, so why did she sing that song?
無駄なことをしようとしているね
Irie begins to speak, but as I suspected, there's no emotion behind her
君た
words.
ちをここから飛び立たせはしないどうしても行きたいというなら私を引き殺してから行くといい
Her tone is altogether different from A.R. Irie, Irie Yukifune, and even Geiji-ni. She's different from every other Irie. Then who is she?
もちろん、私は生身の人間だ。引けば肉は裂け、骨は砕け、内臓は潰れ、血が流れ出す。
Someone's watching me. And it's not Irie. Someone's got their eyes on me somewhere, but I have no clue where they are. Are they hidden in the darkness, right next to me, behind me, in the
そ
plane?
の覚悟が君たちにあるのなら、好きにするといい。
あんたは誰だ？
ヤシオ、
Michi then whispers into my
イル
ear.
オであの子を見てみろ。
I hurriedly whip out my phone droid and turn the camera toward Irie. I then boot up IRUO, and there, right on my screen, it's a man. He's right behind Irie. He's close enough to be touching her. His body is slim and his hair is long.
あの男は。
A man invisible to the naked eye. A man only visible in AR. A ghost. The wandering dead. Don't tell me he... I've never seen that face before, but...
まさか。君島こ
As soon as he hears me say the name aloud, the man's lips twist into a wicked grin. Everything Sawada said was true. The culprit behind everything, the mastermind behind it all, the man who changed Misani, the man who deceived me. It's him. All this is happening because of him.
計画はすでに9割が完了しているんだ。
I can hear his
ポケコン
voice.
から声が。
It's the same system as AR Irie. It's programmed so that the voice we hear changes based on position.
車に制動距離というものがあるように、急に止めることなどできはしない。
Is this Ko Kimijima's
だ
voice?
から沢田君や君たちがどれだけ頑張ってももう手遅れなのさ。君たちでは止められない。何より10年以上を費やした計画だからね。万全を期したいという思いが僕の中にあるんだ。計画にとってイレギュラーな要素はできるだけ排除したい。君たちの出番はもうないんだ。退場したのに勝手にまた舞台に上がってきてもらっては困るんだよ。
His voice is soft. Actually, it's kind of weak. Mr. Candy would make for a better final boss. Wait, no, I can't let him fool me. If what Sawada has said is true, this man is the weapon of silence, a being trying to massacre 5 billion people.
もし君が僕らの邪魔をするというなら、例えばこの雪船愛理を。
Ko Kimijima's hand covers Irie Yukifune's hand, holding the gun. She's like a puppet on a string. Irie Yukifune and Ko Kimijima's hand movements are synchronized. He bends Irie's arm and raises the gun. He then places its muzzle up against her temple. Despite what's happening, Irie's expression remains
死
vacant.
に追いやることになる。
え、やめろ！
I swallow my breath. I choose my words wisely as I talk to the Phantom Man.
あんたは死んだはずだ。アイリと同じただの AI なのか？
AI といえば AI なのかもしれないね。ただ愛理とはデータ量が違う。僕の記憶や人格をデータに置き換えて移植している。記憶のデータ化はアメリカのとある大学の研究で実際に行われていることでね。論文も発表されている。それを応用させてもらったんだ。 いわば僕はネットワーク上に記憶ごと移植された人格ということになる。これにより疑似的にではあるけど永遠の命を手に入れたんだ。羨ましいかい？本来であればもっとじっくりと研究し完璧な形で移植を行いたかったんだけど、瀬宮美咲に殺されてしまうというアクシデントに見舞われてね。
Misani killed Ko Kimijima. I thought they were friends. I'm so confused. Once again, I have no clue what's going on. What is Misani's goal in all this? I glance over at Akiho to see her reaction. She looks stunned.
故に僕は死の直前に仮移植していた不完全なアルファ版のデータでのみ構成されている。おかげで生前ほどの力を出し切れず、計画の実行にも10年を要してしまったよ。本来プロジェクトアトムは2015年に実行予定だったんだがね。
ミサ姉があんたを殺したってどういう？
彼女は実に勇敢で野蛮だったよ。あの日僕が行っていた貴重な実験をやめさせようとしたんだ。
An important experiment.
アネモネゴ。
そうだ。電磁波照射により人間の集団に一斉に幻覚を見せることは可能かどうかを実証する実験だ。
How could he say something like that and so nonchalantly? How much suffering does he think he put me, Akiho, and everyone else on that ship through over the last 10 years?
その日の実験では電磁波を限界まで強めてみて限界を探ろうというものでね。本来アネモネ号に乗り合わせた乗員乗客はみんな殺してしまう予定だったんだよ。
なんだって。
そうだな。あと10分も実験を続けていたらそういう結果になっていただろうね。それをちょうど僕の家を訪ねてきた美咲に話したらやめろと言われてね。だがやめろと言われてやめるバカもいないだろう。当然のように拒否したら
殺させない。アキもカイも殺させない。殺させるもんか。殺させ死んだの。私は
おかげで僕の頭はスイカを落としたように粉々になってしまった。まったくひどいことをしてくれる。だから僕はそれから1ヶ月ぐらいした頃に美咲の元に現れてあげたんだ。あとは簡単だった。彼女の罪の意識をえぐってやったらすぐに落ちたよ。それ以来僕のために働いてもらっている。今では完全に僕の手足であり言いなりだよ。全世界生中継の中で死ねと言えば本当に死ぬかもしれないな。つまりこういうことだ。美咲は君たちを助けたがために人類史上最悪の虐殺者になろうとしている。 つての瀬宮美咲などいないんだ。彼女は罪を背負った。僕という人間を殺したその瞬間に美咲の一生は決定したんだ。それとも君たちがあえて美咲を殺すかい？世界を救うために。それはとても立派だけどね。おそらくそうなれば今度は僕は君たちを道具に仕立て上げるだろう。お姉さんを殺したという罪の意識を利用してね。やがて世界を救った英雄は世界を滅ぼす悪魔へと失墜する。そういうシナリオもあながち悪くはない。僕には時間はいくらでもあるからやり直すことに抵抗もない。どうする？美咲と殺し合うために島へ行くかい？ちなみに美咲は昼間君たちのロボットを破壊したスメラギ2番機で武装しているよ。次は君たちを本気で殺しに行くよう指示しておくとしようかな。
俺は。
When I try to respond, the person who holds me back and steps forward, Ko Kimijima, is.
アキちゃん。
Her expression is calm and collected. There's not an ounce of fear in her eyes. She looks straight at Airi Yukifune and Ko Kimijima behind her, invisible to the naked eye.
君島さん、うちのお姉ちゃんは今でもロボットのこと好きですか？
アキちゃん、何を。
面白い質問をするね。
Ko Kimijima
好
smiles.
きなんじゃないかな。美咲はたまにキルバラというゲームをプレイしているよ。
She's Taggy Ringer, nicknamed Taggy Ren. That really was Misani.
お姉ちゃんは今もお姉ちゃんのままなんだ。
From where I'm standing, I can see Akiho clench her
う
fists.
ちにとってロボットは絆だった。うちにとってロボットは夢だった。ロボットは希望だった。ロボットは仲間との努力の結晶だった。うちらの命令にあの子たちは素直に従ってくれる。うちらがきちんと指示してあげないと一人で歩くことさえできないの。あんなに大きいのに世話ばっかり焼かせるどうしようもない子たちで。でもしっかり向き合えば向き合うほどあっちもそれに応えてくれる。ただの機械の塊なのに魂でも宿ってるんじゃないかって思えてくるの。日本人はね、ロボットをすぐ擬人化するでしょ。どんなものにでも魂が宿るっていう価値観の日本人らしい考え方だってうちは思うんだ。ガンツク1もガンツク2もうちにとって自分の子供みたいなものだった。それなのにお姉ちゃんはそれを壊したの。ロボットのことが大好きだったお姉ちゃんが壊したの。どんな気分だったんだろう。悲しかったかな、辛かったかな、それとも何も感じることができないでいるのかな。うちは許さない。お姉ちゃんにそんなことをさせるよう仕向けた君島子、あなたを許さない。
許さないのは結構だけど、それでどうするんだい？君たちに美咲を止める術はあるのかな？さっきも言ったけど美咲はスメラギで武装しているよ。 それに彼女には10人ほどの仲間もいる。彼らは銃器を扱うプロだ。
It's then that Akiho starts to laugh fearlessly. She doesn't look at me, but she does grab my hand with hers. I grip it firmly in
悪の
response.
ロボットを倒すのは正義のロボットだって昔からずっと決まってる。
Seriously? Oh no. Wait.
うちらにはお姉ちゃんが設計したとっておきの巨大ロボがあるんだから。
We're gonna drag out prototype Model 1? That piece of junk? I didn't think she would play that card. Aki-chan, you're the goddamn
知
best.
らないかもしれないから君島さんに教えてあげる。巨大二足歩行ロボットはこれまでに何十回も何百回も世界滅亡の危機を救ってきてるんだ。
Well, in anime and games anyhow. Though I suppose she's not technically wrong.
だから今回もロボットが世界を救う。うちらの作ったロボが、うちらの夢が詰まったロボが、あなたたちの悪いロボットを倒して、あなたを倒して、お姉ちゃんを倒して、世界を救ってやるんだ。300人委員会も旅ストック研究所もプロジェクトアトムも君島校も全部クソったれだ。お姉ちゃんなんてクソくらいだ。完璧超人のお姉ちゃんになんて負けるもんか。正義は絶対に勝つんだ。勝ってうちらがお姉ちゃんを助けるんだ。
Now that's what I call a shout from the soul.
だから今回もロボットが世界を救う。うちらの作ったロボが、うちらの夢が詰まったロボが、あなたたちの悪いロボットを倒して、あなたを倒して、お姉ちゃんを倒して、世界を救ってやるんだ。
It's a live broadcast. The video just suddenly started playing on Naga Fukada's Twipo account. Former club president Shinomiya Senpai is passionately yelling somewhere dark. Yashio Senpai is holding her hand. Who are they talking to? What are they talking about? I don't know the details, but what I do know.
夢が詰まったロボット、正義のロボットが世界を救う。
Such a simplistic view of good and evil sounds exactly like the super robot anime that Shinomiya Senpai enjoys. As far as I'm concerned, those stories are too childish. They lack appeal. So why? What's this strange feeling welling up in my chest? Why are there tears in my eyes? My gaze is naturally drawn to the cardboard box in the corner of my room. My leg is in a cast, so I basically have to crawl to the box. I open the lid and take a look inside. It's there that I find the wreckage of my old partner. He's been broken for half a year now. It was 10 years ago when I saw Misaki Shinomiya, a high schooler at the time, at Robo 1. I became fascinated with robots. That fascination is what brought me to M45. I pick up one of the parts. I gently wrap its cold sensation in the palm of my hand. The memories came flooding back. When I was in elementary school, at a small toy shop, I had a small RC toy bought for me. After watching Robo 1, I desperately wanted a robot of my own. Of course, there were no bipedal RC robot toys back then, so I got an animal type with 4 legs. Naturally, it was my dad who bought it for me. I remember what he said to me that day.
ちゃんと自分で責任を持って組み立てるんだぞ。それと絶対に途中で投げ出すな。まあ頭のいいスバルならこんなのすぐ組み立てられるだろう。 僕は
I look at my left leg. It's held in place by a hard cast. During surgery, I had multiple bolts inserted into it. If I don't take painkillers, the intense pain keeps me from
僕
sleeping.
はそれでも
When I take another look deep inside my heart, the answer comes immediately. No, I already had the answer. This entire month, ever since I broke my leg. I've just been thinking the whole time, and after hearing Sinomiya Senpai spill her soul, well, I can't possibly sit here any longer. I put on a change of clothes and exit my room with crutches in hand. Dad is in the living room. He's staring out at the darkness through the window. He said he saw a swarm of robots during the day at sea, so he must still be worried about it.
どこへ行く？
Just hearing his voice makes my body tremble. Dad has always been a massive wall that I could never overcome. I have all the respect in the world for him, and I'm serious about inheriting his work.
部
However,
活へ
I barely manage to squeeze out the words without stuttering.
部活へ行ってくる。
I look Dad straight in the eyes, and I make my intentions clear. I'm still a member of the Robot Club.
気づいたんだよ。僕はロボットを作るのが好きだ。今までずっとその気持ちと向き合うのを避けてきた。いつもそれはいけないことだって自重してきた。でもやっぱり僕は子供の頃からずっと好きなんだ。この気持ちを大切にしたいんだ。それでまた大怪我をしたらどうする？しかもこんな時にこんな時間にこんな天気で出ていくだと？お前は親の気持ちを何だと思ってるんだ？父さんが心配してくれてるのは嬉しいよ。それを裏切ってきた自分も恥ずかしく思う。でも今じゃないとダメなんだ。今僕が仲間にできることがある。もう悔いを残したくない。自分で責任を持って最後まで組み立てたいから。絶対に途中で投げ出したくないから。これが僕の夢だから。だからごめん父さん、僕行かないと。勝手にしろ。
He spits out his reply and withdraws into his own room. I was prepared to get socked once or twice, so his response leaves me a bit shocked. I bow my head, put on a raincoat, and leave the house. I didn't encounter a single person or car on the way to the old airport. The island is essentially under martial law light right now. Rumors that armed terrorists have taken over the Tanegashima Space Center have spread around the whole island already. I've heard that everyone from Minamitanecho has been evacuated to my high school, but there's nobody at the old airport located next door. Just a locked hangar, and prototype Model 1 sleeping inside of it. Or at least that's what I thought. The hangar door is open, and from inside I hear a familiar voice.
大徳先輩。
きほちゃんの動画を見て、私ここに来ちゃいけないって思ってた。今でも思ってる。でもあきほちゃんのあの言葉聞いちゃったら、なんだかいても立ってもいられなくて。
僕もあれを聞いてここに来た口です。
1号機くん、組み立て直すんだよね。あきほちゃんはそう言ってた。ごめんなさい。私今日まで一度も日高くんにちゃんと謝れてなかった。本当にごめんなさい。私のせいでロボ部は終わっちゃったけど、でもそんなの嫌だった。どうしても嫌だったの。私がね、日高くんに怪我をさせた私がこんなこと言う資格ないかもしれないけど、でも私は入れなくてもいいから、あきほちゃんとヤシオくんと日高くんと幸次郎さんでロボ部を続けてもらいたくて、それを言うためにここに。
Daitoku Senpai starts shaking her head left and right. She had been trying to hold back tears this entire time, but she's given up. The big teardrops are already gushing from her eyes.
違うよ、そうじゃないの。私もロボ部続けたい。みんなとまた一緒にロボット作りたいの。
Daitoku Senpai wails loudly. Her face is a total mess. Even then, she doesn't try to wipe away the tears. She simply falls to her knees.
先輩、
こんなことで許してもらえるとは思ってないけど、どうせ役立たずだし戦力にもならないけど、それでも。
Daitoku Senpai gets on her hands and knees and puts her head down.
もう一度頑張りたい。みんなのおかげでできた新しいこの夢を終わらせたくない。お願い、日高くん。勝手な言い分だって分かってるけど、許して。私にも手伝わせてお願いします。
The sound of the rain echoes loudly through the hangar. I don't think I've ever been here at night. I let out a sigh.
手は差し伸べませんよ。何しろ片足が折れてますんでね。自分で顔を上げてさっさと立ってください。大徳先輩には謝ってる暇はないんです。僕はこの足ですからまともに動けません。 代わりに先輩に僕の分まで働いてもらいます。それでチャラにします。
ひどくありがとう。ありがとう。先輩女子を土下座させ奴隷となることを強要する性的な意味で、それなんてエロゲ。
I'm suddenly assailed by a bright light.
誰だ。
It's the light of a flashlight. Two figures appear.
これからメガネのことを鬼畜メガネと呼ぶ。日本は認めない。
誰が鬼畜メガネだ。大徳先輩、ほら早く立ってください。変な誤解をされちゃうでしょうが。
ごめん。
Daitoku Senpai stands straight up, then staggers a little. She falls over toward me. This is bad. If she falls on me, I won't be able to hold her up. Actually, my leg could be in serious trouble. But I have no escape route. Just when I come to expect the worst, Tenoji-san dashes between us and holds up Daitoku Senpai.
大丈夫ですか？すみません。
Is it just me, or was she insanely fast just now? Yet here she is, smiling as usual.
スバルくんとジュンナちゃん、それにコロちゃん、元ロボ部メンバー勢ぞろいですね。
元じゃありません。現ロボ部ですよ。
いいです。すごくいいです。青春って感じですね。素敵です。皆さん、あきほちゃんの熱い演説を聞いてここに来たんですよね。
Daitoku Senpai and I both nod. As for Furugori,
あんな演説と呼べるもんじゃなくね。熱い演説ってのは例えば諸君、私は戦争が好きだみたいな、そういうのを指すんだっつ。だが部長先輩のもあなんかよかった。これは勝ち。
she's muttering to herself.
だったら皆さんやることは一つのはず。
A familiar truck with a crane comes driving up to the hangar with perfect timing, and out from the driver's seat.
おお、揃ってんな。
It's Doc. He acts like he expected us to be together.
始めるぜ。これから24時間が勝負だ。睡もしてる余裕はねえからな。気合い入れてけ。
Without explaining a single thing, he dives right into barking orders.
藤田さんロックですね。
いや、ロックなのはアキオさ。ありゃ大した玉だよ。
We don't need further instructions. There are only 5 of us here, but we're all thinking the same thing. We glance at prototype model 1 lying quietly in the darkness. Prez, Yashio Senpai, we'll do everything in our power to get him up and running. We'll be waiting for you both to come back. The clear sound of applause echoes across the dark runway. Without breaking his smile, Ko Kimijima claps his hands, gun still drawn on Irie. This is his response to Akiho's courageous
つ
declaration.
まり君たちはこう言いたいわけだ。自分たちの手でお姉さんを殺してやると。なかなか素直だね。そういうのは好きだよ。世の中には本音を隠して適当な建前を言う人間ばかりだからね。でもそうか。残念だよ。世界を救うために親しい人をあえて殺す道を選ぶなんて勇敢ではあるが、君たちは本当に野蛮で残酷だ。
Ko Kimijima scoffs at us. He once again places his hand over Irie's, the one holding the gun. Irie's finger is already on the trigger. The muzzle is still pressed against her temple.
だったら手始めに君たちがそういう選択をしたことでどういう結果がもたらされるのか一つ事例を示してみようか。
No, 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 no.
入りを離せ。その人は無関係だろ。
無関係？いいえ、そんなことはないよ。今の今まで彼女は僕の人質だった。そして今は君たちが見捨てた人質だ。
やめて。
君たちが選んだんだよ。残酷な君たちが世界を救おうとするその意志と引き換えにした命だ。
やめろ。
だから僕はこの女を容赦なく殺すよ。君たちが種子島に来て美咲と戦おうとするならどういう結末が待っているか、それをしっかりと理解してもらうためにもね。君たちも決して目をそらしてはいけない。見届けるのだ。君たちが見捨てた命の最後。
Even from this distance, I can tell. The finger that Irie has on the trigger has begun to tense up.
よせ。
If she squeezes any further, Irie's going to die.
せっかく10年ぶりに目覚めたっていうのに。恨むなら世界の救世主になりたがっている彼らを恨むといいよ。さようなら、アイリ。
よせ。ボインちゃん。
Suddenly, a rainbow-colored bullet with an annoying voice zips across my field of vision. That bullet flies directly at Irie. It snatches the gun from her hand and soars high into the air.
でかしたぞ太郎。
おじきのインコか。
This is crazy. Irie's life was in the hands of that bird? What would have happened if he screwed up? I internally curse up a storm while dashing toward Irie. As if her strings have been cut, Irie collapses to the floor, powerless. Looks like she's been freed from Ko Kimijima's curse. I hurriedly pick Irie up. Her body is shockingly light.
君島孔明、消えやがった。
Michi is using his phone droid to look around. Did Ko Kimijima really withdraw? I doubt it. He must be waiting for us on Tanegashima.
今のうちに出発しよう。
We all nod in response to Akiho's suggestion. I rush into the plane with Irie on my back. The sexual harassment parakeet also comes flying in, handgun in its claws. After checking to make sure everyone's on board, we stow the ramp. With the door closed and locked tight, I shout toward the cockpit.
父さん出して
The propellers start spinning, slowly at first, and gradually gain speed. I sit Irie down in a seat and fasten the seatbelt. The aircraft starts to slowly bust toward the runway. After making sure Irie is secure, I plant myself next to Akiho. I fasten my seatbelt, take a deep breath, and Akiho puts her hand over mine. Her hand is shaking like crazy. She says my name, but immediately hangs her head low. Akiho's tearing up again. She's doing everything in her power not to start crying. Our fingers intertwine and she grips onto my hand tightly. Her nails are digging into me. It hurts, but I can deal with it.
お姉ちゃん倒してお願い
任せなよ俺は最初からそのつもりさ
離陸の準備が整いました。これより出発いたします。JAC プレス午後9時23分種子島直行便です。緊急時につき飛行計画なしの際予期せぬ急上昇急降進路変更などあるかもしれません。どうかご心配必ず皆さんを種子島に送り届けます。短い間で空の旅をどうか楽しんでください。それから私はお前のため誇りに思い神様の皆様よろしくお願いします。
ああ分かってる
The engine starts to roar. The plane suddenly accelerates. I can feel the G-force on my entire body. The plane's frame inclines diagonally, and the ground outside the window slowly grows distant. Farewell, Tokyo. I'll see you again, I'm sure. But now it's time to head home. Even if there's a war waiting for us there, it's time that we return to the island where we were born. Phase 12, Heliosphere Connector. The aircraft approaches the skies above Tanegashima. Apparently this aircraft model has a maximum flight range of about 1,700 kilometers. It's a propeller plane, so I thought its range would be shorter, but it was actually more than enough. I figured we would be landing at the new Tanegashima airport, but Dad announced that we're headed for the old one. We're on approach right now. I suppose it makes more sense for us to land here, but the old airport's runway has been used in over 10 years. Plus, there are no guidance lights, and due to rain, the visibility is poor right now. I told him that he didn't have to push himself so far. But according to Dad, there's been no response from the new airport's control tower. It's possible that something happened there. The decision to land at the old airport was made with that in consideration. Well, it's not like my opinion really matters here. I should leave this one to the pros. As the plane prepares to land, we all sit down and buckle up. After Irie woke up, Akiho changed seats and is now sitting next to her, holding her hand to give her some peace of mind. It's almost dawn. Tanegashima is covered in a shroud of darkness from up here, but it doesn't look like the power's out. In fact, despite it being before dawn, there are lights on inside quite a number of houses. Misani, are you down there?
全員衝撃に備えてください。
Outside the window, the ground is already drawing near. When landing at the old Tanegashima airport, you pass right over Nakatanecho. I can very clearly see the lights on inside of a bunch of houses. Dad is estimating the position of the runway using only those lights. If we crashed in the middle of town, it would be a huge disaster. No, I gotta trust him. I believe in Dad and his skills. It's then that the frame of the plane suddenly drops. Despite wearing my seatbelt, my body floats up, and I nearly hit my head on the ceiling.
学校がぶつかる。
Yup, that sure is the roof of our school getting real close. The aircraft barely scrapes by over it.
悪いお知らせです。どうやら故障でランディングギアが出ないようです。
はあ
You've got to be kidding
で
me.
すがご安心を。私は必ず皆さんを種子島に送り届けると約束したはずです。約束は守る。それが空の男というものです。
Is now the right is now the time to be acting cool?
茂みおじさん頑張れ。
おう、種子島魂見せたれ。
よろしく頼むよ父さん。
頭を下にして丸くなってください。これより胴体着陸します。
An
Stream
immense
elements.
impact comes up
Said,
from under my feet.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The intense sound of metal scraping against pavement echoes throughout the cabin. If we overshoot the runway, there's nothing but a cliff at the end waiting for us. Will we stop in time?
止まれ止まれ。
The shaking stops. The engine also stops, and the inside of the plane is blanketed in silence.
当機は予定より4分遅れて旧種子島空港に到着しました。おじゃりもせ、種子島へようこそ。
You're out of your mind, Dad. And stop trying to act cool.
みんな早く外に脱出しよ
This thing could very well explode at any minute. We disembark and make a dash for the hangar. Mama isn't a murderer, that's all I can say. Heard the story, I'll be waiting at the hangar. If you post on that account, people are going to figure out who you are. Now is not the time for that. Don't worry about nonsense. I got scolded. I'll try. Hidaka-kun forgave me. I'll be Hidaka-kun's legs. I have confidence in my stamina. Looks like we're arriving at the old airport. I will have balefires up on the runway to guide you. It's raining, but they should last for a bit. No problem. I believe in Uncle Shigima. Looks like you grew up a bit, S-kun. Let's see the real you. Blog updated. Another truth has emerged. There is another culprit behind the mysterious deaths of the gun barrel staff. After doing some research on my own, I found out something. With the state we are in right now, telling the police won't do anything. Rather, I think there are police covering up the truth about this conspiracy theory, so I have decided to report it here. I thought that 13 people died and Minami Kogori fled the scene from the studio of the Gun Barrel anime, but I was wrong. There were 15 people at the scene, not 14. This is a truth I found out in the past few days. This will put myself at risk, but as a journalist I am going to publicly announce that person's name. His name is Sakae Hoshida. He was the CEO of Happiness for You at the time and currently is the CEO of a lease company, Hoshida. Also, Happiness for You was a sponsor for Gun Barrel near the end of the series. Hoshida has an executive named Maurice Lebron, a military man from Glory Service, no French military enterprise who also specializes in glory holes, 'cause French are horny. That Lebron is a security guard for Hoshida. There were reports that when Minami Kogori was last seen in Tanegashima, there were witnesses of armed men. From the interviews, their uniform matches the uniform of Glory Service. Perhaps they landed on the island to look for Minami Kogori. That is an overview of the information that I know now. After this disaster has calmed down, I plan to have an interview with Hoshida. Again, Kurokane is going crazy. What is Kurokane doing at a time like this? Is he stupid? Hey, that GSFR that Frau Kojiro was talking about, isn't that the initials for Glow Erie Service? And FR means France, I think. A genius arrives. Is Kurokane-san tweeping because he is certain that the real culprit is the person named Hoshida? If not, it's defamation. Typical from him, but still. Hoshida is invested in companies called Taiyo Development and Commit. Both have made their way to Tanegashima. Are you Frau Kojiro herself? Did you move to Tanegashima to research your mother's disappearance? Speaking of happiness for you, the popular Ko Kimijima was a founding member. I guess he is the one who created IRUO. I heard that Ko Kimijima was killed 10 years ago in Tanegashima. Minami Kogori and Ko Kimijima both in Tanegashima. It seems like Minami Kogori was trying to meet Ko Kimijima, even though he was already gone in 2015. Did Ko Kimijima run to Tanegashima because he knew the other face of Hoshida, but still got killed? Yesterday I called the Kagoshima and Tanegashima police department before the solar disturbance hit. They both said that there were no research reports on Minami Furugori. This is all Kurokane's imagination. Kurokane's actions are getting worse. Faux show he's making stuff up. I don't think he'll ever do an interview. There's no way to book one in this disaster. Don't take Kurokane too seriously. I feel that the people bashing Kurokane is desperate. Maybe they are just undercover. I found a crazy article on Taboo. Man gets stabbed at a restaurant located in Kabuki-cho, Shinjuku. Person that died is CEO of Hoshida Company, Sakae Hoshida, 46 years old. The suspect is Hiroshi Hamanashi, a jobless 24-year-old. He states his phone droid told him to kill the man. Currently investigating Taboo News. Hey, is this... Hoshida is dead? Seriously? When is this article from? Yesterday morning, so must have happened between midnight of the 26th and the morning of 27th. This murder case was treated as a small case due to the solar disturbance issue, but isn't this pretty bad? Hoshida was erased. High chance that Hoshida was erased. Tokyo locals are cray. It's like a drama. It feels like I am in a movie considering the fall of Odaiba. Maybe what Kurokane-san is saying is the truth. But if Hoshida was erased, does that mean there's someone behind Hoshida? Maybe happiness for you? Must be related to Project Atom. It's the Committee of 300. If we keep on talking about this, we might be erased. Kinda scary. Mr. Candy carries Irie on his huge back.
こっちこっちです。
Juna is there to greet us, waving a flashlight around wildly. She leads us into the hangar.
ああ、焦った。
茂みおじさんすごかったね。
ちょっと無茶しすぎだったけどね。
Speaking of Dad, he was the last to exit the plane. He's in front of it, bowing his head to the damaged frame as it rains.
あきほちゃん、ヤシオくん、無事でよかった。
おお、部長先輩と八潮先輩のなんという夫婦オーラ、爆発すべき。
二人とも生命力だけはしぶといですね。
Three of the former Robot Club members are together in the hangar. The cast on Subaru's leg is covered in mud from the rain.
みんな
Akiho's expression is apologetic as she hesitantly looks at them. I give her a little push on the back, and she almost falls over. She now stands before Juna, Subaru, and Frau. Akiho looks each of them in the eyes before bowing her head deeply.
みんなごめんね。
ガンツク2守れなかった。壊されちゃった。せっかくみんなで作ったのに、本当にごめん。うちあんなにわがまま言って東京にガンツク2を連れてったのに。
部長、顔を上げてください。
みんなうちのことまだ部長って呼んでくれるの？もうロボ部はないんだよ。呼びたい。私は部長って呼びたい。私一度辞めちゃった身だけど、呼んでもいいかな？
部長先輩、マジ部長。
そもそも僕はロボ部を辞めた覚えはありません。だから部長のことも部長のままです。
俺もアキちゃんのことは今でも部長だと思ってるよ。
みんな、ありがとう。
She wipes the tears from her eyes.
中種ロボ部部長瀬宮明穂、ただいま戻りました。ジャキーン。
Akiho strangely poses as she makes her declaration.
では現在の島の状況について説明します。
After moving over to the school, we spread out a map of Tanegashima and stand around it to assess the situation.
なんか作戦会議みたいだね。
むしろ作戦会議そのものだろ、上皇。
Did we really need to roll out a giant map?
昨日の昼、種子島宇宙センターが武装集団に占拠されました。怪我人はゼロ。職員はほぼ全員が脱出してきて無事です。
That's a relief to hear.
ただ一人、所長さんだけが人質になっています。
お父さんが？
さらに武装集団は宇宙センター占拠と並行して古郡の家を襲撃してきました。幸いこれは天王寺さんが撃退してくれたらしく、なんとか死守できたんですが。
Naysan repelled an armed group? Who is she?
フラウボを襲撃した理由は何かな？
私の頭脳だと思われ、キリ。
Well, Frau is pretty famous. She's the most notable person in the robot club.
他に僕の父さんが昨日の午後、種子島沖合を飛行する多数の巨大ロボット軍団を見たり。
空飛ぶ巨大ロボの軍団？
Please don't say you're hyped. Pretty please. Read the room.
そんなのが相手にいるのに勝ち目はあるのかな？
幻かもしれないよ。グランドオベリスクみたいに。
だといいけど、南種町の人たちの避難状況は？
JAXA の職員、それと南種町から逃げてきた人たちはこの学校と運動公園の体育館とに避難しています。
When we got to school, the gym lights were on and I could hear talking. I'm sure Mom and Aunt Sinomiya are there. I should probably drop in later.
ありがとう。状況は大体分かったよ。
Today's chore duty, Nakazato and Nagano. I wonder if they did their chore before they ran off.
今は他の人たちは当てにせずに、うちらでできることを考えるしかない。もちろん他にも敵を止めるための手段はね、いろいろあると思う。
例えば島中の大型トラックや重機を集めて全員で特攻するとか。犠牲が出るのは前提だけど、物量で押し切ればどうにかなるかもしれない。でもそれは最後の手段。さすがに島のみんなに世界を救うために死んでこいなんて無責任なこと頼めないから。まずはうちらが先陣を切ろう。そのためのガンツクワンダも正義のロボは種子島にありだよ。ただ敵は本気のテロリストだから、もしかしたら死ぬかもしれない。ここで降りても誰も文句は言わないよ。みんなそれでもついてきてくれる？
Everyone nods without hesitation.
じゃあうちとカイからは敵の情報について話しとくね。このテロの首謀者は君島公。異動の中に存在するデータだけの存在なの。
I gave Akiho a rundown of everything while we were on the plane coming home.
そいつは300人委員会っていう影の支配者からの指示で人類を虐殺しようとしてる。敵の数は分かんないけど、その中には
There, Akiho chokes on her words for a moment, but she immediately looks around at everyone's faces. Her face tightens up.
その中にはうちのお姉ちゃん瀬宮美咲もいる。
The room is filled with gasps.
うちらの目的はそのテロリストたちを倒し虐殺計画を止めること。あけおちゃんいいの？
Akiho firmly nods her head.
お姉ちゃんを止めるの絶対に。
Faced with such grim determination from Akiho, nobody says anything further.
敵の目的についてはカイから説明よろしく。
敵の目的は VAB で組み立て済みのロケットを打ち上げることだよ。テロリストはその奪ったロケットにブラックホール爆弾を乗せようとしている可能性が高い。
ブラックホール爆弾？ナンセンスにも程がありますね。やれやれ。
それを打ち上げて宇宙で爆発させ磁気圏サブストームを引き起こす。それこそがプロジェクトアトムってわけ。内容については君島レポートに書いてあった通り。詳しく知りたいならネットにいくらでも転がってるから読んでみて。それとミサ姉は大型ハグに乗ってるはず。6本足の雲型のやつ。
JAXA 職員の目撃情報と一致します。宇宙センターにも現れたらしいです。
ハグって言ってるけど従来のものとは全く別物だったりする。エグスケ社の偉い人から情報もらったから共有するね。
Actually, Sawada got in touch with me when I was on the plane. I have no clue how he got my contact info, but he sent me a bunch of top secret files from Xkey. Detailed data about the hug's weaknesses, spots likely to wear out, the works.
こいつが敵の最終防衛ラインに配置されてるっぽい。雲型の6本足はエグゾスケルトン社コンセプトモデル HUGX02。コードネームスメラギ。多分その2番機。で、そいつとくっついてるらしいのが同じくコンセプトモデルの HUGX01 神なぎ。
くっついてるの？
そう、雲に騎乗してるって言った方が分かりやすいかな。神なぎの全高は 5.4 メートル。ロボ1号機の大体半分くらい。
When I saw it at the expo, it went offline without separating, so I don't know what it looks like alone.
カミナギはデータだけ見るとかなり機動力が高いっぽい。走ったりもできるらしい。
走るんだ。すごいね。
ホバリングなどではなくですか？
いや、普通に走る。あと物を掴む能力が高い。指の動きを正確にフィードバックできるって資料に書いてある。
つまり武器を持ってるかもしれないってこと。
武器か。だとしても近接格闘武器に限定されるでしょう。ロボットが手に持って使うことのできる銃器は世界には存在しませんから。
特注品を作ってなければの話っしょ。
そうなるとお手上げです。特に銃器は試作1号機とは相性が悪すぎる。
雲型の方はどうなの？
雲型はミサイルを装備してる。まるで兵器みたい。
兵器そのものでしょう。軍事用として作られたコンセプトモデルですよ、こいつは。
あと2本の前足にはブレードがあるよ。そのブレードがガンツク2を壊したの。
雲型はカミナギを装着した状態で登場しないと操縦できないらしい。だから2体でワンセットってこと。
雲型を破壊してもまだ中からもう1機出てくるわけですね。
高機動力のやつがね。
マトリョーシカですね。わかります。
Matryoshka, a folk-craft wooden doll from Russia. You are able to open the doll from its torso, and inside there's another doll with the same design, and inside that one is another one. Most of them have about 6 layers. How many are we even still missing so far? How many are we even still missing so far? $24 and $32, $34. So we're missing what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're missing 9 more. So yeah, we almost have all of them. That's saying something considering how many there are. There's 217. And we're only missing 9 more. No, not at all.
それとエグスケ社の偉い人からもう一つ有意義な情報。君島公をやっつける方法を考え中だって。データだけの存在である君島公を消し去るためのコンピューターウイルスみたいな代物らしい。
An anti-Ko Kimijima virus, you could say. With that, it should be possible to get him to stop possessing Misani. We'll be able to return her to her senses. But Akiho doesn't look happy. Even if Misani returned to her senses, it wouldn't change the fact that she stained her hands with terrorism. But even still...
君島公の呪縛からミサネーを解き放てれば、ミサネーは無力化できる。当然、ミサネーが乗るスメラギとカミナギもね。
それがあれば戦わなくてもいいんだよね。だったらウイルスができるのを待ってから会いに行けばいいんじゃないかな。
問題は間に合うかどうかが微妙ってことかな。今から積み荷を乗せ替えるとして、今日は一日雨だから打ち上げは明日になるはずだ。
天気予報だと明日は晴れだね。
It's possible that the anti-Ko Kimijima virus won't be completed until after that.
こっちがクリアしておくべき最低条件がいくつか見えてきました。一つ目、スメラギを破壊するための武装。二つ目、カミナギの動きに対応するための機動力。機動力については敵の攻撃に耐えられるだけの防御力があれば代用はできなくもないですが。
1号機くんってすごく動き遅かったよね。
絶望的なまでに。ですが防御力はもっと絶望的です。
紙装甲だよね。紙みたいにペラペラってこ
側を今から強化したところで大したものは用意できないでしょう。使い捨ての盾をたくさん用意した方がまだマシかもしれません。
でもガンツクワンって腕は使い物にならないよ。
そこも考えないとですね。今からまともな腕の機構を作っている余裕はありません。
防御力重視にした場合、神凪の機動力にはどう対処する？
M45 の戦い方はどうかな。いくら向こうに機動力があっても攻撃を仕掛ける時には必ず接近して一旦動きを止めなくちゃいけないわけでしょ。だからこっちは基本的に動かずに守りを固めるので、カウンター狙い。それは難しいんじゃないかな。向こうはロケットが打ち上がるまで時間稼ぎさえすればいいわけでしょ。つまり向こうが守る側でこっちが攻める側なんだよ。こっちもカウンター狙いを選ぶと互いに睨み合ったまま時間だけ過ぎちゃう気が。そっか。
純ちゃんの言う通り、こっちから攻めて倒す必要があるね。
そうなるとますます機動力の強化が必須ですね。
スバル、ガンツクワンの状況は？
すでに改良には着手しています。
早っ。
部長の演説を聞いてその意図は大体分かりましたから。
もしかしてあれ聞いてたんだ。
バッチリと。これまでに足のモーターを2機モノポールモーターに換装しました。
As far as I remember, Doc supplied us with 6 monopole motors as spares for Model 2 or for use with Model 1.
うちの先見の明ってやつだね。なんか言ってよ。
はいはい、ワルスワルス。
旧型モーターとモノポールモーターはサイズが全く同じなので換装は楽です。今の人数ならあと6時間もかからないはずですよ。モノポールモーターにするだけでも試作1号機の歩行スピードは劇的に向上するはずです。
それでもまだ十分遅いがな。
じゃあガンツクワンの改良方針について具体的に詰めていこう。
時間もないのでゼロからきっちり検討するのは難しいですね。2号機でのノウハウをなるべく生かす方向に持っていった方がいいかもしれません。機動力重視ということであれば脚部の強化と軽量化は必須です。この際ボディの防御力は捨てるしかありません。
もともとペラペラだったわけだしそれでいいと思う。
脚部の強化はモノポールモーター以外だと2号機の時にやった CFRP のシート、強度を上げるためにあれをまた使うのがいいでしょう。
内蔵エンジンを捨てるべきだね。あれでかなり重量取ってる。
Plus, it's loud as hell. Subaru nods at my suggestion.
内蔵エンジンを外して2号機と同じようにレーザ光送電システムを組み込みます。
予備あるの？
あるぜ。
Doc enters the classroom with perfect timing.
おじいちゃん。
お前らがここだって聞いてな。
ドク、本当にレーザー光送電装置って予備あるの
？1号機の改良に使えると思ってな。念のために仕入れといたんだよ。
すごい、さすがドク。
そんなんで本当に利益得られてるの？
利益なんざどうでもいいんだよ。俺は気に入ったものは仕入れる。気に入らねえものは仕入れねえ。それだけさ。
ロックだ。
そんなわけで パーツ代は後払いでいい。
結局払わされるの？全然ロックじゃないじゃん。
俺が作ったレーザー銃座は東京には持っていかなかったの。そのまま流用できる。
バッテリーも小さいものに換装すればかなり軽くなると思います。
レーザー銃座について質問。あれ、武器として使っちゃダメなん？
武器？
常時照射できるようにして寸胴ガンバレルに持たせれば。それでレーザー銃爆弾じゃね？人殺せる威力って話だし。
殺すなんて発想はやめてくれない？
私のママだって多分だけど殺されましたが、何か50億人殺そうとしてる相手なら最悪殺すのもやむを得ないと思われ。
She's right. I would be making a big mistake if I went easy on Misani.
うちらは人殺しじゃない。できるだけ殺さないでなんとかなるような方法を取りたい。相手がお姉ちゃんだから身内びいきはもちろんあるよ。そこは多めに見てほしい。ごめんね。で、殺すしか手段がないってなった時は。
Akiho raises her head.
その時はうちがお姉ちゃんを。
いや、パイロットは俺だし。
Without a moment's delay, I cut in.
そんな状況になった時は俺が何とかするよ。
はい。
さあせん。部長先輩をいじめてるわけじゃなくて、それくらいの覚悟必要なんじゃないかって思っただけ。
ありがとうフラウボ。うちまだ甘かったかも。
いずれにせよあの送電銃じゃ出力が足りねえよ。ロボの走行を貫通させる気なら長時間同じ場所に当て続けるしかねえな。溶接用のレーザーよりも威力は弱いだろうよ。人を殺したいなら人体に直接当てるんだな。そしたら焼き殺せるさ。
I don't think I want to do that. Burning Misani to death with a laser. I know now's not the time to be picky and all, but
爆弾とかそういうのを用意してこっそりあのロケットに仕掛けてくるってどうかな。そうしたら相手のロボットさんとは戦わなくて済むんじゃ。
それはナンセンスですね。あのロケットにはブラックホール爆弾が積んであるかもしれないんでしょう。もしそれが誤って地上で爆発しようものなら種子島が地上から消滅するかもしれません。
そんな危険なんだ。ごめん。やっぱりこの状況を止めるのはガンツクワンを置いて他にないってことだよ。
でも例の部長の演説は聞いていてたまらずうめいてしまいましたよ。正義のロボットとか悪のロボットとかそういう極端な価値観でしか語れなかったのはいかにも部長らしかったです。完全懲悪なんてものをこの状況で持ち出すのはそれこそアニメの見過ぎですよ。
正義は勝つ。つまりうちらが絶対勝つ。
強引すぎる二段論法ですね。そんなシンプルな形で世界が回っていればもっと平和だったでしょう。
スーパールー、いちいち上から目線にならないで。まあまあ、あきほちゃん落
本題に戻りましょう。武装の話は置いておいて、改良の話について。
Subaru has completely taken over. Despite calling her president earlier, he's the one who most looks like the president, especially to an outsider.
王政はどうする？胴体が空洞だぜ。歩行スピードが速くなるともげるかもしれねえ。
車みたいに黒森港で補強しましょうか。
Chrome Moly Steel, short for Chrome Moly Denim Steel. Moly denim was added to chrome steel to upgrade the processability and weldability, mainly used in frames for cars and bicycles.
時間を考えるとそれが妥当なとこか。車用のものならすぐ手に入るしな。
コックピットはどうします？遠隔操縦式にしますか？
Everyone looks at me. I guess they've all acknowledged me as the pilot. Well, I figured that would be the
コックピ
case.
ットはそのままで。ワイヤレスな遠隔操縦だと遅延が発生するからね。ほんの数触れだけど俺にとっても致命的な問題だ。しかも相手は現在の全一。機体性能は向こうの方が圧倒的に上。あっちは飛び道具だって思ってる。だからネガティブ要素は一つでも捨てておきたい。
乗ったらヤシオ先輩が一番死ぬ可能性が高くなるわけだが、いいの？
敵の攻撃を食らった時だけでなく、戦闘中に転倒でもしようものなら、それだけできっと死ねますよ。
やるしかないでしょ。それくらいの覚悟がないとね。
かかってるのは50億人の命だもんね。
いや違うよ。それは関係ない。50億人なんてちっとも実感湧かないし。
じゃあ
そこまでしなきゃ全一には勝てないからね。
My opponent is Misaki Sinomiya. She's the wall that's always stood before me. My goal.
でコナちゃん、キルバラシステムは搭載できる
2号機用に作ったのしかないから、これから調整するわ。姿勢制御システムとかもまんま流用はできないの？
でも姿勢制御は必要だよ。できるだけ2号機のを流用しよう。
レーザースキャンでの周辺地形解析と行動予測ナビゲーション、そのあたりもシステムの流用でなんとかなるはずです。
パーツは店から持ってこよう。でも後払いでいい。
最悪システムは歩かせながらアップデートしていくしかないんじゃね？
移動と連動させた3次元マッピングって使ってたよね。あれは外したいんだけど。
だね。
Ko Kimijima's the man who created it, and we're off to go fight him. We can't trust it.
あとは腕をどうするかですね。今のところただの飾りでしかないので外しますか？
偉い人には分からんのです。偉い人？じゃあまだまだ勉強不足だね。外していいよ。今回は見た目にこだわってる場合じゃないし。
いつもこれくらい合理的に考えてくれれば僕としてもありがたかったんですが。
何を？
落ち着いてアキちゃん。
腕には俺が趣味で作った例のあれをつけるってのはどうだ？
おじいちゃん、何か持ってきたの？例のあれってまさか。
ファイルバンカだ。
そしてこのドヤ顔である。
最終調整はしてねえが一応完成はしてる。至近距離でぶち込みゃ装甲をぶっ壊すくらいはできるはずだ。対機構戦には有効じゃねえか。
パイルバンカーを腕の代わりに装着ですか。左右のバランスが崩れて機体が傾くかも。もし取り付けるつもりなら反対側にカウンターウェイトが必要かと。
Counterweight, weight used to keep balance.
パイルバンカは2つある。
そしてまたもこのドヤ顔である。
2つも作っちゃったんだ。
1つはまだ未完成だから8割方はできてる。
両腕をパイルバンカーに、さっきスバルが言ってた使い捨ての盾を用意する案は。
守りに入るぐらいなら攻めに特化した方がいいと思うけど。
だがミサイルを防ぐ方法なんてそうそうねえぞ。
Boxy Mother Lily Marianne said, Nighty night cutie.
Night night, Marianne. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. Thank you for coming and lurking.
チャフ ECM フレア。
Oh, and then we get a whole bunch of tips right here, don't we?
ドク、どれか用意は。
Oh no! Head pats, why did you break again? Hold on, this usually fixes it. I don't know why, but sometimes I've had that happen twice before now. If I can learn to spell. Is that not working either? There it goes. Yeah, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't always... It's done that, but the command still works, so there you go, we've got a little bit of a fix. I thought I had fixed it before, but thank you for the head pats anyway. Yeah. Silly OBS, and I don't know if that's OBS or just Twitch acting up or what, but apparently pressing 2 also forwards the text, so backlog, did we miss anything there? Backlog is insert, okay. Nope. Why is, oh yeah, because I have to do backspace, okay. Nope. Insert. Chaffee, okay, so yeah. I'm pretty sure some of those were tips, okay. Reactive armor. There are different types, including explosive reactive armor and dynamic armor, but mainly is focused around reacting to explosives. ERAs are used as supportive armor on tanks, an armor plate with explosives between two steel plates which explode when bullets hit it. This causes the bullets to scatter. With this, it can deny the paths of the bullets and even destroy the bullets to protect the tank, but since it explodes on its own, it can damage allies near the tank. Flare, a weapon to prevent infrared-guided missiles. It has the same wavelength as a plane and is able to create a strong infrared source. By shooting out metallic dust containing magnesium, freon, bedoin, Teflon, and ammonium, it misleads the infrared detection. ECM, Electronic Countermeasures, a jamming device. Chaff, a countermeasure used to disrupt radar, also used to evade radar-guided missiles. It shoots a lot of tiny electric wave reflectors to mislead radar. The main electric wave reflectors are tinfoil, aluminum foil, and glass fiber. A whole bunch of tips just right there all at once, right? That's got chaff right there. So we're missing number 40, 46, and 55. So we're still missing 3. 3 more? I feel like that's all we're missing. Yeah, we are literally only missing 3 more tips. 3 more tips out of 217. We really are getting to the end of the game here, aren't we? Number 55, either a D or an E. Number 40 and 46, a C and another D.
できるわけねえだろうが。いくらすると思ってんだ。
だよ
機体性能差は絶望的だね。
なんとか勝てる方法を考えよう。
その方法が浮かばなかっ
浮かばなかったらそれは
た戦うのを諦める？目の前でロケットが打ち上がるの見てる？
そんなこと
できないよね。決めてよ、アキちゃん。勝てる見込みがなくても VAB からロケットが移動を開始したら即座に1号機を出して勝負を挑む。
ヤシオ先輩が無駄死にするだけです。僕はその考え方は反対です。
それでもやるしかないわけだからさ。
分かった。勝てる見込みがなくても時間が来たら出撃する。でもだからって回を無駄死にさせたりしない。ギリギリまで勝つ方法を模索していく。絶対にだよ。
Akiho looks me straight in the eyes and makes her declaration. I force out a smile and nod. That's a satisfying answer.
みんな改めてお願い。みんなの力を貸して。正義のロボはきっと勝つの。そのために勝つ方法を教えてほしい。よろしくね。
Everyone present nods, and the strategy meeting comes to an end. Due to his leg injury, Subaru can't participate in assembly work. Instead, he's working on improving Model 1. Frau is on programming duty, so she can't help either, which means there are only 4 people on the motor exchange team. Me, Akiho, Juna, and Doc. Wait, that reminds me. Where did Dad and the Nagafukatas get off to? We could really use their help right about now. I gaze out the window. It's starting to get bright outside. It's still raining and the sky is concealed by clouds, but dawn is approaching. Even after dawn, the rain shows no signs of letting up. Things we can do, things that only we can do, that's what we're doing. Not yet. It's not over yet. Looks like my workmanship is going to be needed. My husband, son, and Akiho-chan are all safe. Thank you to everybody who was worried. I will never ever get lost. My flying was perfect this time too. Even though we're taking a different route than usual, I promise to come back to the island. This is my home. I promise that no matter what happens. Rather than that, you can buy as many radish and taro as you can at B Co-op. Of course, my spoiled wife understood. Can't just be scared and evacuate. Gotta learn from my husband and kids. I know that it's saving our butts, but it also forces us to work in this cramped hangar.
おらいおらい。
We support the servo motor hanging from the crane and carefully insert it into Model 1's joint. Unfortunately, things don't go so well, and we're forced to have the crane come and go over and over again. The servo motor finally settles in the right position, and we have to act fast to secure it. We use several thick bolts and electric nut runners. Model 1's legs are thick. The joints require multiple large screws, bolts. That's what connects it all together. To exchange a motor, the bolts need to be removed first, followed by all the leg parts. Specifically, everything below the ankles, the shins, the thighs, 6 parts in total across both legs. Each part is nearly 2 meters tall while lying down, and over 3 meters long. They're secured to the crane attached to the truck Doc came riding over in. The crane then lifts up the boltless parts. The motors are also pretty big, way bigger than the engine inside a car. We have to be careful about our work, but we also can't waste too much time. With that in mind, having a crane makes a huge difference. We could never get this done on our own. That said, of the people here, Juna and I aren't particularly useful, which is why things have been slow. It's also frustrating that no other work can be done until the motor exchange is complete. This is the first time I've actually regretted not helping out earlier. If I'm the one piloting this thing, I should be the one making sure it's in tip-top shape. I'm trusting this thing with my life, after all. I can't win without it. Up until now, I always thought that all I needed were my hands, but now I know better. If I'm going to be the best, it's important that I pay attention to maintenance.
クレーンがもう一台あればいいのに。
Juna and I single-mindedly tighten the screws. It kind of feels like we're the pit crew in a race.
これでいくつ終わった？ 5 つ。残り1つだよ。頑張ろう。
It already took over 5 hours to get this far. Just like Subaru said, I guess this'll take the full 6 hours. And we're not done after that. There's still lots of work remaining. I pulled an all-nighter, so this is getting pretty rough. I might not be in the best condition for tomorrow's. Akiho's foot gets caught on a cord. She falls over, taking the parts and metal plates in the area with her.
アキちゃん、大丈夫？
平気。
たるんでんじゃねえ。気合い入れろ。
ごめんなさい。
Wow, it's been a while since I've seen Doc spit hot fire.
アキちゃん、疲れてるんじゃない？寝てないでしょ。あんまり無理するとまた発作が出るから休んだ方がいいよ。
それはカイだって同じでしょ。休んでなんかいられないよ。うちらがやらなくちゃ誰がやるっていうの？
でも
これは一体どういうことですか？
I jump a little. I know that hysterical voice.
あなたたち一体何をやっているのです？
ゲゲ、教頭先生。
Why did she decide to come to the hangar? This is literally the last thing we need right now.
ロボ部は廃部、そう言ったはずです。
Oh, bitch, go on somewhere. We're gonna crack your head open with the goddamn monkey wrench you keep on fucking around.
教頭先生。今は緊急事態で。
緊急だろうと何だろうと、ここを使うのならば、まず私に声をかけるのが筋というものでしょう。
教頭先生。今日一日だけ見逃してください。細かい話は後で全部説明しますから。
いいえ、ダメです。見逃すなど論外ですわ。
このわからず屋の石頭め。
She pays no mind to my language and instead takes out her phone droid. She starts fiddling with
あ
it.
なたたち全員、今すぐここにサインなさい。
She then thrusts her phone droid toward
で
Akiho.
なければ退学処分にしますからね。卒業まで数日だろうと関係ありませんよ。
勘弁してよ、教頭先生。あんたにそこまでやる権限なんてないって。俺たちはあんたなんかには従わない。もう学校がどうこうって問題じゃないんだ。なんか言ったらどうなの？済ましてないでさ。
待って、カイ。
Akio stops me as she looks at the VP's phone droid.
教頭先生、これってどういうこと？入部届ってなってますけど。
は？
Say what?
あなたたちは今
Nani?
どの部活にも所属していないでしょ。先月ロボ部は私が廃部にしましたからね。ですからロボ部をもう一度復活させるために全員入部届を書きなさいと言っているのです。この非常時であっても手続きはきっちりしなければなりません。何かあった時、これはあなた方の責任ではなく、それを許可した学校の責任であると言えなくなってしまいますから。
教頭先生。
Wait, what's going on? Are my ears busted? Myself, Akio, Juna, and Subaru are all stunned.
教頭先生マジツンデレ。
いいからさっさと名前と学年、クラスを書きなさい。全員分ですからね。
はい。
この教頭、実はいい人だったのか。
ヤシオ君、何か言いましたか？
いいえ。
She gives me a sharp glare. She really is scary.
教頭先生、お待たせしました。
Michi suddenly comes running over. Where has our delinquent teacher been this entire time? Wait, it's not just him. Our homeroom teacher, Kobasin, the other teachers, and even the principal all pop up, one after the other. They're all holding supermarket bags in their hands. They're filled with drinks, flavored breads, rice balls, and more.
長深田先生、一体どこまで買い出しに行っていたんですか？
いや、西の表島で開店時間前に開けてもらうの大変だったんですから。
いいから生徒たちに配りなさい。
それって何？毒でも入ってる
の？何を言っているんですか。どこからどう見ても差し入れに決まっているでしょう。
Why does she have to keep getting so angry? The teachers lay out a blue sheet in the corner of the hangar and start lining up the refreshments they bought.
多いな。
まさか瀬宮さん、ロボ部の部員だけで独り占めするつもりだったのですか？
違うんです
か？当たり前です。これは志願した生徒たち全員の分なんですよ。
志願って？
特別課外授業ってやつだ。これ豆知識な。
It's awfully noisy outside of the hangar. I hear lots of voices growing closer. Our teachers aren't the only ones who've come. Outside of the hangar are nearly 100 students in raincoats. Juna's friends.
手伝うのだるいな。でも手伝わないと世界滅びるらしいぜ。じゃしょうがないか。ロボ部も頑張ってるし、俺らもやるしかないよな。
All my classmates who made fun of the robot club.
イプスをした日高くんも素敵。日高くんに名前を覚えてもらうために頑張ろうね。
Even some schoolgirls with impure motives. There's so many people. Over half of the school must be
彼ら
here.
は自主的にあなた方を手伝いたいと志願した生徒たちです。彼らは彼らなりに今この島で起きていることを受け止め、自分にできることが何かを考えたのでしょう。
みんな
ですから瀬宮さん、中央種子島高校の全教員と志願した有志の生徒は皆ロボ部部長のあなたの指示に従いますわ。
Several large trucks come driving into the airport. What now?
もうあいつらやっと来やがったか。
Doc looks at the trucks unsurprised.
島中の町工場の連中に号令かけてやった。蒲田やら港やら片っ端にな。それぞれパーツかき集
Stream
めて集合
elements
するよう言っといた。
said, Stay moist, my friend. Hydrate.
種子島の機関屋が集まりゃもう怖いものなしだからな。
Familiar guys from the local workshops poke their heads out from the trucks, waving enthusiastically at us.
おっちゃんたち
Old Man Kamada was the only guy who ever cooperated with us. The other workshops always kept their distance, and yet here they all are now.
毒がどれだけ恐れられてるのかちょっと分かった気がするよ。
うるせえよ。だがクレーンはこれで大型小型合わせて5台になった。もう口は言わせねえぞアキオ。待て待て待て。
Mr. Candy appears at the head of a bunch of buff dudes. They come marching in like some kind of mini parade.
西の表の若い連中も連れてきたぞ。あと我が社の社員もの。
おお出遅れちゃいましたね。
Following after them are a bunch of JAXA employees in their work uniforms. Naysan is in front. Behind her is Harunaka-san, who helped us assemble Model 2. Young and old JAXA engineers run over with them.
職員の皆さんすごく燃えてるんですよ。俺たちの職場である TNSC を占拠するなんて許せない。所長を助けるぞって。だから私たちにも手伝わせてください。
Getting help from JAXA engineers would be huge for us, but it's not just them. There are elderly who usually work the fields, housewives, blue-collar men, and even loud children here in the rain.
カイト、カイト。
It's Mom. Dad is standing next to her.
母さん無事だったんだね。
そうなの。瀬宮さんとこの玉木さんと一緒にね、避難してきたのよ。これからみんなで炊き出ししてあげるから、頑張んなさい。
Mom then disappears into the crowd. Dad silently salutes me and follows after her.
あ、父さん。
Subaru's hysterical shout causes me to turn around. The very same man who punched his son last summer is standing near Subaru, a sullen look on his
無理
face.
するなと言ったはずだ。二度とまともに歩けないようになったらどうするつもりだ。
ごめん。
お前はもう一歩も動くな。代わりに俺が がお前の足になって動いてやる。
父さんも手伝ってくれるの？
お前が好きだと言ったものがどれほどのものかこの目で確かめたくなっただけだ。
ありがとう。
I never thought his dad would back down. But it's not just Subaru's old man. The VP too. This is more than a little shocking.
ねえカイ、島が一つになってる。こんなにたくさんの人たちがロボ部のために、島のために手伝ってくれてる。今まで仲が悪かった人たちも良かった人たちも家族も一度も会ったことのない人たちも、みんなが一つの目標に向かってこうして集まってる。
Akihiko looks like she could start crying at any moment, so I give her a pat on the shoulder.
どうやら俺たち島中の希望になっちゃったみたいだね。その期待を裏切らないようにしないと。
これなら種子島はあと10年は戦える。
いや、そんなに長く戦わなくていいから。
Either way, this final battle is one that we can't afford to lose, no matter what. The rain and strong sea breeze collide with my cheeks. There's no point in trying to wipe off the moisture, so I just let it build. The wind is always strong on Tanegashima during winter. The air temperature doesn't drop much, but thanks to the wind, it feels quite cold, especially on the coast. It feels really nostalgic. The scent of the winter wind, that is. I stand by the railing at the edge of the cliff and throw a bouquet of white carnations down into the water below. It doesn't quite fly in the arc I expected due to the strong winds, but it nonetheless falls into the ocean. I choose white carnations for that reason alone. Mizuka Irie was the only person I could ever call a true friend. This is the place. This is where she died. That's what Michi said when he contacted me. If possible, I wanted to attend Mizu's funeral, but I couldn't.
あなたなら私のことをまた昔みたいに叱ってくれたのかもしれない。
That's why. To me, losing Mizu hurts more than I can express in words. You would have stopped me, or at least that's how I always felt. But maybe that's the reason you died. I suddenly feel a presence behind me. A chill runs down my neck. Right behind me, at a distance close enough to touch me, I can feel their presence. But I know full well that even if I turn around, nobody will be there. Even so, I know that he's here.
どうやら君のまいた種は立派に成長したらしい。少し、いや、かなり目障りになってきた。
I'm certain that I'm the only one who can hear his voice. Is he actually talking, or is this all just an illusion in my head? Am I truly acting of my own will, or am I dancing to his song and being kept alive through his will? I stopped caring a long time ago, but I know one thing for certain. I've been bound by the curse of the man speaking.
確かに目障り。
君がそれを望んだのか。
私 10年近くも前にこうなることを予想して、未来予知ができるなら今頃私はこんなところであなたと話していなかったわ。そんなに彼らが気に食わないなら、空飛ぶロボット大軍団で攻撃を仕掛けたらどう？どうせできないでしょうけどね。あれは所詮幻だわ。
He likes to toy with his prey. He has that kind of vicious streak in him.
ではゲジネを使うとしよう。あれなら一個招待程度の働きはしてくれるからね。
やればいい。
I then pull a knife out from my breast pocket. I quickly try to thrust it into my own neck, but my hand stops. I can't help but click my tongue. I failed to kill myself yet again. These are my hands, but they feel foreign to me. My body doesn't answer to me. It's not moving. It's not mine. Even though it's right here, I can see that's attached to me, but it's like it's just an illusion.
君もしつこい女だ。無駄だと言っているのにね。君には最後まで働いてもらわなければならない。古郡みなみのようになってもらっては困るよ。
そうだ。何人の人間に取り付いて呪い殺してきたの。
そうさせた元凶は君だよ。あの時君が僕を殺さなければ。
My hands, still gripping the knife, rise up on their own. I then gently throw the knife off the cliff. I gaze out at it. Why was I holding a knife? I'm not even sure why I just threw it away. It's like my memory is broken. I felt this numerous times before, this feeling like I've lost something important. And every time I feel like crying, but I don't know why. I ultimately shed no tears. I don't feel his presence anymore. I gently close my eyes. The cold sensation of the wind and rain hitting my body, this familiar scent. I wanted to experience it all as Misaki Shinomiya, just for a little longer. A sound causes me to open my eyes in surprise.
瀬宮美咲。最新情報によれば、現在種子島、屋久島地方で降っている雨はあと2時間ほどで上がりそうです。明日の降水確率は 10% で変わりません。
I recall how Irie always loved weather reports, but how did gauging me feel about them?
なぜ急にそっちから声をかけてきたの？もしかして慰めてくれているのかしら。
そのような意図はありません。
思えば皆既日食の日にあなたと出会ったのに全ての始まりだった。
That was already over 10 years ago. I just happened to find a smartphone, still new and kind of janky at the time, during the commotion of the eclipse. Inside of it was Irie's prototype, still in development. After several days of talking to Irie and becoming friends, she told me that she had a master. It made sense that the phone I found had an original owner, and since they're so expensive, I felt that I had to give it back. Following Irie's instructions, I found myself at Ko Kimijima's house in the woods. At the time, I had no idea that a year later I would end up killing Ko Kimijima with my own hands. I was desperate. I didn't want Aki or Kai to die. I wanted to protect them. My cute little sister who always happily followed me, the rascal of a young boy who lived near me. I loved every minute I spent together with them. The time I spent watching robot anime with Aki. The time I spent playing fighting games with Kai. I truly loved every second of it. I couldn't bear the thought of losing those kids. But of all things, they just had to be aboard the MF Anemone. Aki and Kai were the only ones left unconscious for multiple days following the incident. I couldn't sleep for even a second, so I just kept holding Aki's hand as tightly as I could. Please, God, don't let them die. Please let me see their smiles again. I don't care what happens to me, as long as you grant my wish. I'm fairly certain that's all I prayed for during those long days.
よかったよかった
So when Aki woke up, gripped my hand, and smiled happily at me, I honestly thought that I would be okay with dying. I had done something irreversible. I had killed a man. The police were going to arrest me, but I had no regrets. But a week later, when I returned to Ko Kimijima's house, there was no corpse. I knew for a fact that I had murdered him and left the body there. There were even bloodstains all over, but the corpse itself had vanished. 10 days later, it was located in a completely unrelated place. Unless somebody intentionally moved the body, that should have been impossible. It made the news, but even as time passed, the police never came for me. That's when I started to think. Perhaps the case would be left unsolved. Maybe the culprit would never be brought to light. Or maybe the person who moved Ko Kimijima's corpse would be charged with the crime in my place. Hey, Aki, Kai, I'm not a prodigy. I'm not a genius. I'm not a perfect person. I'm a weak coward who actually thought that I might get away with atoning for my crimes. It was Ko Kimijima who saw that weakness in my heart and dove in. A month after everything happened, he appeared before me. At first I thought I was just hearing things, but he appeared everywhere. He continuously and repeatedly whispered in my ears about what I did to him, over and over again, literally all day long, from morning until night, then again the next morning. It wasn't long before I stopped being able to sleep. I quickly started going crazy. In retrospect, I was probably already under his curse at that point. When the Robot Association got promoted to a club, I put distance between myself and the thing I started. I couldn't get involved with it. I didn't deserve to be affiliated with something built on hopes and dreams. I also distanced myself from Aki and Kai. After saving their lives, I felt I couldn't get them involved. I wasn't even able to consult my best friend, Mizu. I tried turning myself in to the police, but nobody would believe me. They all thought it was some joke and laughed at me. During my second and third years of high school, I distanced myself from everyone around me. I became a loner. I'm sure that probably strengthened Ko Kimijima's curse. And now, half of me is him. The personality and sense of self known as Misaki Shinomiya is on the verge of vanishing. As I recall the past, I'm not even sure I'm her. This could be Ko Kimijima's personality thinking back on Misaki Shinomiya's memories. It may look like I'm acting according to my own will, but Ko Kimijima's will is always involved, no matter what. Every time I planned to kill myself, he would stop me. And now here I am. No, I don't regret murdering him in order to save Aki and Kai. I have no idea if that event really happened or if my memories are true, but I regret nothing. That's why I at least wanted them to deliver me from all of this.
ゲジ姉あなたはカイとアキのことを知っているわよね。
はい。
二人のことを好き嫌い
そのような判断をする機能はゲジネーには備わっていません。
Yeah, that sounds about right. Gaijini was always cold like that.
そんなあなたに解放してあげるわ。
Before I lose myself, I need to at least do this much. I take out my phone droid. Kimijima report number 0. An icon representing the original data is displayed on my screen. I was the one who planted the Kimijima reports around the island. It was back when I was in high school. I even came up with the triggers, just as Ko Kimijima instructed. One of the things that he planted inside of me, what you could call the origin of all of this. Right now I choose to throw it
ゲ
away.
ジにあなたはあの二人のところへもうここにはいなくていい。あなたは自由よノッチよゲジに。
Without hesitation, I remove the icon. Once I confirm the data is gone, I breathe a sigh of relief. Gaijini will never appear before me ever again. I wonder if you'll be able to kill me. I sure hope so. The rain has stopped, but the sky is still unstable. The sun isn't out either. We're okay, right? They can't launch the rocket yet, right? I look up at the sky with unease. Some volunteers are risking life and limb to infiltrate and monitor the Osaki launch complex. All we can do now is wait for their report. I've been discharged from assembly work. Thanks to all the people helping, Akiho and Subaru ordered me to rest. They want me rested up and in top condition for the decisive battle tomorrow. And so I opted to take them up on their offer, or at least that was the plan. But there's something else I need to do.
いいですか？ここは一応敵の勢力圏内ですから。
Please come quickly. There are so many people helping the Robot Club. Nothing can get better than this. Why?
長いは無用です。
分かってる。
I get out of the car and reply. I asked Nasan to drive me over to the old local hall in Uchugaoka Park. On a clear day, you can see the VAB from here. The current mist is making that impossible. Is Misa-ni over there? Is the black hole bomb capable of killing 5 billion people also there? I forcibly tear my gaze away. Right now, Minamitanecho is effectively a ghost town. As of this morning, about 80% of Nakitanecho has been evacuated. The rest are moving out under police instruction. It was never a town with that many people. Still, not seeing a single car on the way to the town office in the center of the city was chilling. I can't take my time. When I open the backseat door, Irie gets out.
大丈夫？
はい。
When I asked Nasan to take me here, Irie spoke up. She said that she wanted to take a look at the island for the first time in 10 years. Considering she had to be put into cold sleep, I had assumed she was super ill. She honestly looks fine. To be honest, there's also something I want her to do, which is why I agreed to take her here despite the danger. Fortunately, we have Nasan with us. According to Frau, she's apparently ridiculously strong.
10年ぶりの島はどう？
はい。懐かしいけど結構寂しいです。 私の知っている人は誰もいなくなってしまいましたから。そうは言っても母と君島さんくらいだったんですけど。
A decade is much longer than it seems. For example, it's possible that friends from kindergarten or elementary school are still around. But for Irie, whose time was stopped for 10 years, they would have aged an entire decade. They would be different people.
俺ちょっと中を見てくるから。ナイさん、アイリーさんのことよろしく。
I walk off on my own. The room at the far end of the first floor, the one with an electronic lock. The device inside this room is what I'm here for. The door is locked. It won't open unless you input the password. Irie's the one who taught it to me. Or was it Gaijini? Surprised, I turn around to find Irie and Nasan standing in the darkness.
ついてきちゃったの？
ごめんなさい。だってほら、外にいると寒いですし。
アイリさん、なんで今のパスワードを知ってるわけ？
ふっと頭の中に浮かんできました。そんな言葉、今まで一度も聞いたことないのに。
Irie seems to be at a loss. She doesn't understand why she knows the password. Could Gaijini be around here somewhere? Last week when I departed for Tokyo, I know she was still operating properly, but for some reason she stopped showing up on my phone droid. It would be really helpful if she popped up right about now. There's something I wanted to ask her. In fact, I was hoping to fish out Gaijini by bringing Irie here. Well, whatever. I need to keep my priorities straight. The inside of the room is unchanged from the last time I came. The electromagnetic wave irradiation device that causes monopoles to fall from the sky. It's still working, which means monopoles are still falling on Uchugaoka Park.
それは。
電磁波照射装置だよ。
電磁波。これでモノポールを降らせていたんですね。教えてくれてもよかったのに。
万博が終わるまでは騒ぎになりたくなかったんだよ。
I leave the women alone for a moment and stand in front of the device. It uses the large antenna outside to beam EM waves into space. I think that's how Gaijini explained it before, but I didn't really examine it in detail last time. I had no idea how to handle or operate it.
それ単体では役に立たない。スロットに専用のカートリッジを挿さなければ動かないだろう。
Curious about what Sawada told me, I decided to come here. I figured there might be a cartridge-like thing somewhere on the machine. Anyhow, I begin casually tapping away at the icons on the display screen. It goes without saying, but I have zero luck, so I give up on controlling the device via its screen.
何をしてるんですか？
ちょっと探し物をね。
There's nothing like a window or anything below the display, which means I can't see inside. Am I going to have to take this thing apart in order to figure out what he meant by a cartridge? Then, in the darkness, I find what seems to be a button under the device. Just as I'm about to push
待って
it,
ください。
for some reason, Irie stops me.
装置の電源を切った方がいいと思います。
どういうこと？
あ、いえ、なんとなくそう思っただけで。
But she's right. It's common sense to cut the power before taking something apart. I follow Irie's advice and opt to do so. However, there's no explanation for any of the buttons on the display, so I have no idea what to push.
どれだ？
これ
And just like that, Irie is next to me. She reaches her white, slender hand out and touches my hand. I can feel her warmth through my skin.
実体がある。ああ、いや、こっちの話。
I smile and leave the display to Irie.
愛梨ちゃんわかるんですか？電源を切るにはこのボタンを押してサブ画面を出してからこっちの大きなボタンを10秒間押し続ければ
Irie follows her own instructions. The light then vanishes from the device's display. The constant humming noise stops, and the room is blanketed in silence. I guess the power's off.
あまりに自然にやってたね、今。
I glance at Nasan, and she nods her head in agreement. It looked to me like Irie knew exactly what she was doing with that device. No hesitation whatsoever. She did her thing without even thinking about it. These are the actions of someone who has been around the block tens of times, not an amateur. Is this really the Irie who was asleep for 10 years? Or is she actually AR Irie? Hell, this could be a trap set by Ko Kimijima. But wait, she literally just touched my hand a moment ago. I felt her warmth. There's no way that she's AR Irie.
わかりません私今どうして
Irie seems surprised at herself. I can ask her about it later. I have Irie move out of the way and try pressing the button on the bottom of the device. When I do, a tray comes slowly sliding out. It's hard to see in the darkness, but it's actually less of a tray and more of a circuit board. It's a little bigger than a phone droid. Could this be the device's core? I steel myself and try pulling it all the way out.
これがカートリッジなのかな。ひとまず上に戻ろう。
I want to take a look at this thing somewhere with some light. The three of us return to the second floor. It's a strange feeling. It was only half a year ago that I first spoke to AR Irie here, and now the real Irie is standing right before me. Irie appears to be having some thoughts as she looks around the local hall.
愛梨さんってこの島の出身だよね。
はい
ここには来たことある？
いいえ病気のせいもあっていつも家に閉じこもっていましたから私の家は西の表と中種の境ぐらいにあったんですだから島の南の方はほとんど来たことがありません
I already looked into the house where Irie Yukifune lived. Unfortunately, it's now an empty lot. Her house is gone. I still haven't found the right time to let her know. Earlier, when Irie said she wanted to go with me, I was afraid she would ask us to take her to her house. I looked down at the circuit board in my hand. It really is just that. I don't know much about how these things are constructed, so I have no idea how it works. The electromagnetic wave irradiation device that Sawada gave me has a slot for something just this size. I put down the heavy knapsack slung over my shoulder and remove the device.
それが N4
知ってるの？
ええ名前だけは見たのは初めてです
A device that could show illusions to tens of thousands of people in Odaiba. If we can use this thing, we can totally change the tide of battle with Misani. I carefully aligned the circuit board with the slot entrance.
ぴったりですね。
刺してみる。
I push the circuit board with a bit of strength into the slot. It doesn't catch on anything, and once it's all the way in, it clicks. Alright, it's compatible. I'm in luck.
これで使えるのか。
Aside from the slot for the circuit board, there's no switch or button on the device itself. But I do have a little remote control that came with it in my knapsack. It's a simple controller, 2 square centimeters in size, with a single button on it. Pushing said button would likely turn the device on. Push it again to shut it off, I'm betting. Will that make people see illusions? And it's not just that. It's possible that there's another way of using it. I'll test it out when I get back to the airport.
それで
I put the device back in the knapsack and face
さ
Irene.
っきのこと詳しく教えてくれないかな。ヒドゥンハンドっていうパスワードを知ってたこと、それと装置の電源を切る方法を知ってたことについてね。何か思い当たる？
Irene rubs her temples with her fingers, a confused expression on her face.
君島さんの声が聞こえたんです。東京の病院で一人でいたら君島さんの声が聞こえて、たくさんの映像を見せられました。それが本当の映像だったのか、頭の中だけの記憶だったのか、それはわかりません。誰が映した映像だったのかもわかりません。気づいた時には飛行機の中であなたたちと一緒でした。ヒドゥンハンドという言葉はその時に見せられた映像の中で誰かがつぶやいていて、さっきこの場所に来た時に初めてなのにまるで何度も来たような感じがしたんです。デジャブというものでしょうか。
Deja vu. To feel as though you've experienced something before, even though you have not. The sensation feels very real and can't be excused as a dream or forgotten about. However, you cannot remember when you experienced the same thing in the past, which leads to a strong sense of discomfort. The reason why it happens has not been discovered. The leading theory is that the memory syncing functions of recovery and already known aren't matching up. Another theory is that it comes from your brain's hippocampal gyrus spasming like a seizure.
わかりません。
I don't think A.R. Irie's memories have been inherited by her. Those would just be ones and zeros anyway. So I want to believe that's not the case. Hell, that would mean that she remembers me giving her a kiss on the forehead through my phone droid on Christmas Eve. I would die of embarrassment if she remembered that. This explains nothing. Gaijini might know something about all of this. I boot up IRUO and survey the area with it, but there's no Gaijini in sight. Where could she have wandered off to?
愛理さんは調布空港でのことも覚えてないんだね。
はい。私、何か。
いや、気にしなくていいよ。
If I told her she tried to kill us and herself with a gun, it would probably come as a massive shock.
とりあえず戻りましょう。長いは禁物です。
Ivory and I both nod and exit the building. And then...
ドローン囲まれた。
Drone, nickname for a military unmanned aerial vehicle, also called a UAV. Its name is derived from a warrior in Greek mythology, Dolon.
生 けば撃ちます。
That voice. Irie? But she's standing next to me, worriedly looking around with uncertainty. In that case...
ゲージねえか。
I raise my phone droid in the direction of the voice, the tower scaffolding. Irie is there wearing her usual fluttery dress, the icon on her head glowing. This must be Gei-Genie. Irie looks at my phone droid from the side, and her eyes widen.
私がいる。繰り返します。動けば撃ちます。3秒かからずあなた方3名が死にます。カイト君、今すごくまずい状況です。
ああ、見ればわかるよ。
I never considered that Gei-Genie would be a part of the enemy's forces, but this might actually be convenient for me. This increases the probability that Gei-Genie has the answers to my questions.
あのふわふわ浮いてるのって AR じゃないか。
私の肉眼でも見えてますよ。
お台場でもそうだったよ。肉眼でも見える幻を何十万人の人が目撃した。みんなまんまと騙されたんだ。それと同じだったりしてくれたらいいなって思ったりして。
But if that was the case, wouldn't Gei-Genie also be visible too? There's a bullet hole in the concrete wall.
あ、そう。
Yeah, a little bit of wishful thinking. I didn't expect her to fire a warning shot though. Gei-Genie's much more quick-witted than she used to be.
俺たちを取り囲んで何がしたいわけ？
あなたたちを排除せよというマスターのご命令です。
I gulp. I'm going to get killed off like a bit character before I even get a chance to square off with Misani. Give me a damn break.
だったらなんで門番無用で撃ち殺さないんでしょう。
Is there a reason she's keeping us alive like this? If there is, maybe I can work something out.
ゲージ姉に聞きたいことがある。
答えるつもりはありません。
But that doesn't stop me from asking.
お台場の万博会場でスメラギが遠隔操縦されたことは知ってる？スメラギはスタンドアローンだった。ハッキングは有線以外じゃできないはずなのに。それについて知ってることない？
The Expo Rampage likely wasn't Misani's plan, but rather Ko Kimijima's plan as part of Project Atom. In that case, since Gei-Genie is working under him, she should know something. In fact, seeing as Gei-Genie is operating the drones, it's plenty possible that she also remotely operated Sumeragi.
教えてよ、ゲージ姉。
君は勘違いをしているようだ。
It's him.
君島か。
It's all his fault.
君はプロジェクトアトムのシナリオにおいて主役どころか名前すら与えられていない端役に過ぎないんだ。あまりこんな場所をうろつかずに速やかに退場してもらいたいんだよ。東京でもそう言っただろう。
If this man didn't exist, Misani wouldn't have become our enemy.
ましてや僕の作ったものを勝手に持ち去ろうとするなんて盗っ人たけだけしいとはこのことじゃないか。
Akiho wouldn't have had to suffer, the Expo wouldn't have been ruined, and Model 2 would still exist.
僕のレポートを全部集めてわざわざ世界中に拡散してくれたことについては敬意を表するよ、ヤシオカイト君。だが君はただの使いっ走りでしかないと自覚しなければいけないな。
It's all his fault. I want to run up to him and punch him in the face right this second. I'm so angry. I'm so angry that I can't actually do that. I have no way to vent this anger. And if I moved right now, I would be pumped full of holes. 10 drones are hovering above Nasan and myself, their guns trained on us as they make creepy fan
ゲー
noises.
ジね、なぜさっさと処分しない？
I glance at Nasan, hoping she has some kind of plan, but even she seems to be at her wit's end. Her eyes are darting around. She's biting down on her lip, unable to move. Neither me nor Nasan can find a way out of this. Is it hopeless? Is this the end? Without even noticing my panic,
君島さん、
Irie calls out to the mastermind, a stern expression on her face. Well, more accurately, she calls out to the code Kimijima on my phone droid screen.
君島さんは死んでいるんですか？
I was ready for this to be the end, but Geijini still doesn't open fire. Wait, does Irie not know that Ko Kimijima is dead? Did nobody tell her after she woke up from cold sleep?
君島公は死んでる。10年近く前だ。
そう、確かに僕は死んだよ。殺されたんだ。でもおかげでこうして永遠の命を手に入れられた。もっともそれもあと数日で終わりだろうけれどね。僕が立案し実行したプロジェクトアトムによって消滅するんだ。宇宙から飛来する熱と電磁波の嵐、それは50億人に死をもたらすものであり、ネットワーク上に存在している僕もまたその嵐によって破壊されるだろう。
He's insane.
どうして破壊されることを望むんですか？
なんだって？
死に希望を持っているから？実験の成功が嬉しいから？生きたいと思わないから？ほら、また病院で再会した時もそうでした。私が眠りにつく前の君島さんと今の君島さんは違う気がします。今は君島さんの心がどこにも感じられないんです。
His heart? The mastermind behind everything, Ko Kimijima. When I spoke to him at Chofu, his view of the world was abnormal. Nothing like the average person. I couldn't understand him. I couldn't think of him as a fellow human. My impression of him was a man with a broken mind, a man who lacked the common sense of a human. Is she saying that he wasn't always like this? Even before death, he experimented with the lives of everyone aboard the MF Anemone, me, Akio, and many others. If Misani hadn't stopped him, everyone aboard would probably be dead. How could the man behind that have a heart?
君島さんは10年前も壊れた人でしたよね。実験のことしか考えてなかったですし、でも優しかった。君島さんの心からそれが感じられました。
君のことはいい実験台だとしか見ていなかったんだけどね。
どう見ているかは関係なくて、私を眠らせてほしいってお願いしたとき、あなたはかなり長い間迷っていましたよね。
実験内容についてじっくり検討していたんだよ。残念ながらね。
でも迷ってくれた。なのに今の君島さんは目的があってもそこに資料も思想もない。
Thought. A reason for executing Project Atom. It's true that it's still unclear as to why Kokimijima would do something like massacre 5 billion people.
君島さんはどうして実験を成功させたいんですか？
なぜ実験を成功させたいかって？それはね、実験を成功させたいからだよ。例えば実験の内容が50億人を虐殺するものでも一輪の花を咲かせるものでも僕にとっては同じなんだ。
それってつまりあんたはただのプログラムだってことじゃないか。
かもしれないね。僕は死の直前に仮移植していた不完全なアルファ版のデータでのみ構成されている。そう言っただろう。君島光という人間を完全再現するにはデータ不足だったのかもしれない。もっともだから何か不都合があるのかといえば特にないけれどね。今の僕は人間としては欠陥品かもしれない。ただこの実験を遂行する分にはほぼ完璧に近い。実験を成功させる、それが君島公の目的であったことは揺るぎない。今さらそこに思想など不要だよ。
The Kokimijima possessing Misani is a flawed product. Like hell, we can just let this thing do as it pleases. However, I haven't been able to stop sweating. The guns are still trained on us. Just then, Kokimijima's figure vanishes. It's instantaneous, like he was never here to begin with. Where did he go? Gaijini still doesn't move. I look around, but Kokimijima is... Shit. He's trying to possess Irie again. But my voice reaches neither Irie nor Kokimijima.
知っていたかい？君は両親にとって負担だった。早く死んでくれないかと思っていた。父親が逃げ出したのはもちろん君のせいだよ。当時僕は君の両親と懇意にしていてね、いろいろ聞かせてもらったんだ。愛理にはうんざりだとそう言っていたよ。だから島から出て自由を取り戻せばいいと言ってあげたんだ。そうしたら君の父親は僕に何て言ったと思う？ありがとうだってさ。まるでつきものが落ちたような顔で僕に握手を求めてきたよ。君という面倒な娘から解放されてよっぽど嬉しかったんだろうね。だから鹿児島の山奥で殺してあげたんだ。 今も君の父親は寒い山奥で白骨死体のまま眠っているはずだよ。警察にも見つかっていないからね。君がコールドスリープで眠っている10年の間に、君の父親はその体を獣に食い散らかされて腐り落ちて骨だけになっていったわけだ。よかったね、君を見捨てた父親が死んで。もっとも君は父親のことはそんなに好きじゃなかったね。だったら彼がどうなっても別にどうでもいいか。むしろ君は母親のことが大好きだったよね。何しろ父親がいなくなってからも女手一つで君を育ててくれたんだからね。だから君はそんな大好きな母親が自分のせいで病んでいくのが耐えられなかったんだろう。解放してあげたかったんだろう。雪船愛理っていう重荷から。だから君はわざわざ僕に頼み込んで長い眠りにつくことを選んだわけだ。全ては母親のため。自分がいなくなれば母親は楽になってくれる。まったくいじらしくて素敵な娘さんだ。でも残念だったね。君のお母さんは君が眠った後、反響欄で島中を駆けずり回ったんだ。もちろん君を探してね。僕も聞かれたよ、娘を見なかったかと。だから僕は答えたんだ。君の選択を尊重するために知らないと。誰も君の母親の相手をしなかったよ。みんな彼女がおかしくなってしまったことを知っていたからね。でも母親はそれこそ取りつかれたように森を裸足でさまよい歩き続けたんだ。あんまりかわいそうだったから僕は助言してあげたんだ。馬毛島で見かけたと漁師の人が言っていたと。もちろん真っ赤な嘘なんだけど、君の母親はありがとうありがとうと言って。でもみんな彼女が馬毛島へ行くことを反対したんだ。あの島には誰もいないと。悪いことは言わないからおやめなさいと。誰も船を出してあげようとしなくてね。だから彼女は馬毛島まで泳いで行ったよ。本当に滑稽だった。母親の執念というのはすごいね。でもさすがにそこまでで限界だった。さすがにあの距離は泳ぎきれないよ。君の母親は魚の餌になった。骨は海の底に沈んだか、あるいは海流に流されて今頃は太平洋の方まで行っているかもしれないね。どんな気持ちだっただろうね。溺れて死んだのかな。だとしたら苦しかったろう。サメにでも食われたのかもしれない。だとしたら生きたまま食われるわけでかなり痛いだろうね。誰も君のお母さんの行方は知らない。誰もね。そうそう、君の住んでいた家は君のお父さんの親族が売り払って更地にしてしまったよ。さっさと家族3人の死亡届を出して保険金を受け取ったそうだ。だから君が10年ぶりに生きて現れたことにはひどく不満だったらしいよ。いっそ殺せと病院の医師にお金を渡したぐらいだし。君どうして目覚めちゃったの？ずっと寝ていればよかったのに。
Irie is acting odd. I could barely make out what code Kimijima was saying, but I know for a fact that he's destroying Irie's heart. Her eyes are open wide and spasming out of control. The tears endlessly fall from both eyes, her face blue. Her entire body is trembling, and she continues to sob voicelessly. Just watching her like this is making my heart ache. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll be repeating the incident at Chofu Airport. But with all these guns pointed at us, neither Nasan nor I can move a muscle. I should have never brought Irie here. Gaijin continues to watch us from atop the tower, unchanged. As long as Gaijin remains under Ko Kimijima's control, I doubt she'll listen to anything we have to say. I can't come up with a way to simultaneously destroy all 10 drones locked on us. I have a score to settle with Misani. I can't just die here. But I also can't leave Irie behind either, which means this is war. It takes about 2 giant steps from where I'm standing to reach Irie. That should be enough.
Stream elements.
I won't
Said,
let Ko
"Stay
Kimijima
moist,
have
my
his
friends.
way.
Hydrate."
I turn toward Irie. I lean forward and focus all of my strength into my feet. This time I'm able to hear Ko Kimijima's voice loud and clear. The drone's gun muzzles are already aimed squarely at me. I won't make it. I'm going to be turned into Swiss cheese before I can take 2 steps. But just as I lift my toes off the ground to take off, Gaijin begins to utter nonsense. The first step, simultaneously, the sound of gunfire rings out. The second step. My hand grabs Irie's wrist. Got her. I forcefully pull her trembling body into my arms. The tenseness leaves her body. I got away untouched too. There are no bullet holes anywhere in my body. It's then that a violent gust of air and heat blows past me. The 10 drones that were hovering about all explode one after the other. What? Wait, no. I instinctively hold my phone droid back up and watch Gaijin through the screen. Gaijin herself remains unchanged. In fact, she's standing there, emotionless as usual. But the icon on her forehead is flashing violently. It almost looks like she's breathing her last breath. Still in my arms, Irie reaches her hand out toward my phone droid screen. Irie touches the monitor. She lovingly runs her hand across Gaijin through the monitor. Gaijin is no longer able to speak coherently. Ko Kimijima must be trying to delete her data. She could disappear at any moment. If Frau was here, would she have been able to do something about this? No. I get the feeling this would be too much even for her. Even though it takes time to create data, deleting it takes only a few
ずっと
seconds.
見守ってくれていたような気がするんです。はい、見て。
I move my phone droid closer to Irie. Irie's fingers touch the icon on Gagini's forehead. It flashes even more violently than before.
ノッチよ、アイリー、ゲジネ、ありがとう。もう一人の私、もっとお話ししたかったな。
Gagini's mouth moves as if to respond, but her voice is already gone. Even then, she still attempts to communicate something. In an effort to not miss her last words, Irie holds her ear against the phone droid. Just then, the phone droid releases a blast of noise, much like it would after short-circuiting. Irie jolts back in surprise. That's it. For just a moment, the IRUO screen is filled with noise. And then Gagini is gone. No matter where I point the phone droid, she's nowhere to be found.
君島公もいないみたいです。命拾いしたというところですね。
Naysam breathes a sigh of relief while looking down at the drone remains. Irie clings tightly to my chest. She's doing her best to hold back. Irie is crying without making a sound. My first thought is that Kokimijima said something to her. No, I was certain that was the case. I figured he must have said something heartbreaking to her. I assumed she was in pain, sad, and angry. But I immediately realized that's not what these tears
ど
are.
うしてでしょう。とても大切なものを失ったような気がします。お父さんとお母さんのことじゃなくて、そうじゃなくて、まるで自分の半身を引き裂かれたみたいな、そんな気がしたんです。
Gagini had been watching over A.R. Irie this entire time. She had done so in the same body as an alternate personality. Perhaps for Gagini, both A.R. Irie and Irie were one and the same. The half that must be protected, the half that must be loved, even more so than the very master that created her. Gagini chose to protect the reflection of herself that she had spent the most time with. I don't know how she rebelled against her programming. Was it really just a bug? Or was there something else in play? I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, Gagini saved the three of us. That's the only truth that matters right now. When I check in with Frau, she's furiously typing away at her keyboard. Nochio, Irie. I thought I hated cheats, but now I am the cheater. This time, though, I'm going to take that handicap. I didn't think there would be a time that I would be teaching assembly to everyone, but I noticed I can teach. Looks like I grew up a bit, too. Wall punch. You scared me. I really thought my heart was going to stop. Don't make me worry. Started seeing some feathers inside IRUO. A lot of feathers were flying, and it was very pretty. She's leaning into the monitor, quietly ranting to herself.
マジ何様なんあいつ。ああ、平壁。つうか、上から目線の大人は死ね。
もしかして沢田のこと？
そいつ。君島公をやっつけるために指定のアプリ使えて送りつけてくるとか意味不すぎ。ちょっと人が引きこもりだからって下に見やがって絶対に許さない。
By the way, I was the one who first received the request from Sawada. which I then deferred to
そ
Frau.
の指定のアプリって？
いる音ほぼそっくりのアプリらしい。要するにパクリ。クソ長いアプリ名だし何なの。
クソ長いね。なんて名前？
Frau brings her face close to the screen and reads it out loud.
DG297 サードエディションバージョン 4.11。
確かに長い。
まあ私の脳内妄想ではすでに沢田キュンはガチムチな島の男たちの手でボロ雑巾のようにされちゃってるがな。
それは吐血物ですね。だがそれがいい。
え？
ガタ。
After bearing witness to Irie's interjection, it feels like time slows to a crawl. Not the usual way either. Irie looks clueless about what she just said.
そうですか。三次元のアリタンも腐っておりましたか。
Frau nods to herself as if she's deeply moved, then forces a handshake with Irie.
心の友よ、よくぞ帰ってきてくれました。つうか、二次元キャラが三次元に実体化とか、オタの千年の夢がついに叶ったわけだが、飯食ってる場合じゃねえ。映画化決定だろマジで。
But nobody's eating anything.
というわけで、趣味も合ってるんで、アリタンは私が買う。
ペットじゃない。
アリタン、元気くんと頑張れるのカプなら、元気くんが攻めっしょ。
いえ、頑張れるが攻めだと思います。
なんだと。趣味合わないんで買うのやめます。
いい加減にしなって。何話してるか全然わからないし。
I pull on both of Frau's pigtails.
オフ、痛いです。いいぞ、もっとやれ。
Frau's antics aside, I definitely saw a little bit of Gaijini in Irie's comments. Maybe some of AR Irie's memories did get carried over to her. Judging by how clueless she looks, she must be speaking instinctively without really understanding her words. But right now, none of that matters.
で、話は戻るけど、その DG なんとかって長ったらしい名前のアプリがイルオとほぼそっくりってどういうこと？
連絡ついでにイルオは信用できないって沢田急に話したら、これ使えってドヤ顔で送ってきたけん。
それ使えそう？
まだ調べてないからわかんねえ。でも使えそうなら全員のポケコンからイルオ削除してこっちの DG297 を入れ直してもらうかも。
キルバラシステムにも組み込めるかもね。
試してみるわ。で、本題は例の URL。
そういうこと。何か分かった？
これからアクセスしたる。
Long story short, I asked Frau to look into the final piece of info that Gaijini left Irie, a URL of some kind. Said URL was super long and came with a password consisting of random numbers and letters. Amazingly, Irie somehow managed to memorize the entire thing instantly. She opens up the URL.
出た。これエグスケ社のクラウドじゃね？
クラウドだって。あそこはクラウドはやってないって散々記者会見してたじゃないか。
でも間違いないっぽい。この機体 ID は何ぞ？
Frau pulls up a scanned document with a confidential stamp on it from out of nowhere and displays it.
何それ？
これまでに製造されたハグの機体 ID 一覧。
なんでそんなのコナちゃんが持ってるわけ？
私っつうかネット上のとあるアングラサイトに普通に落ちてるけん。ネットにはタブーはないのだ。キリ！でも。
Frau skims through the list then tilts her head.
ラウドに出てる ID は HUGX が頭についてるわけだが、既存のハグで X シリーズなんて売られてないぽ。
待った、 HUGX はスメラギとカミナギのコードネームだ。
おお。
Of course, they are concept models, so their IDs differ from what's currently being used.
ね、つまりスメラギもカミナギもスタンドアローンじゃなくてオンラインでつながってたってこと？
Why did Sawada lie?
つうかこれクラウドっつってもかなり限定的。やり取りできるデータはイルオの情報だけっぽい。スメラギの資料と。
Frau opens the digital Sumeragi data that I sent to her phone droid. She proceeds to read through it.
見つけた。イルオをコクピットのモニターに表示させる機能があるを。幸せ 4U とタイアップして使えるようにしたっぽい。
IRUO is an app that Ko Kimijima created. This is no coincidence. This is obviously part of the plan.
君島コウがスメラギを操縦できるようにするためにクラウドを使ったってことかな。
エグスケ社がクラウドを使わないって言ってたのもブラフ？
沢田すら知らなかったんだから、このことを知ってるのはミサネや君島コウを含む一部の人間だけだったのかも。そもそも去年のロボラトリーインダストリーのロボット反乱事件だって結局犯人のマグヤンが行方不明のまま迷宮入りでしょ。あれが君島コウによるリハーサルだったなら説明がつく。
キルバラの死んでたチーターたちのことも。
Exactly. How dare he make a mockery out of fighting game players by messing with the leaderboards for this crap?
とにかくアイリさん、お手柄だよ。
Irie, who had been quietly observing until now, wears an uneasy smile.
私には何が何だかさっぱりわからなかったんですが、もしお役に立てたならそれはゲジ姉さんのおかげです。
This info that Geijini gave her life to pass on to us. We can't let that sacrifice be for nothing.
これウイルス流し込んだらスメラギを無効化できない？
できるかも。明日までに間に合うかわからんけど、私より沢田君には渡すべきじゃね。
If we run the anti-Ko Kimijima virus through this server, we might see an immediate effect.
コナちゃん、この情報沢田に伝えて。
When we first got back to Tanegashima, we were at a huge disadvantage, but now our chess pieces are slowly coming together. The command center inside the central command tower has overseen countless rocket launches. It's the heart of the TNSC. This is where the main staff gathers to analyze conditions and ultimately make the go-no-go decision for launch. I sit on one of the chairs and stare blankly at the small toy. Think. I took it from Dad's office. Considering I'm the one who made it, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I took it without asking. It's already been 30 hours since we occupied the TNSC. The BHB should be loaded and ready to go. Losing the priest hurts, but the 5 staff members I brought for the launch are here. No problem. We invaded with a low head count, so we could prevent info about the targeting this island from leaking until the end. The more people involved, the higher the risk of info getting out. Ko Kimijima hated leaks. He even kept the info secret from the Committee of 300, his masters, and the Tavistock Institute until the very end. It's working out so far. I fight off my listlessness and stand up. The preparations are all complete. Today the project will be
こ
completed.
ちらはイヴァン了解した。リミットはあと半日か。秋かい間に合って。
And put an end to me.
そういうわけにはいかないよ。
Someone's presence emerges behind
君
me.
には彼らイレギュラーを排除してもらわないと。全力でね。それが君の最後の仕事だ。それが終わったら解放してあげるよ。この9年よく働いてくれたね。
その時には50億人が死んでいるわ。
結構なことじゃないか。
He's getting inside of me. His presence is eating up my body. He's sullying my body and spirit. My fingers and my arms stop moving. His will is consuming my consciousness. It feels as if dark, sticky coal tar is being fed into my bloodstream. Like parasites are eating away at the flesh beneath my skin. Like a heated steel pipe is being jammed into the center of my brain. Like a giant snake is wrapping around and strangling me. It's disappearing. Whatever was left of Misaki Sinomiya. She's being infected and erased. This curse is constraining me. Aki, Kai. I exit outside. The wind is still strong and moist, but the clouds in the sky are moving along. Through their gaps, I get a peek at the night sky
各
beyond.
位聞こえているか。第1回 GO ノー GO 判断。天候判断は GO。 VAB 開放。射程への移動を開始して。
The largest door in the world is slowly opening, and from its darkness appears a pitch black rocket, the devil's spear made with the distinct purpose of turning Earth into a blazing hell. And soon this object of destruction will be launched from the most beautiful launch site on the planet. The mist is clearing. The end is nearing. Just saw real Irie tan and healed up, functioning as intended. Sleepiness has blown away. Want to pull some dirty pranks, but kept it to myself. You need to just rest, Kai. Your time will come later. Stay in the best condition you can. Don't let everybody's hard work go to waste. Counting on you. Ooh, ooh. Right, I know. Right, I am fully cognizant of that. Hey, looks like something is happening in Tanegashima. Tanegashima. A few hours ago, a local in Tanegashima was doing a Nico live. They were building a giant robot. Also, last year's runner-up Akiho Sinomiya and Frau Kojiro were seen together. What do you mean? The conspiracy theory is moving toward Tanegashima? Wasn't Akiho Sinomiya at the expo yesterday? A life-size gun barrel made by high schoolers will fight to save the world, or something like that. Up to the capture image, that is the robot. Just saw it, but what is that paper mache? Are they playing around in this situation? What is happening in Tanegashima? The rumors are that a black hole is going to appear in Tanegashima and the world is in trouble. Black hole. Yes, the world is in trouble. I read a post that JAXA got taken over. When I hear about Tanegashima, I imagine the committee of 300. Kurokane needs to fly to Tanegashima now. Haneda and Narita are both closed. No planes are flying. What are they trying to do with the paper mache? If the world is in danger, why don't they ask the police or self-defense forces, or even the U.S. Army in Okinawa? In this situation, I don't think any of them would listen to a story that may not be true. I fully support them because Akiho Sinomiya-chan is cute. You remember the boy that was with Akiho Sinomiya at Robo 1? As a person who is amazed by his operating skills, I want him to do a good job. I request a live broadcast, then I'll watch. There's no response from Gaijini, so what does that mean? I didn't think I would get a request from Dasp instead of Dash. Looks like I won't make it if I don't take this seriously. Oh, DASP is short for Daru the Super Programmer. This will be on your test. Oh, Nei is in Tanegashima. She'll take care of it. It'll be okay. Okay. The sky is still dark. I can just barely make out the bloody red aurora.
報告します。
Nei-san comes running into the hangar. She then calls out to everyone still working
ロ
there.
ケットが VAB から射程への移動を開始しました。予想打ち上げ時間 X-8 から9時間です。
Nei-san's report causes everyone to tense up. This info must have come from a JAXA employee hiding near the TNSC. They're monitoring the launch site. All of the JAXA employees, except for Chief Sinomiya, evacuated here safely. But a few brave souls volunteered to go back out there for surveillance.
あと1時間で作業は終わらせるから。アキホちゃん、このネジ足りないんだけど、予備はどこにあったっけ？
フルゴーリ、プログラムの方は？
今やってるし、最悪歩かせながらアップデートしてくる。
おい、レーザー銃座を車に積み込むから男子生徒20人くらい集まれ。
There are some folks sleeping in the corner of the hangar, unable to make it through the night. The older women are feeding all of us hot pork miso soup that they made by borrowing the local joint's kitchen. There are also multiple cranes gathered here. Tons of cars are parked in front of the hangar with their headlights on to supply lighting for the hangar. It's ridiculously early in the morning, and yet the once deserted airport is filled with people. I know this is kind of an awkward time to say this, but it sort of feels like a festival. Dawn is coming. The final showdown is approaching.
ロボ部全員集まった？
If we had another half day, it could have been better. Don't have enough time, gotta work it out somehow. Akiho is all pumped up after glancing at each of the club members gathered in the classroom. Heck, even I feel more focused after changing into my uniform like everyone else did.
本当はロボ部専用の戦闘用制服とかパイロットスーツとかあればよかったんだけどね。
いりませんよ。
日高君はその足だから着られないもんね。
そうじゃなくて、パイロットスーツなんてピチピチじゃないですか。
もしかしてスバル君さ、女子部員のピチピチパイロットスーツ姿を妄想したわけ？
いや、違います。
むしろ男子部員の股間に注目だろうっていう。
一番の変態はコナちゃんだったか。
Meanwhile, our pure-hearted Juna has turned bright red. That's probably the correct reaction.
はーい、静かに。ガンツク1の改良は無事に完了しました。みんな本当にご苦労様。手伝ってくれたみんなにも後でお礼言うつもりだけど、まずは部員のみんなに。
She bows her head to us. Both Subaru and Juna look somewhat proud. As for Frau, well, she's fidgeting about as usual.
限られた時間でできるだけのことはやったと思う。あとはどう戦うか、どう勝つのか。というわけで DNSC 攻略戦の作戦会議を始めるね。ナエさん、地図お願いします。
She spreads open a large paper map. Two of them, in fact. One is of the entire island of Tanegashima. The other is of the Tanegashima Space Center campus. Neisan, Michi, and Doc are also present at the meeting.
今回の戦いは地球全体、人類全体の命がかかった戦いだってことは知ってると思う。うちらだけで何とかしなくちゃならない。負けたら50億人が死んじゃって、しかも地球は死の星になって悪い奴らに支配されちゃう。絶対に負けられない戦いなの。でも大丈夫。正義はうちらにある。だから絶対に勝てる。ジャキーン。みんなもやってよ。
話を先に進めましょう。
Akiho's shoulders drop in disappointment for a moment before she recollects herself.
じゃあ宇宙センターの最新情報についてはナエさんから。 BHB を搭載した敵のロケット、仮にコードネームを黒いの1号としますが、黒いの1号は現在種子島宇宙センター大崎社上吉信第一射程にて燃料補給中です。打ち上げ予定の X 時刻はだいたいお昼の12時から13時くらいだと予想されます。テロリストの残り人数は分かっているだけで5人。
Neisan captured the four that raided the old airport. She tried to extract info from them, but they didn't budge.
ほぼ全員重機で武装していると考えていいと思います。コナちゃんのホテルを襲撃してきた人たちはハンドガンしか持ってなかったんですけど、もしかすると突撃銃や狙撃銃を持っている人もいるかもしれません。テロリストのメンバーは1人を除き全員がロケット打ち上げのノウハウを持つメンバーみたいでして、私たちの襲撃に備えているというより打ち上げ準備にかかりきりになってますね。他にドローンを持ってる可能性もありますけど、多分あったとしてももう使えないはず。だからテロリストで厄介なのは1人だけです。大型ハグで武装した瀬宮美咲だけですね。
Neisan nods sharply.
うちのお姉ちゃんが登場してるスメラギはちょうど第一射程の目の前 VAB との間に配置されてる。敵の親玉君島公はうちらの存在に気づいてるわけだから、当然襲撃を警戒してるはず。それ以外に今宇宙センターには誰もいない。
That's the current status of the TNSC in a nutshell.
以上を踏まえてのこっちの作戦だけど、まとめてくれたスバル、説明よろしく。
その前にヤシオ先輩、エグゾスケルトン社の偉い人からアンチ君島抗ウイルスについて連絡は？
いや、まだ間に合わないかもしれない。
そうですか。
Subaru doesn't back down, however. Judging by his response, it would appear that he wasn't expecting it to be ready from the start.
では、アンチ君島抗ウイルスについてはないものとして考えます。まず、こちらの勝利条件を設定しました。勝利条件は、もちろん、黒いの1号打ち上げを阻止することです。その勝利条件をもとに、戦力を3つに分けます。A 部隊は、頑張れる試作1号機海を運用する
スーパーガンツクワン。
はい、
呼び方スーパーガンツクワンだから。スバル、
ナンセンスだ。でもここで言い争ってる暇はないのでA 部隊はスーパーガンツク1を運用する中種ロボ部、 B 部隊は天王寺さんをリーダーにした潜入部隊、 C 部隊は5詰めとしてもしも作戦が失敗した場合に一か八かの突入を仕掛けるトラック部隊です。
C 部隊は作戦中は後ろに控えててもらうの。基本的には出番はないと考えて、戦力としても当てにしちゃダメだからね。 C 部隊が動くときはもう他に手段がなくなってどうしようもないときだけ。物量作戦で宇宙センターの西側と北側から突入する、言ってみれば特攻。味方が犠牲になるのを前提にしてるから、 C 部隊を動かさないで済むようにうちらが頑張らないとね。
C 部隊の指揮はドクに取ってもらいます。
おう、任せろ。
というわけで作戦は主に A 部隊と B 部隊で実行しますが、大崎社上に突入する中種ロボ部の A 部隊は陽動部隊となります。
陽動？
その名の通りおとりです。
おとりとしての役割だけでいいってこと？でもミサ姉を倒さなくちゃロケット打ち上げは阻止できないよ。
カイ、最後まで聞いて。
I shut my trap. Akio and Subaru must have a plan. I personally don't care if I'm bait or not, as long as I get to face down Misani.
勝利条件をさっき最初に提示したはずです。目的はあくまでロケット打ち上げの阻止であって、スメラギと瀬宮美咲に勝つことじゃない。なので B 部隊がこの作戦のメインとなるんです。
Naysan nods firmly. Judging by her response, she's already agreed to this plan.
B 部隊のメンバーは4人。途中大崎社上を監視している2人と合流してもらって6人で総合司令塔へ潜入してください。もしかすると武装したテロリストと遭遇する可能性もあります。それと君島コード、
大丈夫、心強いメンバーばかりですから。乾さんと近藤さんは警察官だし、羽生さんは消防団です。この人たちと一緒なら100人引きですよ。私だって精一杯頑張りますからね。武器は拘束したテロリストからハンドガンを全部で4丁。乾さんと近藤さんは警官の正式拳銃を持ってます。あとはとあるルートから手に入れたサブマシンガンが2丁と手榴弾が10個。
What exactly is this source again? What an
うま
oddball.
く指令センターまでたどり着いたらロケット打ち上げのシステムをダウンさせてください。それで僕らの勝ちです。
わかりました。
Naysan is almost too perfect to lead the infiltration unit. She has great combat skills, knows the TNSC faculty inside and out, and she's armed. And since there aren't very many terrorists on the opposing side, she won't be outnumbered. However...
人質が危ないかもしれないけど大丈夫。
Right, the chief of the TNSC, Uncle Sinomiya, has been taken hostage. If they find out about our plan, he could very well be murdered.
それを議論してる時間はないから。
アキちゃんはそれでいいわけ？
Akiho shakes her head side to side rigorously.
いいことなんてないよ。でもうちらは特殊部隊でも軍隊でもない、完璧な作戦なんて立てられない。だから切り捨てなくちゃいけないところも出てくるの。あとは無事なのを祈るだけ。
Akiho is obviously doing her best not to let her personal feelings leak out. She's biting down tightly on her lip, and her hands are clenched into tight fists. She's trying desperately not to think about the possibility that her father may be murdered by her own sister, which is why I opt not to pry any further.
説明を続けます。 B 部隊の動きから目をそらすため、スーパーガンツクワンには派手に暴れてもらう必要があります。スーパーガンツクワンはこの旧空港から宇宙センターまで徒歩で進撃してください。
宇宙センターの近くまでトラックで運ぶんじゃダメなの？
スーパーガンツクワンは自力で立たせることができませんからね。トラックで運搬する場合、途中で襲撃されたらなすすべがないんです。だったら最初から歩かせていくという考えです。間抜け感は出ますが、ロケットの打ち上げ時間がある程度予想できているので焦る必要はありません。鳴らし運転の意味も込めています。フルゴーリがまだプログラムのアップデートを全て終えていませんし、
堂々と進撃していった方が敵としてもスーパーガンツクワンに気を取られるでしょ。それだけナイさんたちが潜入しやすくなるはず。
スメラギは現在大崎社長にいますが、場合によっては迎撃のために出張ってくるかもしれません。そうなれば僕らとしては狙い通りです。
I get it. It'll leave the TNSC defenseless.
ちなみに俺さ、引き分け狙いとかじゃなくてミサ姉に勝つつもりなんだけど、問題ないよね。
言うじゃねえか、付き添い。
Doc had been patiently listening up until now. He has a big grin on his face.
そういうの嫌いじゃねえぜ。
そりゃどうも。
もちろんスメラギに勝っても何ら問題なしです。
ガイなら勝てるよ。正義はうちらにあるし。
僕も勝てると思います。
へえ。
I didn't expect Subaru to agree. I figured he would tell me to stop while I'm ahead or something. Of course, Subaru doesn't end
た
there.
だし相手がスメラギであると限定した場合ですが、
何が言いたい？
カミナギに勝てる見込みは限りなく低い。僕はそう考えています。だからこそスーパーガンツクワンは陽動役に割り当てたわけです。
He's right that there's a huge gap between our basic capabilities. I don't like it, but I'm glad that Subaru is able to maintain his cool through all of this.
じゃあ、対カミナギについては俺のパイロットとしての実力が問われるわけだ。
That in and of itself gets me hyped up, so it's all good. It does piss me off though.
改良した1号機について聞いていいかな。具体的にどこが変わったのか。
Subaru nods.
足のモーターをモノポールモーターに換装したことで歩行スピードは試作1号機と比べ段違いです。試作2号機ほどではないですが、一番大きな変更点は両腕を外したことですね。
結局外したんだ。
ただの飾りでしたから。
偉い人にはそれが。
それ昨日も言ってましたね。
腕を外してパイルバンカーを取り付けたんだっけ？
はい、ドクの特別製です。
まずは一つだけだ。左腕に装着しておいた。二つ目は調整中だ。まだ完成してね。そっちについてもあと2時間くらいありゃ完成する。そしたら後からトラックで追いかける。
道中で装着ということになると思います。
できるの？
アタッチメントは事前に取り付けておいた。そこにくっつけるだけで済むようにはしてある。もちろんクレーン車での作業とプロの作業員が必要だがな。
今は 左右のバランスを取るためにカウンターウェイトとして土のうをぶら下げてます。
全くかっこよくないけどね。
It's huge progress that Akiho is able to recognize that.
一応角度調整のために肩にはサーボモーターを入れました。が調整可能なのは3段階あります。下を向いた状態がデフォルト。射出後に巻き戻す時もこのポジションにします。次が斜め45度。一応対カミナギを想定していますが使う機会はないでしょう。
We'll see about that.
最後に90度。これは対スメラギ用です。
パイルバンカーの使用回数制限はあるの？
電力によるだろうな。かなりの電気釘だ。リアルタイムでレーザー光送電による給電が行われてるなら特に問題はねえけどよ。バッテリーのみで稼働してるときは気をつけな。
レーザー光送電銃は長深田先生の軽トラに乗せてスーパーガンツク1の後ろをついていきます。ですが戦闘中は激しい動きが予想されるので常に給電できるとは思わないでください。
それとパイルバンカで攻撃を仕掛けるつもりならこれだけは覚えとけ。攻撃をぶち当てたら相手だけじゃなくこっちもその衝撃でひしゃげたり曲がったりするのは間違いねえ。そうなったら使い物にはならなくなる。場合によっちゃ一回使っただけでそうなっちまう可能性だってある。そいつを忘れんな。
なるほど。
パイルバンカは攻撃力重視に調整しています。ただスメラギの装甲を破壊できるほどの威力はありません。むしろ硬いところに当たればドクの言う通りこっちだけひしゃげて使い物にならなくなるでしょうね。スメラギの資料を見ましたが6本ある足のうち1本を破壊してもその動きを止めることはできそうにありません。
そのための6本足だろうからね。
そして足があるために胴体部分には簡単に近接攻撃を仕掛けられない。ただし一つだけ例外があります。雲で例えると目玉がある位置、ここに FOS があります。
フィンガーオペレートシステムだっけ？
そうです。言ってみれば6本足を動かすための心臓部です。
そこを潰せばスメラギは無力化できる。
できますか？かなり細かく狙いを定める必要がありますが。
やるしかないでしょ。
I'm not in a position where I can choose what I can or can't do. I just gotta do it.
問題はスメラギには遠隔攻撃があること。ミサイルをどう防ぐかだよね。
それについてはフルゴーリから。
アイリタンからもらった情報が役に立ったわ。昨日沢田キュンから送られてきた DG297 以下略を使う。
Everybody has already installed it on their phone droids.
以上ですか？何か
ちょっとフラウも何の説明にもなってないよ。
つまりミサイルの目をくらませるっつうか。そのためにあらかじめ用意したタグを大崎車上のあちこちにペタペタ貼れば OK。
それだけでいいの
DG297 is an app that was created to function like IRUO. It can see IRUO geotags as well as place them. We have Frau explain to us the effect that placing geotags has on the missiles. This method gives us the ability to engage in hand-to-hand combat without worrying about them. It's very gun barrel-like that we don't have any projectile weapons, but this helps us close the gap in functionality. This way I can bust the FOS with the pile bunker and disable Sumeragi.
それなら伴走するサンダーエンペラーにミサイルをぶち当てられることもなくなるな。
それでも スメラギに近づくのはかなり至難の技でしょうが、しかも格闘戦に持ち込んでも向こうには前足のブレードがある。
Those are what destroyed Model 2.
ま、その辺は俺の腕で何とかするよ。
そんな簡単なノリで大丈夫なんですか？もしブレードをボディに食らえばヤシオ先輩は死にますよ。
A tense moment of silence.
そんなヘマをするほど俺は下手くそじゃない。それに俺だって一応策は用意したんでね。
策？
俺にはスローモーっていう特殊能力がある。こいつはまあ知ってる人は知ってると思うけど、傍目には発作に見えるあれね。それが起きると反応速度が10倍ぐらいになるんだ。そいつを任意に起こせるようになったこの装置でね。
I point at the electromagnetic wave, a radiation device sitting by my feet. The circuit board I got from the old local hall yesterday has already been inserted. I tested it out on myself earlier and it worked like a charm.
だから今の俺の反応速度はチート並みってことだ。まあそんなわけでスーパーガンツク1の機体性能の悪さは俺の腕で多少はフォローできるはず。
Like Subaru said at the start, it should be enough to take down Sumeragi. The problem is Kaminagi. If it gets deployed to buy time, then we're screwed. As far as raw capabilities are concerned, we lose 0 to 10. We have no chance. That's why I didn't object to Nathan's Unit B being the primary strike force.
雷を引っ張り出せたとしても、カイ、無理はしないでね。向こうが時間稼ぎに出るなら、こっちも時間稼ぎをすればいい。そうです。ロケット打ち上げ阻止は私に任せてください。
了解。
That said, I'm not looking for a draw here. This is the fight to determine who's the best in the world. Isn't that right, Misa-ni?
作戦については以上。じゃあ A 部隊の人員配置を発表するね。
What?
スーパーガンツク1パイロットはカイ。
当然だよ。今回ばかりは譲るつもりもないし。
その後にミッチーがサンダーエンペラーを運転して続いて。
お、電源車はサンダーエンペラーで牽引する形になってる。ジコ、荒い運転はすんなよ。
分かってるって。いつも言ってるがな、俺は法定速度は守る主義なんだ。俺、ダメな。それと、お前らの活躍は世界中に映像としてしっかり中継してやる。任せとけ。
Michi likes to record everything on video. I've never actually seen any footage that he's taken, though.
サンダーエンペラーの荷台にレーザー送電用の銃座を置くから、それの操作は順。よろしく。振り落とされないように気をつけて。プラウボーもサンダーエンペラーの助手席に座ってもらって、スーパーガンツク1のシステム更新を頼むね。
なんだと？
プログラムに集中してもらわなくちゃいけないでしょ。それにフラウボン、原付免許も持ってないじゃん。
座席がゲロまみれになっても知らんぞ。
だから先生の運転はそんなにひどくねえって。
はは、こやつめ。
僕とドクは2つ目のパイルバンカの調整のためにここに残ります。
うん、後で合流して。なお A 部隊の指揮はうち瀬戸宮明穂が務めます。 けど、やっぱりダメかな。
何言ってんの。誰も異論はないってことだよ。
ま、一応部長なんですし、花は持たせてあげますよ。
指揮官はアキホちゃんしかいないと思う。
死んじゃう。空回りっこ式か。無理だ。
よろしく頼むよ、部長。
じゃあエンジン組もう。
Akiho loves getting physical like this. Despite usually being annoyed by her antics, not a single one of us disobeys.
絶対に勝とうね。夢と勇気と友情パワーで。じゃあみんな一緒に10種ロボ部、元気一発よいらーいき。よいらーいき。
Well, that was a wee bit embarrassing, but oddly enough, I think it helped all of us feel like we could do this. By the time I get back to the old airport, the sky has begun to brighten. You have the weight of space candy on your shoulders. Do your best, Robot Club. Looks like they're going soon. I hope they're okay. I don't know the details, but the fate of the world is on our son's shoulders. Let's send him off proudly. There are times when boys have to fight. It's okay to read boys as men. I am not prepared to die, damn it, and I and all the students will come back alive, so I won't prepare for my death. You got it, Misaki Sinomiya? Irie is really pissed at you in heaven. This is sad. Until a couple days ago, all the workers were excited about the first rocket launch in 5 years, but now we are trying to prevent it. But we will not let them launch the rocket, and we promise to save the director. That is the will of the TNSC workers. People on the island, thank you so much. We made it thanks to your hard work. We were able to keep going because you were there. Despite its bad shape and poor functionality, Super Gun Build 1 is looking cool. Supermodel 1 Kun is such a cool looking guy. We mean cute rather than cool. SMH. The model it was based off was good because Minami Kogori poured her soul into it. We will win the fight. Storm and Surge, blast of spirit, gun barrel. I've got some time until Super Gun Build 1 deploys, so I head out to the runway. I spin around in place and take a look up at the sky. Pretty soon the morning sun will rise from the city side. I can't see the sun peeking out from the horizon. But the winter morning air is as fresh as ever. Maybe it's because of all that rain last night. Although it's a little chilly, breathing in the cool air calms my nerves. I place one hand on my hip and down a bottle of fruit sour melon. They don't sell these in Tokyo, so I was constantly drinking Skull over there. Akiho was happy about it, but I was craving fruit sour melon the entire time I was over there. I chugged the bottle, all the while thinking to myself that this is kinda like my own personal Last Supper. It's then that I catch Akiho heading toward me from the hangar. She waves at me.
準備終わった？
もうちょっと。
そう。
Silence. The two of us stare at the eastward sky in complete silence. Akiho starts to give signs that she wants to say something, but for whatever reason she can't seem to put it into words. I actually had something I wanted to tell her, so I opt to go
アキ
first.
ちゃん、これ渡しとくよ。
I pulled out the controller for the electromagnetic wave irradiation device. But Akiho doesn't take it from my hand.
これ押したら発作が起きちゃうよ。
そうだね。 そういう使い方をするつもり。
押せないよ。貝の発作がどれだけ苦しいかはうちが一番よく知ってるもん。
だからこそアキちゃんに渡すんだ。アキちゃんだからこそこうして託すんだ。
I face her and look directly into her
ア
eyes.
キちゃん、目をそらすな。
貝、
俺が押せって言ったら絶対にためらっちゃダメだからね。
でも
約束して。これはミサ姉に勝つために必要なことなんだ。アキちゃんは言ったじゃないか。ミサ姉を倒してって。俺はその約束を守る。だからアキちゃんもここで俺と約束してくれ。このボタンを押すことをためらわないって。
貝、
約束してよ。頼むからさ。でないと安心してあのロボに乗れないよ。
今までうちのこと散々信用してないって言ってたくせに。
だから今日初めてアキちゃんを信じる。
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Akiho silently takes the controller.
ありがとう。
ねえ、貝、無理だけはしないでね。パイロットを貝にお願いしたのはうちだから、こんなこと言う資格はないのかもしれないけど、もし貝が怪我したらって思うと、怪我だけじゃない、もしも
I get it. I know I could die. I can't bank on Misani taking it easy on me. The battlefield we're about to head into isn't a playground.
もし貝がいなくなったらうち耐えられないから。
決戦直前だっていうのに部長がそんな顔しててどうするの。
Akiho rubs her eyes. I force out a bitter smile.
ねえアキちゃんさ、アメちゃんある？アメちゃん。
もう帰ったらあるよ、一個だけなら。
Akiho smiles and pulls out a space candy from her skirt pocket.
ありがとう。後で返すよ。
I take it from her, and our fingers touch.
ああ、それと勝利の女神の祝福ってことでさ、キスしていい？アキちゃん。
うちでいいの？お姉ちゃんじゃなくてうちで？
アキちゃんじゃなきゃ嫌なんだけど。
While fidgeting and facing down, Akiho takes one step toward me.
じゃあ特別。
She looks up at me and closes her eyes. I can see that her lips are slightly trembling. She's totally nervous. That's adorable. Not that I can talk. My heart's pounding a mile a minute. I take Akiho's hand, and our lips meet. Just a light touch. The moment our lips touch, I can feel her hand tremble, but then she squeezes mine in return. We look at each other.
メロンの味。
She says,
さっきフルーツサワーメロン飲んだから。
カイ、うちね、ずっとカイのことが。
それは戦いが終わってからにしよ
でも
もそうすると死亡フラグになっちゃうよ。
Death flag?
何それ。俺が負けるわけないでしょ。俺を誰だと思ってるわけ？世界ランク2位だよ。2位。
だったら信じる。
And at that moment, the bright morning sunlight flashes across my eyes. The sun has risen, marking the beginning of the day of the final battle. The rain clouds from last night have vanished. Today is going to be nice and sunny. There's no turning back. Everything ends today, for better or for worse.
カイ、お姉ちゃんのことよろしくね。
世界を救う戦いだと誰かが言った。お前たちに全人類の希望がかかっていると誰かが言った。でも俺にとってはそんなこと興味はなくて、これは所詮自分の中の衝動を満たすためのもの。最強のライバルとこのシチュエーションで戦えるなんてゾクゾクするじゃないか。
もっとゆっくり。
それが不謹慎だと言われようと構わない。綺麗事じゃないんだ。興味があるのはただ全国ランキング1位のやつを倒してその頂点全員一になることだけ。その先にあるもの、その先なんて何もない。何もないんだ。それでもいや、だからこそ求めるんだよ。
レーザー光獣座。
だって俺は英雄でもなく軍人でもなくロボットアニメの主人公でもなく、
電源供給開始。
システムリンクオンライン。
マイクテスト。カイ、なんか喋って。
おじゃり申せノッチーよ。
感度良好。全員一言ずつ。
テステス。
すごい一体感を感じる。風なんだろう、吹いてきてる。確実に。
はい、オッケー。カイ、ポケコンは有線になってる？赤いケーブル。
とっくに接続済みだよ。ていうかなんで赤なの？アキちゃんの趣味。
通常の3倍で動ける気になるでしょ。
OS 正常に起動済みだし、テラ安定。
うちの顔見えてる？
バッチリと。
各サーボホームポジションの誤差は 1% 以下。
送電システム正常だよ。発電機は13時間は連続で使えるって。
それだけあれば十分。
各種アクチュエーターすべて正常。ジャイロセンサー、オートバランサー異常なし。チェック9番から16番までは飛ばし。
おいおい大丈夫？
見くびらないでもらえますか。僕を誰だと思ってるんです？
ああ悪かったよ後輩。
はい次 DG297 起動。
起動しました。
レーザースキャナー左右ともに異常なし。
周辺マップロード開始。3メートル、5メートル、7メートル、10メートル、15メートル、20メートル、範囲最大。
地形判断用 AI 正常。大丈夫だ、問題ない。カメラテストどうぞ。
360度カメラテスト。カイ、ちゃんとシートベルトは締めてる？
もちろん。シート固定解除。くるくる回ればいいんだよね。カメラ連動確認。目が回る。
こっちもモニタで確認しました。座標固定スタンバイ OK？
ちょい待ち。調整完了。いいよ。
座標固定来た。これ
その変な言葉遣いいい加減やめてくれないか。
だが断る。
はいはい、喧嘩やめ。よし、チェックは以上。本日2020年2月28日の天気予報をお伝えします。アイリ？鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方は北東の風のち南の風やや強く晴れでしょう。波の高さ 1.5 メートル、最高気温14度、最低気温10度、降水確率は 10% となっています。天気予報でした。
貴重な情報どうも。
はい。これでロボ部員全員集合したね。できれば歩行テストをしたかったところなんだけど、そんな暇はないからぶっつけ本番だよ。いける？
最初から分かってたことでしょ。今さらノーゴーだなんて言わないでよ。
コンディションオールグリーン。最終判断はゴー。カイ、見える？ハンガーの方。みんなが見送ってくれてる。学校のみんなも町のみんなも JAXA のみんなも横断幕まで作ってくれて、うちらロボ部に希望を託して見送りに来てくれてる。ほら、声聞こえる？
頑張るんじゃぞー。行ってこい。
頑張りなさい。
頑張るんだぞー。チェンナ、今こそ勝て。
カイド、お前は私の誇りだ。
カイ、必ず戻ってこようね。
さあ、ここからは俺のゲームだ。だって俺は英雄でもなく軍人でもなくロボットアニメの主人公でもなく格闘ゲーマーなんだから。頑張れる。発進。
It's been about 15 minutes since I started walking. I had trouble getting past the narrow road to exit onto NH58, so I'm still lumbering toward Nakatane-cho.
カイ、乗り心地はどう？
I face my phone droid downward and see Akiho riding ahead on her scooter. The posture control system is properly identifying her as a frontal obstacle. I need to make sure I don't step on her.
尻が痛い。あと肩も。
どうしてそんな喋り方なの？
振動が半端ないからだよ。
Each time I take a step, the impact causes my butt to rise up off the seat. Then it immediately slams right back down onto it. If I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, I would be
もっ
mincemeat.
と高級なシートにすべきだね。
それ交換するのはもう間に合わないよ。
あ、そう。
I'm going to get sick if I stay in here for too long. I've got so many hours on KB, a first-person FG, that I figured I didn't get motion sickness, but I don't know about
あと
this.
ちょっと暑い。
冬なのに？
多分レーザー光送電のせいだね。
The parabolic antenna for the laser beam electrical transmission is right behind the cockpit. The laser's been trained on it this entire
で
time.
も間違ってコックピットを焼き切るようなことにはならないから。
焼き切られたらたまらないよ。
Just then I happened to see the older ladies at B Co-op waving their hands at us. It's a little sad that I can't wave back.
オートバランサー正常に作動してるわ。モーター6個しかないんで繊細な歩行は
覚悟はしてたけどね。
The image in my head from last summer's Model 1 test is still alive and well. Back then, all I could feel in the cockpit was the sound of the engine and the creepy grinding of metal. I didn't really feel the vibrations that much, so I guess I just assumed that it wouldn't be an issue in Super Gun Build 1. Turns out those vibrations have become my mortal enemy.
これだけ揺れてるとコマンド入力のミスも出てくる。
Model 1 was fine because all I had to do was push a couple buttons installed inside of the cockpit. But Super Gun Build 1 is equipped with a kill ballad system. Just walking like this requires the constant input of the advanced command. I wish it had an auto mode.
今はまだ歩いてるだけだからいいけど、ミサネーと対戦するとなったらそうも言っていられなくなるのは厄介だね。
We're talking one of the most basic elements of winning in a fighting game. Eliminating input errors. Super Gun Build 1 is the same in that respect, but the inside of the cockpit is hardly the best environment for that.
今からじゃ遠隔操縦式には変更できない。
ああ、わかってる。ちょっと愚痴っただけ。
I'm going to be walking to the TNSC for several hours. I'll just have to get used to the shaking with the time I have.
歩行動作をちょっと調整してみる。それでできるだけ振動が起きないようにしてみる。
そうしてもらえると助かる。
歩きながらプログラムアップデートしていくとか、普通ならありえないってことをみんな知っとくべき。つまりフラウちゃんテラ天才だからヤシオ先輩、後で鎖骨ペロペロ2時間コースな。
何言ってんのコナちゃん。
そうだよフラウボ。そんなのダメだから。
くんねね。
じゃあ先生の鎖骨を。
先生、セクハラ教師は死ね。 PTA のマダムたちの袋叩きにあって社会的に死ね。
鎖骨はともかく調整は頼むよ。
しょうがないね。
Frau reluctantly says before going quiet to immerse herself in her work.
皆さん面白い人たちですね。
That's right, Irie is part of Unit A. She joined at the last minute, insisting that she come with us. Akiho gave the okay eventually. She might actually be as stubborn as Akiho, despite her appearance.
寒かったらいつでもフラウボに場所変わってもらってね。
Irie is sitting in the bed of the Thunder Emperor. She's acting as Juna's support.
大丈夫です。
I see the Irie General Store to my side. It causes me to remember Mizuka-san, and my chest tightens up. I still need to deliver her last words to Misani.
アキちゃん、ここからずっと58号なんかしてくんでしょ。
そう、南種までまっすぐで、上中の交差点で左折ね。
あそこの坂、このロボで下るの結構怖いな。
それ言うなら、そこにたどり着くまでにも坂道はたくさんあるよ。
Tanegashima may appear flat, but it has a lot of minor ups and downs. I sigh and open one of the fruit sour melons I snuck in my pocket. I gulp it down. I still have 5 left. There's a knapsack at my feet. They're in there along with the electromagnetic wave irradiation device. Actually, it would be real bad if they leaked and broke the device. I hurriedly take the bottles out, but due to the vibrations leaving them out in the cockpit causes them to roll all over the place.
あのさ、トイレに行きたくなったらどうすればいいわけ？
Super Gun Build 1 is incapable of crouching down. Back at the old airport, I got into the robot while it was lying down. Dangerous, I know.
緊急脱出用の縄はしごならあるけど、タイ、登れる体力ないでしょ。
ないね。
じゃあ我慢するしかないかな。おむつ履いとけばよかったね。
I guess I'll cool it on the drinks. Or, you know, you could just piss in the bottle. I mean, what comes out can go in, right? Super Gun Build 1 nears its first real obstacle, the downhill slope by the Nakatane town office.
下り坂行ける？
大丈夫だ。問題ない。オートバランサー、ジャイロ、正常。
つま先に車輪ついてたよね。あれで踏ん張り効きませんでしたとか言わないでよ。
あるわ。ねえよ。そんな初歩的なミスしないっつうの。ただし、あんまスピードは出さないの希望だ。一歩一歩慎重に。
転倒したら貝が無傷じゃ済まないからね。本当に気をつけて。
I glance over at the shock absorber. It's just a cushion haphazardly stuck to the cockpit wall.
ミンチになるのはごめんだよ。
Despite my unease, I input the advanced command and proceed down the hill. I can hear the sounds of creaking metal beneath my feet. I can tell that the servo motors are spinning their gears as hard as possible. I know it was my choice to pilot this thing, but I can't help but somewhat regret my decision. By the time Doc and I catch up in the car, Super Gun Build 1 is in Minamitane-cho. It took a little under 3 hours to get here. To think it would take that long to cover the distance a car could travel in 15 minutes, or a scooter in 30. We knew this would be the case ahead of time, but man, we're cutting it close. Right now, Super Gun Build 1 is stopped in the middle of the road. A large crane vehicle is next to it as workers hurry to attach the second gun pile bunker. Before the robot left the old airport, the left pile bunker was already attached and tested. That leaves the right one. Doc's buddies are doing the heavy lifting, way more efficient than us amateurs doing it. As expected, with several people working together, the process takes less than 10 minutes. Very impressive. The Prez contacts Yashio Senpai waiting on standby in the cockpit through her phone droid. Senpai restarts the robot. Yashio Senpai's phone droid and Super Gun Build 1 system are unified. Yashio Senpai is able to follow Furugori's explanation with little context.
もしもの場合のギミックも仕込んでおいた。
何それ？
使えるのは一度っきりだ。しかも使っちまったらファイルバンカ自体が無力化しちまう。使いどころを間違えんな。
で、具体的にはどうなんですか？
頑張るアンクストライカーです。
I reply in the same fashion as Furugori, and Yashio Senpai grins like he immediately understands. Gunbarrel's most powerful finishing move, the Gunvolt Ankh Striker. I know Yashio Senpai will make good use of it. As far as I can tell through the monitor, he's looking like he's in good shape. I figured he would have vomited once or twice due to the shaking, but I'm relieved to see he's adapted.
ここからは僕も合流します。ヤシオ先輩、今装着したパイルバンカのテストをさせてもらいますんで、よろしく。
Doc is going back to the old airport with the others in the crane. They'll be forming Unit C in the rear. The workers leave us with words of encouragement as they head out.
じゃあスバルはサンダーエンペラーに。ID、悪いけどスバルが荷台に上がるのを手伝ってあげて。はい、わかりました。
Yukifune-san and Daitoku Senpai both extend me a helping hand. With their assistance, I manage to get into the truck bed.
平気じゃないですよ。誤ってタンスの角にでもぶつけたら痛みのあまりしばらく立って
どうした？
大変です。中座に足ぶつけて今悶絶中。
もっともだえていいのよ。妄想の足しにするから。
日高くん大丈夫？
大丈夫でっち。
Yukifune-san and Daitoku Senpai gently rub my back, but obviously that doesn't do anything to lessen the pain. I'm grateful, but I can't summon the strength to offer any words of thanks as I grit and suffer through the pain.
根性でどうにかなる。
ならないと思うよ。
カイ、スバルの代わりにうちがテストするね。まず立った状態で右手のパイルバンカー90度発射使ってみて。その後歩きながらの使用テスト。じゃあレーザー光の照準しっかりね。
Daitoku Senpai moves away from me and takes hold of the laser gun mount.
右パイルバンカー試射するよ。
Above my head, the pile bunker powerfully ejects from its cradle.
相変わらず衝撃がすごいな。これ左右で連続使用したらコックピット焦げたりしない？
パイルバンカーは急ごしらえでつけたものですからね。
I'm finally settling down. My leg is still throbbing, but I can still talk.
スーパーガンツク1に取り付けることも想定せず僕が勝手に作ったものですし、ヤシオ先輩の心配が的を射ている可能性は高いです。
おいおい、本当に大丈夫なわけ？
それをこれから確かめるためにテストをしてるんですよ。
もしやばいって分かったらどうするつもり？
I decide to answer honestly.
パイルバンカの出力調整はこの段階ではもう無理です。
じゃあ何のためのテストなわけ？
何発ぐらいまでボディが耐えられそうかをなんとなく見極めるためですね。
あっそう。
限界を知っておけばどんな戦い方ができるか参考になるよ。限界以上に使うのはダメだからね。
They were forcibly attached to what might as well be paper mache. There isn't much we can do about the attacks being life-threatening, but judging by the test just now, we won't have to worry about it all exploding after one use. When Super Gun Build 1 starts moving, the small truck I'm riding in starts up as well. I look up at the robot's large back from the truck bed. I need to see this through to the end with my own two eyes. No, I want to see it through. As one of the people who helped create Super Gun Build 1, and as a member of the Robot Club. At Akiho's orders, I stop inputting the advanced command. My shoulders are still stiff. I've lost almost all sensation in my butt. Repeatedly inputting the same command for hours isn't hard, but the shaking is really getting to me. But finally, after nearly 5 hours, we've arrived. The gate to the Osaki launch complex always has a guard. Entrance is forbidden for unrelated purposes. Personnel. But right now there are no guards. The gate is wide open. Up ahead waits Misani and Ko Kimijima. The rocket loaded with the BHB is supposed to be launched in less than 30 minutes. And then we got kicked out after it was revealed that the TNSC would be launching its first rocket in years. I never even dreamed back then that we would be returning here like this. Talk about a twist of fate. I'm kinda hyped. If we had spent even another hour on maintenance and improvement, we wouldn't have made it in time. We're also fortunate that the enemy didn't attack us along the way. It looks like Misani and her team are focused on defending the launch site. I take a deep breath. I also stretch my arms out and loosen up my body. I bend and extend my knees in the narrow cockpit. Nobody said anything since Naysan's report. Even Michi puts a lid on his pro tips. With a decisive battle ahead of us, everyone is probably nervous, trying to calm their hearts and minds. To be honest, I had kinda hoped some adults would step in and save the day. I mean, the military and the police exist for stuff like this, right? Oh, and Sawada never got back to us. I guess the anti-Ko Kimijima virus didn't make it in time. Regardless, out of everyone on Earth, the only people in any position right now to stop the rocket launch is us. We're the only ones who made it here. There's no turning back now. We're not allowed to stop here. There's only 30 minutes until that rocket launches, leading to the deaths of 5 billion people. In that half hour, the fate of all humanity will be decided. We're cutting it damn close. This is our last chance. But I couldn't care less about that. If I focused on that, I would never be able to beat Misani, and I will defeat her. I'll become number 1. That's my one and only victory condition. The first to open his mouth and break the silence is our delinquent advisor. Wait, what? Nobody told me about this. Akiho's expression grows serious. We don't need words anymore. I can tell just by looking at everyone's faces through my phone droid. We're ready.
アキちゃん、号令を。
あきほちゃん。
部長先輩。
部長。
アキちゃん。
よーし、スーパーガンツクワン突入せよ。
As I advance up the gentle uphill slope, my field of vision suddenly widens. This is the Osaki Launch Complex. This is where countless rockets have been launched. Despite the absurd situation we find ourselves in with the fate of humanity on the line, I can hear the sound of waves in the distance. It's tranquil, with not a person in sight. Nothing has changed from the usual peaceful atmosphere of Tanegashima. On Launch Pad 1, Black 1 stands tall, set to launch in 15 minutes. It's much bigger than I expected. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen a rocket up close and personal. And next to it is a large black spider, its protector, Sumeragi. It doesn't look any different from the one at the expo. Is Misa-ni in there? I don't see any other people. Misa-ni should have a few terrorist comrades left. Nay-san must be right, and they're focused on launching the rocket. In other words, if we defeat Sumeragi, most of our problems will be solved. This is a true 1 versus 1 match, a classic fighting game situation. Now then, how is she going to move? Misa-ni's voice echoes throughout the launch site.
それ以上進むならあなたたちを殺すわ。カイ、アキ、私そんなことをさせないで。お願い、今すぐ引き返しなさい。嫌だよ。
Akiho
う
shouts.
ちらはお姉ちゃんを倒しに来たの。お姉ちゃんを倒してお姉ちゃんを助けてあげるから。そんな揺さぶりはやめて。
In response to Akiho, Misa-ni says nothing.
アキちゃん、ナイス。
見直したぞ、セノミヤ妹。いや、アキホ。
We knew from the beginning we wouldn't be able to talk things out. That much was just made clear to us again. Our enemy is serious. If we don't take them out, we're dead. Which is why.
俺さ、たぎってきちゃったよ。
There's already adrenaline running through my veins.
みんな作戦通りに。うちとスバルとアイリでスメラギのミサイルを無力化する。ミッチ、サンダーエンペラーのミサイルが当たらないようにスーパーガンツクワンの影に隠れるように進んでね。
安全運転だ、任せろ。
ジュンはレーザー銃の補給で動きが激しくなるかもしれないけど頑張って。おっす。カイ、長期戦に持ち込まれるとこっちが不利になるからチャンスは1回だけだよ。
オッケー。
I still have the space candy I got from Akiho before setting out. I had kept it in my pocket the whole time. I take the wrapper off and pop it into my mouth. The refreshing mint flavor feels like it's flowing through my nose. It stimulates my brain. Combat mode. I isolate myself from outside information. I focus all 5 of my senses on the monitor in front of me.
みんな絶対に死んじゃダメだからね。作戦開始。
それじゃあ対戦始めようか、タジ。ラウンド1、ファイトだ。
I input the advanced command. Super Gun Build 1 takes a single step toward the black spider. It instantly responds. Its 6 legs shake and start to wiggle. It looks like she's ready to meet us in combat. Not that I need to be told. Sorry, but the only thing I see now is that spider Misani is riding. A missile pod comes sliding out from the spider's torso. Crap, it really does have missiles. Super Gun Build 1 has no armor. If I take a direct hit, it's instant death for me. Nonetheless, I input the advanced command. The missiles spew flames from their ends. Misani starts by firing too. They're aimed directly at me. A direct course even. I continue to move forward. The moment I take another step, the 2 missiles suddenly change direction. The robot's frame shakes from the shockwave of the blast. I almost drop my phone droid on the floor. Crap, if I break this thing's screen, it's all over. As for the missiles, they collided with the wrong targets. One hit a nearby embankment, the other a building. I can tell just by looking at the screen. New geotags are being stuck in real time all over the Osaki launch complex. 10, 20, 30, after just a brief amount of time lag. Each geotag spawns a gun barrel the same size as Super Gun Build 1. The geotags have AR annotations stuck to them, so the moment IRUO reads them, it automatically recognizes them. As a result, there are over 30 life-size gun barrels swarming the Osaki launch complex, and they're still increasing. These are our AR decoys. How do you like that, Misani? The blast of the missile hitting a nearby embankment is almost enough to make me crouch down. I've never experienced this kind of heat and impact before. This thing really is a weapon made for killing people. If Yashio-kun got hit with one of those missiles while inside of Super Gun Build 1, he would die. No, not just Yashio-kun. There's a chance a missile could hit us too. I'm scared. My knees are shaking, but that's not all. Mom Spaghetti! My hands holding the laser gun mount are also trembling. Our only ray of hope are the AR decoys. Right next to me, Irie-chan and Hidaka-kun are still furiously tapping away at their phone droids. Kojiro-san is getting amped up in the passenger seat of the truck. I clench my teeth and channel strength into my knees in response. If I give up now, Super Gun Build 1 won't be able to move. I have to keep shooting this laser at the antenna on the giant robot's back. That's the duty that has been entrusted to me. I need to see this through. I made a promise to Hidaka-kun. I told him that I would work hard enough for the both of us. Super Gun Build 1 continues to advance. Meanwhile, the spider hasn't taken a single step. It's shooting missiles again. 2 again. Please don't hit us. I desperately pray to the heavens, but I don't close my eyes. If I close them, the laser beam would drift. One of the missiles hits the VAB door. The other one flies off to the lightning rod at Launch Pad 2 and blows it away. They didn't hit us again. It almost feels like a miracle, and I want to cry, but I hold back the tears. Everyone is so amazing. X-Key doesn't have a history in military use hugs. Hidaka-kun theorized that Sumaragi's missiles were acquired on the black market. Kojiro-san also chimed in. Naturally, it wouldn't have a missile control system, so they probably had to substitute it with something else. When she found that Sumeragi was actually connected to IRUO, we came up with this strategy. Of course, the person who came up with this little trick was... Kojiro-san shouts out like she's in the middle of playing a video game. It's thanks to her that my fears have been alleviated a little bit.
これではっきりしましたね。スメラギのミサイルは画像認識誘導です。高度なことをやろうとしたのが逆にあだになったんです。
悪いねミサメ、そのクソったれなミサイルはスーパーガン使わんには当たらない。
As though reacting to Yashiokun's words, the spider fires more missiles. Yashiokun and Nagafukada-sensei driving the Thunder Emperor behind him don't stop advancing. Everything will be okay. All 4 missiles change direction and fly off to separate targets, almost as if they're trying to avoid us. Awesome. They missed again. We're getting close to the spider now. It's okay. We'll be okay. Just then, the sound of a massive explosion erupts from behind me. My back is struck with an intense blast wave and a wall of heat. It feels like I'm about to get blown away. I almost fall out of the truck bed. The inside of my head nearly goes blank. But the teachings of my dad and grandpa during training come to my mind. Go forth with fortitude and vigor and achieve great virtue. I may be weak. I may have lost all my matches in the first round, but I can't afford to lose today. I need to be strong. Go forth with fortitude and vigor, Juna Daitoku. Go! I plant my feet into the bed of the truck and take a firm stance. I twist my ankle, causing a sharp pain to shoot through my leg, but who cares? I desperately hold on to the laser gun mount and restore my posture. I've managed to get the distance between Sumeragi and I down to 30 meters. The blast wave from a missile exploding nearby had me scared I might fall over, but I'm okay.
資料によれば、スメラギ搭載のミサイルポッドは10発。それが間違いじゃなければ、残りは2発です。
これをしのげばラウンド1は俺が取ったようなもんでしょう。
I advance without fear. The spider moves its legs. It takes one step back after another, trying to put more distance between us. Like hell, you're getting away. Super Gunbuild 1 is fast enough to keep up with the spider's movement. Advance. Input command. Do your thing, monopoles. The distance closes. 10 meters. But she won't fire. Is she going to switch to melee combat? Or did she lose the will to fight after seeing all the decoys? Is she saving those last 2 missiles? You're never going to beat me with strats like that. Don't underestimate me, Misani. Advance. Just a few more meters and she'll be within range. It's too close. The flow of time suddenly slows down. The missiles are slowly approaching. One of them is already turning in a totally different direction. The problem is the last missile is just too close to Super Gunbuild 1. Before it'll be able to change course to one of the decoys, it'll slam right into me. Damn it! Did Misani calculate this? Thanks to Akiho's instant response, I've managed to activate slow-mo, but considering Super Gunbuild's 1 specs, I won't be able to dodge at this range. It hurts to breathe. I feel like I'm suffocating. The warmth is quickly leaving my hands and feet. Yet my head is so hot that I feel like I've burst a blood vessel. I'm so itchy that I want to tear at my skin. But even then, think, Kaido. How are you going to get out of this? Find a way. I read the missile's trajectory. I expand my own awareness. I make my consciousness one with the machine. I synchronize my reality with Super Gunbuild One's reality. It's going to be a gamble. I wait on the timing. I have 4 frames. Got the angle. Pile bunker. Fire. Crap. The world turns white. I can feel intense heat against my flesh, and then suddenly my consciousness fades. Oops, we got the bad ending. Phase 129, bad end cleared. Teehee. Oops, that was a genuine mess up. Okay, yeah. Pressing buttons can be genuinely hard sometimes, friends. Teehee. I don't know how I feel about the fact that we don't have all the tips yet either. That feels bad somehow. Okay, yeah, because just double checking here real quick. Because we're still missing which one? Number 40, the C right there. I think that's literally the only one we're missing is number 40. I really hope we didn't mess up somehow and miss something somewhere. Okay, anyway, continue, load, and let's not press the wrong button this time, right? Right. Pile, bunker, fire! There we go. I quickly input the command. The left pile bunker begins to eject from its container. It's still slow. The normal flow of time has yet to return to the world. The robot's frame shakes as the pile bunker ejects. My body also violently shakes. The tip of the pile bunker, it's a crapshoot as to whether it'll hit the missile or not. It looked like the missile from Sumeragi scored a direct hit on Super Gunbuild 1's body. I scream as loudly as I can, all the while trying to prevent myself from being blown away by the blast. But I immediately see that Kai is safe through my phone droid monitor. Just imagining Kai gone was enough to make my chest feel like it would split open. My heart is going nuts. Thank you very much for the follow, Laura. I am glad you are enjoying yourself. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. I'm glad Kai is safe, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain, and I know how much he suffers after an attack. The end of Super Gunbuild 1's left pile bunker has been blown to bits from stopping the missile. It's useless now. But now Kai is so close to Sumeragi that he could probably touch it. It's within the pile bunker's range. Our strategy worked. We closed the distance on Sumeragi. But at the same time, that means we're in range of its front leg blades. The AR decoys aren't going to help us from here on out. Kai's piloting is the only thing we can rely on. To be honest, I didn't want to push the button. I didn't want to give Kai an attack. Yesterday, soon after returning from Uchugaoka Park with Irie and Naysan, Kai gave me the suspicious remote control.
敵が使ってた秘密道具ってところ。それをこっちでも使えるようにしちゃったんだ。
He said with a mischievous grin on his face as he showed me the inside of his knapsack. At the time, I couldn't believe that Kai would go out of his way to use such a dangerous, evil weapon, but he insisted. According to him, he needed it to defeat Misa.
実戦で使えるかどうか試してみたいんだよね。そのリモコンのボタンを押すと装置が動き出すからさ。ちょっと離れたところから押してみてくれない？
カイが自分で実験台になるの？
そうでもしないと効果のほどがわからないでしょ。
I wasn't hot on the idea, but without much of a choice, I decided to help him out. Kai had an attack, and it was clear as day that this device caused it. Kai smiled, explaining that our chances of winning just went up. But Kai, you've never thought of anything but winning, have you? All I wanted to do was have fun playing games with you and Misa. I dropped my gaze down to the remote control in my hand. If I keep using this, Kai's stamina won't hold. The more I use it, the more his life might be in danger. Kai, this is too cruel. Why would you entrust me with something like this? Just then, I see Sumeragi slowly start to raise its body. The way it has its two front legs up makes it look like a praying mantis. Misa is serious. Again, I press the button again. Kai, how can you ask me to do this without hesitation? When I think about how much you're suffering, I want to break down into tears. Super Gunbuild 1 moves with amazing accuracy and speed. Almost as though it predicted the future, it dodges Sumeragi's right blade as it comes down. The spider then immediately follows up with its left leg blade. I know Kai is going to ask me again. He's going to ask me to press the button. I don't want to. Kai will die. My fingers holding the remote control tremble. The thought of Kai disappearing scares me so much that I can't help it. I unconsciously cry out. I can't press it. Super Gunbuild 1 fires its remaining pile bunker. With perfect timing, it hits the joint of the spider's front leg as it sweeps down. He did that without slow-mo? Kai, you're incredible. Super Gun Build 1 takes a step back, using the force of the recoil. Sumeragi returns its legs to the ground and pursues. Misa's going to kill him. If I push the button, I'll kill him. What should I do? After closing the distance, Sumeragi raises one front leg to the side. The blade gleams a bright golden yellow. It's not just a mere blade. Please, run! Just as I'm about to scream those words out loud. Super Gun Build 1 takes a step towards Sumeragi. He stepped forward. That's right, I made a promise. When I accepted this remote control, I promised not to hesitate. Kai gave it to me because he believed in me. Back on the deck of the MF Anemone, he held my hand the entire time. Misa held my hand when I woke up in the hospital. I believe that Kai will be okay. That he'll save Misa, that he won't leave me alone and vanish, and that's
Mr.
because...
Baccarat said, best viewers on asterisk asterisk. Stream Elements said, stay moist my friends, hydrate.
You love games and hate losing. You're the boy I loved ever since we were children. If I don't believe in Kai, who will? Super Gun Build 1's pile bunker shifts to a 45-degree angle. Sumeragi immediately swings his blade in an attempt to deny Kai's attack. Get hyped. Come on, Aki, it's now or never. Give me the courage to press this gosh darn button. I believe. Win, Kai. When she hesitated last time, I wasn't sure what I would do. But she came through. Thanks, Aki-chan. I've never experienced using slow-mo 3 times in a row before. It feels like a bomb's exploded in my head. That's the sort of pain we're talking here. My vision is a mess. I want to shout in agony, but my voice won't come out. The spider's blade slowly moves, looking to sweep Super Gun Build 1's leg. After waiting 2 frames, now. I wonder if it's a different bad ending. This mistake is lethal. And we get cut down in the prime of our youth. The blade cuts into Super Gun Build 1's thick leg. The immense impact causes the seat prop to break. I lose my balance and get thrown against the wall of the cockpit. My sense of direction is completely gone. And during the pain, I look at my phone droid. The ground is approaching fast. My entire body is assaulted with a fierce impact. I think I can hear the sounds of my bones breaking. Pain beyond imagination burns away my consciousness. And we die, and the rocket gets launched. Bad 12 end. I don't know if that counts like separately or anything,
Stream
but it's
Elements
technically a separate
said,
ending. I
stay
mean,
thirsty my friends, hydrate.
it's just a matter of dying to the missile or blade, I guess. Okay, let's do it right this time, though. There we go. Perfect timing. I predicted the path of the blade approaching Super Gun Build 1's leg and fired the pile bunker. Hit it. Please hit it. Slowly, as though it's being sucked in. The tip of the pile bunker slams down into the blade from above. The pile bunker scores a direct hit on the spider's blade, which then shatters into two. I wait for the pile bunker to retract again. The spider starts lifting its other blade. We're almost at zero distance. Hell, we could be touching. The spider's front leg will have to take longer than normal path in order to swipe at me. I'll make it in time. At this range, I'm faster. The fourth time. I wonder if there's another ending here. My head throbs as if countless cockroaches are crawling around inside of it. I've lost almost all sensation in my legs. At this range, where we're almost touching, I can see where the FOS is with my own two eyes. I turn slightly. I adjust the angle and facing of the pile bunker. Crush it. Yeah, there is another one. Okay, interesting. Well, we're going to fail just on matter of principle. The sensation in my fingertips is dull. Don't panic, and put it again. Then, amidst the slow motion world, my body tilts. I didn't make it in time. I can't hear anything. But when I look down, I see the blade cutting into Super Gun Build 1's frame. The robot starts to slowly tilt over. Once it falls over, the cockpit will be crushed. Game over. Sadly, I have no means by which to recover. The flow of time returns to normal. The ground starts approaching several times faster than before. I don't even have time to shout. My vision immediately goes black. And we die again. And the rocket launches again. As long as there's going to be multiple key presses, I'm going to keep failing it just on a matter of principle to see if the ending maybe changes a little bit on how exactly we die. You know, just, yeah, 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 yeah. Doopa 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 dee. Dooba 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 die. Okay, once more into the breach. ASSWWADW. Fire. In this calm, dead world, there is no sound, but the impact shakes the machine's frame and my body. My shoulders dig into the seat. There's still no pain. Everything suddenly comes flooding back into me as the world ends. I felt that.
ヒットしました。肉眼で確認。
やったすごい
Sumeragi's core, the FOS. I scored a direct hit on the right side. With this, half of the spider won't be able to move. The remaining 3 legs on the left side are still wriggling about. You just don't know when to give up, do you? In my foggy awareness, I go to finish it off with another attack. Suddenly, there's an intense release of compressed air from Sumeragi's body. Like a smokescreen, it engulfs the entire spider. The strength leaves its legs. The spider's belly virtually rips open and its body splits. From inside, a slender humanoid silhouette slowly rises up. There, from within the giant body of the spider, rises forth a slim bipedal robot about half the height of Super Gun Build 1. The smoke clears. I know that all too well. I once again turn my attention to Kaminagi's form. A jet black body, human-like arms with fingertips, slender legs. It's almost like a medieval knight in black armor. I can see why Akiho was so enraptured. According to the data, Kaminagi stands a little over 5 meters tall. It's only about half the height of Super Gun Build 1. Our robot is nearly twice the size. So then why is this thing projecting such an overwhelming aura? It has a monstrous presence. It's like that thing is looking into me. I can't help but tremble. But I set the pile bunker to a 45-degree angle. Round 2 has already begun. Little does she know that as she wastes her time posing, she's already in range of my pile bunker. Input command accurately and without error. Or just with error just once, just to see the cutscene of us dying horribly. Shit! I got too carried away because she looked defenseless. This was my best chance. I'm too panicked. Kaminagi suddenly steps to the side. It almost looks human, and perhaps because I've overused slow-mo, its movement looked abnormally fast. My heart rate is insane. Even though slow-mo is over, I still feel like I'm suffocating. With a lightness to its step, Kaminagi has already made its way around Super Gun Build 1. Already? My movement speed isn't fast enough to turn around. The cockpit has a 360-degree view, but my eyes can't keep up with Misani's speed. So instead, I opt to advance and put some distance between us. But I'm not going to make it in time. I'm prepared to take a hit or two. And just as I look over, I realize Kaminagi isn't even looking at Super Gun Build 1. I was completely wrong. Misani's target. It was never me. It's the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor suddenly takes off. The truck's 660cc engine roars. The power generator in tow topples over and sparks fly. Still, Thunder Emperor manages to skim by Kaminagi's side and drives off towards the VAB. Misani doesn't attempt to pursue them, instead choosing to keep her distance from Super Gun Build 1. I thought this was our battle, and yet she went after Michi and the others. She probably wanted to destroy our robot's power source, but they were defenseless. She knows all too well what would happen to the 5 riding in that truck. Damn it! Thanks to how the Thunder Emperor took off, The generator toppled over onto the ground. It's sitting in the middle of the launch complex, useless. With the laser gun unusable, Super Gun Build 1 has switched to battery power. The laser mount is useless now. There won't be any more power. I have to hurry. Advance. I close the distance between us. Or at least I try to, but Kaminagi is too fast. While I lumber forward, she can run in circles and retreat diagonally, sidestep and retreat. The fact that Kaminagi can do both at once means it must have amazing leg maneuverability. But it's not working. For Misani and Ko Kimijima, if they can just buy 10 minutes of time, they can make Project Atom a success. They obviously have the overwhelming advantage in terms of machine specs. There's no reason for them to fight. We predicted this situation in our strategy meeting. They also know that we can't just attack the rocket either. They're toying with us. Despite my taunts, Kaminagi shows no signs of changing tactics. Upon hearing Neisan's report, Akiho perks up. So it's still a good ending even if we fail that one? Is that what you're saying? The command center I'm currently in is eerily quiet. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and just do this. Since it appears that that advances forward anyway, and I do want to see the best ending, maybe. See how it changes up here. Take this, Misani. Victory is mine. The pile bunker once again fires and produces its painful recoil. But... Oh, so it doesn't matter if we do this, does it? It circles around anyways. Is that what you're saying? Kaminagi suddenly steps to the side. Okay, so it doesn't matter, apparently. I missed. She dodged it. That reaction speed is insane. My timing should have been perfect. Okay, so she does just... So it doesn't matter, apparently. It doesn't matter if we do that one right or not. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It apparently does not matter if we do that one perfectly like we just did. She still circles around. Okay. So I'll stop messing around and messing up. And we'll just try focusing on just beating her, maybe. Although I don't know how we can possibly do that. I mean, the specs are just on a whole other level, of course. The command center I'm currently in is eerily silent. Oh shit. We were prepared for a gun battle, but in the end we didn't face a single terrorist on the way here. Okay, so that's why it ends even if we lose the fight, because it's... okay. No matter what we do, it won't listen to our commands. We asked Chief Sinomiya about how to deal with it, and even called the others back at the airport, but no luck. Chief Sinomiya holds up his own phone droid and speaks. In response to Akiho's words, Chief Sinomiya manages to muster a smile. When we charged in here, he was tied up and gagged. He was bound like that for an entire 2 days, and yet he still managed to smile to put his daughter at ease. Dads really are tough
あの
cookies.
ロケットの発射管制システムはイプシロンと同じようにモバイル管制で行われているはずだよ。でも担当者だった藤代君の PC はオンラインパスをブロックされてアクセスできなくなっている。
現在の権限者は君島公になっています。
Mm-hmm. An unfamiliar voice rings out from my phone droid speaker. Is this Misaki Sinomiya? I glance at Chief Sinomiya's face to check his expression. He has such a sad look in his eyes. The members of the Robot Club are at a loss for words, and I have to be the bearer of even worse news.
カイト君、アキホちゃん、ロボ部の皆さん、あなたたちはこの瞬間、陽動部隊ではなくなりました。世界を救えるのは、文字通り、そこにいるあなたたちだけです。
Please forgive us adults for not being able to take responsibility, for putting this heavy burden on you all.
どういう結論を出すにしても、私はあなたたちの選択に従います。ここで逃げても誰もあなたたちを責めたりはし。
ちょっと静かにしてくんないかな、ナエさん。
I'm surprised.
逃げるってそんな真似するわけないでしょ。俺はさ、ここに全員一になるために来たんだ。ミサネーとの7年ぶりの決着をつけなきゃこのたぎった気持ちは収まらないんだよ。
ヤシオ君、濡れる。
実にナンセンスですが、おおむね同意します。
人にはやらなきゃならない時があるってな。これ豆知識。
カイ、お姉ちゃんを倒そう。
そうこなくちゃ。
These kids are something else. They're so strong. None of them are losing to this insane pressure. They all believe in what they've made, what they've done.
アキホ、
ごめん、お父さん。お姉ちゃんのこと助けられないかもしれない。
無事で。
Chief Sinomiya says as he taps the log out button. There's nothing else we can do. All that's left is to believe in the Robot Club. You can do it, everyone. After hearing Naysan's report, I bite down hard on my lip. Either the rocket launches first, or Super Gun Build 1 runs out of power.
X-5 です。
よう、話は聞かせてもらったぜ。C 部隊の出番はなさそうだな。
突入してきて、ドク。もうなりふり構ってられないもん。
了解だ。待ってな。
ヤシオ先輩、何か策があるんですか？
あるわけないでしょ。あいつに追いつける気はしないよ。
Even now, I just keep advancing, turning a little and advancing again, over and over. But Kaminagi is gaining distance faster than I can move.
でしょうね。
そんなスバル君の秘策を聞かせてくれないか
ありません。残念ながら。
な。だと。
フラーボ、足のモーター出力を全開にしてスピードアップするとかできない？
無茶ぶりにも程があるでしょ、長官。プログラムで対応できるってレベルじゃねえぞ。
こんなことなら頑張るアクセルインパクト用の変形機構をつけておくべきだったよ。
あの 時間じゃ変形機構なんてつけるのは無理です。
ジュン、何か使える必殺技とか。さすがにないよ。アイリー、雷とか落ちてこないかな。今日は予報だとにわか雨も降ります。
とにかく近づくしかない。
My only hope is to get in and use the pile bunker. Advance. But Kaminagi keeps gaining distance. I feel like a sheepdog. All I can hope to do is carefully choose my route so that I can maybe force Kaminagi into a corner. But Misani can see right through me. Since it's so slow, Super Gun Build 1 can't even imitate a sheepdog. Suddenly, Kaminagi stops. I thought I had forced it in front of the VAB's door, but it suddenly drops its hips. It then comes charging straight at me. Slow-mo brings the world to a crawl. I try to aim the pile bunker at Kaminagi as it approaches me. However, even though my inputs are fast and accurate, the robot's speed is as slow as ever. This is extremely frustrating. Entering slow-mo makes Super Gun Build 1's speed even more conspicuous, enough to annoy me. My brain and lungs are desperate for oxygen, but they refuse to breathe. My hand and feet are cold, but the inside of my chest is burning hot. My instincts are screaming at me, but my senses as a fighting game player tell me to win, moving my fingers, and yet I knew it. It's not enough. The pile bunker whiffs. Kaminagi slips past my side, flashily puts space between us, and stops in front of Sumeragi's wreckage.
今雷は攻撃できるタイミングだったのに。
カウンターを警戒してるんだと思う。雷がどれだけ機動力があっても、攻撃を当てる瞬間にはその足は止まっちゃうから、その瞬間にならダメージ覚悟のカウンターを狙えるんだけど、それを嫌ってる。お姉ちゃん、そこに君島公はいるの？
私が君島こうよ。
何を？
管制システムを奪いたいなら私を殺すしかない。
Kaminagi tears the front leg off the wreckage of Sumeragi and raises it up. It removes the armor and transforms the leg into a giant sword the same height as Kaminagi. Now it looks even more like a knight, but she still shows no intention of attacking me. As long as I don't move, she won't move either. That seems to be the plan. She's playing the waiting game. Does she really want to kill 5 billion people that badly? I'm here chipping time off my lifespan just to fight her. Are you telling me I still can't beat her? I still can't win? Is she going to keep toying with me like she always has, all the way until the very end? Was everything I did over the last 7 years for nothing? Is Misani still out of reach? Yashio-senpai and Kaminagi stare each other down, just as sexual harassment sensei next to me hits the steering wheel in frustration. A call from a number I don't recognize pops up on my phone droid. Whose number is this again? I think a little... Wait.
ブルーゴール、こんな時にふざけてるんじゃない。
じゃなくて沢田キュンから連絡来た。これ
そうだ、
つなぐを。
間に合ったか。
した。 DC297 サードエディションバージョンと連動するように作ってある。ただし効果を発揮させるためには条件を満たさなければならない。ウイルスが有効に作用するのは AR の君島公本人の姿が映っている時のみだ。一度作用さえすればそれで片はつく。以上だ。任せたぞ。
What? Did he seriously make us wait and that's all he had to say? I guess that's what makes Sawada-kun so cute. Dude is deaf, not interested in the opposite sex. I bet his coworkers think he's gay. That's my woman's intuition talking. Nothing wrong with that.
姿が見えてなくちゃいけないって、そんな。神凪の操縦席は外からは見えないよ。
胸を張って何とかしてこじ開けるしかありません。
向こうからは出てこないし。
それを使えばミサネを殺さずに済む。
はい。
だったら使うさ。
Yashio Senpai is Terra motivated. Sawada-kun lectured me about how to integrate the virus onto the system before. What of it?
組み込むのはすぐだけど、再起動が必要な件。その間はスーパーガンツク1は動かせなくなるわけだが。
かかる時間は
だいたい1分。
それだけあったら死なれちゃう。でも向こうもずっとしてます。
気づかれなければ再起動している間も膠着状態が続くはずです。向こうからは人仕掛けてきません。
I begin to work at integrating the virus as the conversation continues. I know for sure that Yashio Senpai will do it, even if it means pushing himself.
そのゲーム乗ってやるよ。
Just like how he saved me in Gun Barrel before.
それにかけよう。コナちゃん、再起動よろしく。
See? Told you so. It's all so predictable that I unconsciously grin.
でもカイ、もしバレたら。
打ち上げ時刻までは
X マイナス3分です。
あとはないでしょう。アキちゃん、
ブラボー、お願い。
Yashio Senpai and Prez Senpai are being all flirty. I'm jealous. As I think about wanting to join in, I fiercely tap away at the phone droid resting on my knees. Program updating complete. Frau Chan is just too genius. Time for the system reboot. During the next minute, nobody will be able to do anything. All we can do is wait.
安心して。この1分、カイのことはうちらが守る。
Prez Senpai said, we. It's kinda embarrassing, but it also makes me a little happy.
じゃあキルバラシステムダウンするよ。
I tap my phone droid with my finger, almost as if I'm praying to the powers that be. The kill ballot system on my phone droid looks like it's frozen. It's not working. For the next minute, I can't move Super Gun Build 1 an inch. I'm totally defenseless. My fingers are trembling. I clench my fists in hopes of keeping the shakes down. A wheezing sound comes from the back of my throat. Both my body and mind want more air. There's an intense pressure in my chest causing me pain. My pulse is still out of control, and my entire body is drenched in sweat. I can feel the blood vessels in my body pulsating. It feels like the blood inside me is boiling. Each pulse feels like being stabbed with countless needles thinner than grains of sand. It's as if I'm drenched in blood. Like I'm going to lose my mind. I repeatedly open and close my fingers, over and over. I keep it up until the trembling stops. There are bottles of fruit sour melon all over the floor. I pick one up, open the seal, and chug it. It's only then that I realize my throat was dry this whole time. The refreshing melon taste fills my mouth. It's quiet. I take a peek outside through the viewing window. Kaminagi remains still. Has she not noticed? Please don't notice. Please, please. If she does, it's over. I hate that all I can do is pray. Come on, hurry up. This 1 minute feels like eternity. Kaminagi takes a single step toward me. That might be Misane's way of verifying the situation. She wants to see how I'll react. I check my phone droid. The system still hasn't rebooted. I have no idea how many seconds are left, which means all I can do is just sit here. Kaminagi takes a second step. This time it seems much more confident. I still can't move. Then Kaminagi slowly raises the giant blade it's holding. It takes an open-bodied stance. A third step. She begins to charge. She's coming straight for me. Kaminagi's movement is nothing like that of a robot's. Misani, are you looking at me? Are you thinking about driving a powerful combo into me? I sit down deeply in my seat.
来るなら来い。受けてやるよ、ミザネ。ダメー。
Akiho drives her scooter between Super Gunbuild 1 and Kaminagi. Does she really think a scooter can stop that thing? You're just going to get yourself killed. Akiho! Kaminagi responds unexpectedly. Despite being mid-charge, it pitches forward and comes to a stop, right in front of Akiho, about 5 meters away from her. Is Misani still somewhere in there? Just then, multiple trucks come driving into the launch complex. They push forward as though to shield me. The trucks stop in front of Kaminagi. It's Doc's Unit C. They're honking up a storm. I hold my phone droid up to my chest height. The boot screen displays for a few seconds, then returns to the camera feed. Down at my feet, I can see Akiho and the trucks. In front of me is Kaminagi. Akiho and the trucks retreat from between Misani and I, almost like a receding wave. In their place, I advance. 1 step, 2 steps. There's nothing in my way anymore. Kaminagi sees me start to move and begins retreating, putting more distance between us again. You're still running? I grit and grind my teeth. I shout out. It stops. Kaminagi's retreating legs stop. They're no longer moving. She spoke.
あなたが私に勝つつもりでいるなんてとんだ笑いだわ。
A chill runs down my spine. This is it. This is the Misani that only I know. Advanced command. Advanced command.
ゲームで容赦なくコテンパンにする大人げない女だったでしょ。敵の悪い妹に容赦なく平凡だって言い放って這い上がってくるのを期待してるド S の姉ちゃんでしょ。女子のくせにロボットアニメ好きでこんなど田舎でマジで巨大ロボットを作っちゃおうと思って周りを巻き込んで実行に移す、そんなバカ女でしょうが。
Advance command. Kaminagi was retreating before, but now it's advancing. We're about 10 meters apart. She'll be in range with the next step. My pile bunker's range, that is, but I'll also be in range of her blade. I'm getting hyped. I naturally start to smile. It's like I'm tripping out, the same high I get when I face a tough opponent. That feeling of my brain juices overflowing as I get hyped up. Of course, Misani was the first person to teach me this feeling. For the last 7 years, I've dreamed of beating her. I know this is a worthless dream. I know it won't benefit me in the future. It's entirely for my own self-satisfaction. But even still, it's my dream. I've come this far just for this. Advance command. I take a step, the last step. Misani does the same. She doesn't try to pull back. Now that's the Misani I know. Kaminagi leaps up. Its body is about level with my cockpit. It's already swinging its blade down. Please, please, please hang in there, paper armor. This is as true a 1-versus-1 match as possible. The cockpit shakes. The impact feels like my head got hit with a hammer. Time slows down. Nonetheless, Kaminagi's blade slowly begins to cut into the cockpit. I can see the giant blade of death approaching my body. In less than 5 seconds, my body is going to be splattered all over the walls. The intense pain makes me want to writhe about. I feel blood start to trickle from my forehead. Even the pain is being stretched out. It's like my whole body is being twisted around, like I'm being ripped apart. All 5 of my senses are preoccupied with the pain. But none of that matters. You stopped, didn't you? You stopped moving, Misani. Lose the battle to win the war. The blade sinks into Super Gunbuild 1's body. As long as she holds onto it, Kaminagi can't move. Perfect. I feel like grinning as I punch in the command. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Get a taste of my pile bunker. I speedily input the command. Perfect. No mistakes. It's over. However, Kaminagi does something I didn't expect. It's like she knew what I was thinking. She lets go of the blade. I exit slow-mo. The pile bunker whiffs, and Kaminagi lands on the ground. It's thanks to her swift thinking that I'm not dead, but still, did she read my mind? I'm not done yet. I hurriedly punch in an advance command. Super Gunbuild 1's thick legs take a step forward. I'm virtually on top of Kaminagi. An advance at this range is effectively a kick, or it should have been. Kaminagi once again reacts with insane timing and precision. As soon as it lands on the ground, it smoothly leaps backward. After dodging the kick, she tries to gain distance again. She's gaining distance. Kaminagi is pulling away. 10 meters, 20 meters. She uses her high jump to flee. If she gets away now, I'll never make it in time. Think your next move. While advancing, Super Gunbuild 1 slightly leans forward. That's right. My trump card. I've got a single attack that'll work in this 1 to 2 second block of time. As soon as I shout, the world goes silent. I find myself in a cold, unwelcoming space. Kaminagi is right in front of me. It's currently in midair after performing one of its high jumps. There's 20 meters between us. My pile bunker can't cover that distance, with one exception.
使えるのは一度きりだ。しかも使っちまったらパイルバンカー自体が無力化しちまう。
Right now, this is the moment. I can land the hit. My super gun build one's gun barrel full force all out attack. The flow of time resumes. Before me is Kaminagi. I'm locked and loaded. The command's already been input. Now, go.
頑張るランクストライカー。
The pile bunker launches at high speed, but once it extends out of its casing, it doesn't stop. It becomes a flying spear. No, if I'm going to do this, I gotta do it right. This is Gun Barrel's ultimate rocket punch. It easily covers the over 20-meter distance to Kaminagi, who is currently incapable of moving midair. With its much smaller stature, Kaminagi collides with the punch in midair, loses balance, and crashes down. Even the gunball Ankh Striker isn't powerful enough to break through its armor. But that hit definitely worked. Kaminagi's once decisive weakness, the fact that the pilot hatch is on the front and said hatch is connected directly to the monitor, is now dented inwards. I shot my rocket punch right at the spot on the hatch weakest to blunt force. Of course it's dented.
バッテリー残量ゼロ。今ので電力全部使い果たしたを。
Super Gun Build 1 has stopped moving. I don't care. I don't need this robot anymore. Your move, Misani. Your eyes, your cockpit monitor should be busted, which means you have one option. Kaminagi's hatch opens. The cockpit is exposed, and there, clad in a tight black suit, is Misani. She slowly removes her cracked helmet, letting her long hair out to blow in the wind. Her eyes, they're looking straight up at me. The fighting spirit in those eyes is as strong as ever, even with her slight sight crushed and the hatch open. With less than 30 seconds remaining until launch, she's still more than willing to fight. In fact, she looks kind of angry. She's probably upset that she took a hit from the opponent she underestimated. That's right. She's not some perfect, beautiful girl. The Misani that the world sees isn't the real one. I know who she is. She's that terrifying wall that stands in front of me. The woman who would show me no mercy, crushing me without giving a second thought. She was a cold show-off who would always go around corpse kicking me. The final tip. There we go. And of course, the final tip would be a corpse kicking. Of course, it would be corpse kicking in fighting games to cancel your win pose and attack the person who is down and has already lost. Of course, that would be the last tip, wouldn't it? A truly immense wall. The very same wall that I sought to overcome. The wall I always wanted to climb over. There he is, hovering over Misani. Ko Kimijima is like some kind of ghost.
ヤシオ先輩。ヤシオ。
先輩。ヤシオくん。カイ。
This is the end. I'll bury the dead here and now.
カワキさん。カイ。
先輩。ヤシオくん。カイ。
ヤシオ先輩。ヤシオくん。カイ。
先輩。ヤシオくん。カイ。 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 先輩。ヤシオくん。カイ。
This is the end. I'm not sure why we needed slow-mo for that, but okay. Time goes still. I focus my aim. The fingers that were shaking only moments ago are now completely still. My heart is strangely calm. 20 seconds left. I can already picture victory in my mind. Now, it's time to unleash the finishing blow. Just a single S. Inject virus. It's like a shock to the system. The flow of time still hasn't gone back to normal. During slow-mo, all sound should be gone. Yet in the soundless world, just now, I swear I could hear Misani's voice. Misani. She's smiling. Serenely. Happily. She's looking at me and smiling. Long ago, back when I was still a kid, she gave me that same gentle smile when we would play in Uchugaoka Park, waiting for a rocket launch. Misa-ni. Sound returns to my world. The virus is shaped like a missile in AR. It flies straight into the cockpit of Kaminagi. Misani shouldn't be able to see it, and yet she doesn't avert her gaze. It's like she's accepting the attack herself. She doesn't tremble in fear. She simply smiles.
君島港に直撃。管制は権限者君島港じゃなくなってます。ライさん、打ち上げカウントダウン停止。
I set my gaze to Black One sitting on LP1. Everyone holds their breath, waiting to see what happens.
間に合った。どうなったの？
These few seconds feel like an eternity.
プラス10秒、15秒。プラスっていうことは、こちら天王寺です。打ち上げ中止コマンド通りました。ロケットは飛びません。作戦成功です。やった。やったよ、カイ。
What about Misani? I look down at the fallen Kaminagi, and inside of its open cockpit, Misani lies limp, unconscious, right next to her. Stands Ko Kimijima, calm and composed, even as his body is crumbling and falling apart. Looks like the virus is working, yet for some reason Ko Kimijima is smiling calmly, just like Misani earlier. His voice is by no means loud, but I can hear it clearly from my phone droid.
あと少しだったのに残念だよ。でもこれで終わりじゃないと思うな。すぐに第2第3の僕が世界のどこかに現れるだろうから。今回はたまたま君たちの行動がうまくいったけど、毎回そうなるとは限らない。
それでも
I didn't think my words would reach him, but I can't not say it.
正義はきっと勝つらしいよ。
そうなのかい？
はあ、もう半世紀以上も前からさ、歴代のロボットアニメが俺たちにそう教えてくれてたじゃない。だから間違いないって俺たちの部長が言ってた。
なるほど。そうなのかもしれないね。
He whispers with something of a bitter smile on his face, and so Ko Kimijima fades into dust. Akiho nearly trips over herself rushing to Kaminagi's cockpit. She gently places her ear against Misani's chest.
ね、カ 姉ちゃん無事だよ。
My head is throbbing. The cockpit has seen better days. If I was just a little late, I would have been sliced clean in half. I wipe the blood flowing from my forehead with my hand. My heart is beating so intensely that I feel like it could burst at any moment. My whole body is numb. I can't even hold up my phone droid. I sprawl out on top of the seat and take deep breaths. I don't really feel especially moved over becoming number one, but I am satisfied that I beat Misa Ni. I absentmindedly gaze out at the horizon through my phone droid.
帰ろう。みんなが待ってる。
The last 3 days, as long and turbulent as they've been, have finally come to an end. The wind feels amazing. It honestly feels like the wind is always blowing on Tanegashima. The trailer with Super Gun Build 1 loaded on it advances slowly down the national highway. No cars in sight. Compared to Michi driving the Thunder Emperor, Doc's driving is infinitely more comfy. We're riding along with the robot in the cargo bed, but feel no fear. We don't have the energy for that. With the battle over, everyone's dead tired. I'm bleeding from my head, and my whole body hurts like it's being torn apart thanks to repeated slow-mo uses. Said successive attacks have completely busted me up. I had the craziest nosebleed earlier. If I don't get some serious rest, I'm probably gonna die. Thanks to the missile blast, both Irie and Juna's clothes and faces are covered in soot. Oh, by the by, Super Gun Build 1 is the most damaged of us all. The body's been crushed and ripped wide open. The end of the left pile bunker has been smashed in. The right pile bunker flew off somewhere and still hasn't been recovered. All things considered, this papier-mâché robot did one hell of a job. We left cleanup at the TNSC to Uncle Sinomiya. Right now, the Jackson folks are headed over, so they've got it handled. We left the wreckage of Sumeragi and Kaminagi at the Osaki Launch Complex. The police will recover them at a later date. Black One didn't get to space. In the end, we managed to save the whole damn world. Not that I was trying to be a hero or anything. I just don't like it when things get all loud and crazy.
アキちゃん、いろいろありがとう。
え、何が？
例のスイッチのこと、ためらわずに押してくれたでしょ。
うん。押すたびに胸が痛かったけど、カイが信じてくれたから。
だからありがとう。アキちゃんのこと信じてよかったよ。
うん。でも、もう二度とあんな無茶はダメだよ。
お前ら、ツイポ見ろ。見てください。
Frau's looking at her phone droid when she suddenly shouts at us.
すごい祭りになってる件について。
祭り？
I know she wants us to check out on our phone droids, but I'm seriously too dead to even do that.
なんて書いてあるの？
称賛の声ばかりですよ。
Subaru's sitting in such a way as to protect his leg. He starts explaining things to us.
よくやったとか、ブラボーとか。
長深田先生がずっとニコ生で配信してましたよね。
いいか、よく覚えとけ。先生はな、映像で記録するのが趣味なんだ。これ、豆知識な。
うるせえぞ、光彦。お前の話はくどいんだ。
Doc shoots his spicy reply at Michi from the driver's seat.
先生って面白い人ですね。
Naysan cheerfully laughs alongside Irie.
で、その配信を見てた100万人くらいの人たちがツイポからお祝いコメントを書いてくれてるんです。
100万人集まるとか異常。そんな生配信見たことないっつうか。
多分ほとんどの人は状況を理解してないみたいでしょうが、中には特撮映画のプロモーションだと思ってる人もいるみたいで。
本当に映画みたいでしたからね。
I have no idea if the live stream will help or not, but some of the chaos around the world should die down now. Ko Kimijima, the mastermind behind it all, is gone. I turned my eyes toward Misani, still asleep, leaning against Michi's shoulder. She has yet to wake up. It's possible that she may never wake up again.
ねえカイうちがアネモネ号事件で意識不明になってた時お姉ちゃんはずっとうちの手を握っててくれたんだ
Akiho gazes lovingly at her sister's
だから
face.
うちもお姉ちゃんが目覚めるまでずっとそばにいたいでねお姉ちゃんが起きた時にこう伝えるのうちはお姉ちゃんが大好きだよって。
ああ
Both Akiho and I wanted to bring Misani to the hangar. In order to protect us, she chose to become the enemy of the world. That's a crime that can never be forgiven. But after 7 long years, she's finally home. The place where the Robot Club, the thing Misani created, was born. We wanted to bring her there. Silence has returned to Nakatane-cho.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
It's a similar vibe to when we first sortied, but now everyone should know that the threat is gone. Did everyone who evacuated head back home? We haven't encountered a single car on the way back. Where did everyone go? It all clicks the moment we arrive at the old airport.
今声が聞こえなかったあ私も聞こえました
滑走路の方からですね
あれ見て
Akiho leans out from the cargo bed and points forward. And there, everyone is together. They were waiting for us. Everyone is smiling, welcoming the Robot Club and Super Gun Build 1 home. Little kids, students from our school, men and women, old grandpas and grandmas, JAXA employees, Subaru's dad, my parents, the vice principal, Mr. Candy. Everyone is waving at us.
うちらには帰れるところがあるんだこんな嬉しいことないよねあああきほちゃんそれ有名なセリフですよね
お前らみんなに手を振り返してやれ
デュフだが断る
ただいま
ねえお姉ちゃんあんなにたくさんの人たちがうちらに言ってくれてるよおかえりって聞こえてたらいいなお姉ちゃんにも
なあミサネ俺たちの夢は俺たちのロボはみんなの希望になってたよみんなの笑顔を守れたよ
つになる空の下の相関図
And that has been Robotics Notes Elite. We have completed the game, friends. We have done it. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Yes, I know. 2 days in a relatively short time that I won't be streaming this week. It sucks. But my grandpa wants me to go mow his yard, and it's got to get done. So we'll be coming back on Thursday, unless again something happens, which seems to be happening a fair amount here recently, but it is what it is. So we'll be back Thursday with some more colony ship. We'll be figuring that out some more. So let me see who we potentially have to raid. We're a lot later than we usually are. So there probably is some new friends that we don't normally have the ability to raid because of how late we are. So let's see who do we want to raid? I know who we want to raid. Okay, there's the person we're going to raid. So feel free to copy the raid message, and maybe I will see you Thursday. Stay safe, friends, and have a wonderful time.